welcome to Day 2 dito sa ating playoffs for Valorant Masters Tokyo. Tuloy pa rin ang ating journey dito sa upper bracket. I'm your host, Mika Fabs. At kasama ko ngayon sa ating panel, which is seated on the floor very comfortably, si Raph at si Fluffy. Hello, guys.
Hello.
Hello. I like your jacket today, Fluffy.
Of course, support naman sa mga Pacific teams natin dyan.
Oh, so kami ni Raph support sa Japan.
Salamat by the way, HG.
Salamat
Buong
kay
Japan,
Honey Glaze
Oo.
para sa sponsored na what do you call this? There's a term for them, right? Howdy?
I don't know.
Right? I don't know.
Sana
I don't.
yun.
sana yun yun.
okay.
Yun na nga
Basta
eh.
yun na yun, yung jacket binigay ni HG sa
Oo,
atin.
basta galing kay HG to, guys. She has great taste in fashion. At abangan nyo din yung outfit niya mamaya kasi magkakasila ni Ray Ray, di ba? Pero before that, of course, we have to talk about what happened yesterday, di ba? Kasi yung big news dyan, actually, tama si Tita Mika sa lahat ng mga predictions niya.
Ayoko. I don't want to talk about yesterday. That's why I don't want to talk about it. Yung mga pick'ems
Ano
ko.
ba naman
Parang
last week pa nga, I don't want to talk about Navi. I don't want to talk about
Kamusta naman ba
kasi-
yung pick'ems mo?
wala. Sira na. Kasi yung Navi kasi,
May
doon
analyst.
nagsimula.
Di mo
No,
get over.
Kasi I'm daring, di ba?
Believe.
Believe.
Pero yun nga, yesterday, we had two exciting matches, di ba? And two very exciting outcomes din. Kasi
So?
yung first up, we had Loud versus EG. And akala na nga ng lahat, di ba? Loud, syempre, defending world champions dito. Pero ang lumabas, 2-0 in favor of EG.
Well, man, why did that happen? You know, like, I'm still a bit
Yun yung
upset
tanong.
about that.
Galit.
Yun yung tanong. Bakit natalo yung Loud? Loud, anyari dun? But, you know, Fluffy actually mentioned backstage na sobrang ganda ng utility shuffle ng EG and it just really played out in a bit of a composition difference kasi sa lahat ng choke point, or rather yung mga choke fights, it just didn't feel like Loud had enough utility and just firepower, which is really strange on there. It's super uncharacteristic for them to be, I guess, this passive despite the impressive shots. But again, questionable sequences like highlights rather being shown. There's just one of the reasons why they got 2-0 out.
Okay, isa pang dahilan kung ba't ang lakas talaga ng EG is recently, so with the addition ng ni Demon 1, malakas talaga yung firepower nila, but that still doesn't stop the fact na yung util usage nila, I think, is above and beyond yung mga ibang teams natin dito currently. We see them bring out things like Sova's a Fracture, a lot of off-meta picks and subverting yung mga expectations natin and other teams which kind of catch them off guard. So kahit malakas yung firepower din ng Loud, I mean, you have Aspas and all these other players, pero napipigilan sila dahil sa util usage talaga ng EG over more than just the firepower.
Not to mention, no, yung si Demon 1, diba, na banggit mo. Pero it wasn't actually Demon 1 that I had my eyes on yesterday. It was Jogemo, who was such an amazing yung player yesterday. He really popped off. Pero hindi natin makakalimutan yung back-to-back niya with Toys, diba? Yung parang may mga moments din na ganon. Wala lang. I just wanted to bring it up because parang yung may mga moments na parang hindi mo talaga ma-predict na mangyayari dito sa Masters, di ba?
Medyo too close for comfort. Pero,
Too close
like,
talaga. Nakaganon na nga sila, di ba? Yung
Yun
dalawang
nga eh.
moment.
Sa isip ko din parang, siguro nakita ni what was it, Jojo Moore?
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
oh, it's an omen. Imposible siguro naka-solo lang yung omen. Naka-lurk mag-isa, di ba? So he waited up until, obviously, Toys was like, huh?
Another very memorable moment dito sa Masters. One
Not for
of
Loud
many.
fans.
Not for many. Memorable pa rin for Loud fans, di ba? Parang hindi ko naman sinabi na parang my good memories, my bad memories. Pero on the side of our second match naman, Team Liquid versus Edward Gaming, di ba? It was a very good memory for Team Liquid. And actually, it was a very good memory for EDG as well. Kahit na they did lose against Team Liquid. I saw this interview with Chichu, who apparently is a massive Team Liquid fan. Tapos sabi niya yung feeling niya, parang fan daw siya na nanalo ng raffle para makalaro yung Team Liquid, diba? Parang it's so heartwarming na nag-enjoy din talaga yung EDG.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, could you just imagine you basically play against your dream
Your
team, yung mga
idols,
idols mo.
yeah.
Pero I'm not really sure what to chalk up this matchup. Was it TL underperforming? Kasi it didn't seem like it was the case. Super, super close. EDG, despite knowing that TL were adjusting as well as they could, didn't really have any change of, I guess, aggression and confidence. They still played the EDG way, which is something that a lot of the younger teams don't really know how to translate, especially in bigger stages.
Yeah, yung experience talaga minsan nakukulangan sa mga younger teams. Ito tama man din si Raph. Pero for EDG, I feel like yung current playstyle nila, nasanay sila sa region nila, has always worked out. And of course, they're coming off very strong sa momentum nila from their previous, a very big upset of Navi. So I'm sure the confidence is there and they're like, kaya naman dati kasi kahit nag-OT tayo ng konti, na 2-0 naman yung team na yun. So if we just keep doing it, it's gonna be fine. But at the end of the day, strats don't work out that way. Sometimes talaga yung adaptations ng TL was just faster and EDG kind of lacking.
They thought na parang, okay, na natalo naman yung isang EMEA team, why not another one, di ba? Pero I think it was so heartwarming kasi pati yung dynamic nila on stage, di ba? Nakikita natin si Kangkang was actually blowing kisses over to Redgar, di ba? And meron siyang nasabi actually kay Redgar na he was shouting on stage. Tapos I think, syempre, yung dating kasi pag on broadcast is, yung parang he was taunting or the other team, di ba? Yung ganon. Pero yung sinabi pala niya is, I love you in Russian to Redgar. So if you look back at the broadcast, ngumiti si Redgar kasi he understood it. And apparently si Kangkang learned it from his brother who taught him how to say that in Russian. Ang cute talaga. That parang EDG were actually nagfa-fanboy pala sila. Parang si Fluffy lang nagfa-fanboy.
Grabe.
Grabe.
Or tayo ba yung nag-fanboy ni Fluffy? Kasi imagine, di ba, 5'11", coach, analyst, VCT talent.
Ang daming talagang talents ni
humble.
Fluffy. So humble. Di ba, nandito siya sa Masters Tokyo. Tapos napaka-humble pa rin ni Fluffy.
Alam mo, like, kung si Fluffy, sabihin, uy, pogi, di siya tumingin. Parang, grabe talaga si Fluffy. I love you, man. You are a great example to everybody.
Thank you.
Ang dami din love dito sa ating panel. Pero now, today, we have 2 fresh new matches and 4 new teams that will make their debut here on the Masters Tokyo stage. Let's take a look at our playoffs bracket. One of these I'm very, very excited for, and one of these we've already seen before. Parang it wasn't that long. Parang a few weeks ago lang nakita nga natin. Guys, welcome back to the grand finals of VCT Pacific. Babalik na ulit tayo dito. We do have PRX versus DRX, and we have Fnatic versus NRG.
Sinabi ko yan kahapon Parang the first time I saw the bracket, parang, really?
Lahat naman Lahat naman na parang, di ba, pati yung PRX tsaka DRX na parang, bumiyahe kami sa Tokyo, tas kayo naman.
Yung Loud at EJ din, di ba? Parang same story, like, uy!
Pero at least hindi siya NRG. Di ba?
True.
Pero, just my opinion lang, just my piece. Parang gusto ko ma-repeat yung performance sa PRX versus DRX. Just a bit of a preview naman.
Okay.
Bit of a preview. Wow.
Ikaw?
Nasuot ko na yung merch. Yung pag nag-DRX pa, wala na yun.
Suot na niya yung merch. Ano sa tingin mo, Ra?
Ba't ang DRX sa'yo? Grabe.
Oo.
Yun nga parang kahapon nang sumira na yung predictions sa TL versus EDG, di ba?
Oo.
Mas naka-TL na jacket.
Pero of course, that will be 2 very exciting matches to come, diba? As we do continue our upper bracket. Isa na dito yung I'm very, very excited about because this is basically my favorite team. Wala na yung Team Secret at the moment. So, I get to have full bias dito for Fnatic. And checking out their lineup, alam mo, I followed Fnatic for a really long while. Ang dami kong nakita ng roster changes and everything. And I think I can definitely say this is the best that Fnatic has been looking so far.
How many times have I heard you say? No, I'm not cringing. It's like, how many times have I heard Mika say that? Like, every time there's a Fnatic or Ross, oh my God, this is the best team in the world. Pero,
to be fair, wala akong sinabi nung yung parang
sila Leo,
before this, before Leo and Chronicle came into the picture.
So, anong sinabi mo dati?
Parang wala lang. I wish them the best.
Wish them the best. But in fairness naman, I feel like tama naman din si Mika. This is the roster na isa sa mga original super teams na bino early when they announced that franchising, when they gave it to Fnatic, nung alam natin na papasok sila. So even going into lock-in, they did look like one of the favorites. Although, people were surprised, I think, how strong they were moving on to that finals. And of course, they had their EMEA VCT before this, and they were doing so well. But it looked kind of different since that didn't end, I guess, in the way that they really wanted to. Pero now that we're here in Masters Tokyo, makabawisin sila. And of course, since it's their debut, at least naka-advance na. They don't have to go for the previous days.
Of course, definitely one of the favorites dito sa Masters Tokyo, diba? Everybody has their eyes on this team. And it's so exciting na yung katapat nila ngayon will be NRG. Kasi this is a typical ENA versus EMEA matchup na naman. Pero this is one that we've never seen before. Fnatic and NRG have never went up against each other before in all of the global stages ng Valorant na nangyari. And napaka-interesting din ng itong team na to because they are also like one of the front runners sa region nila.
Totoo, and I feel like this is a bit of a mirror in a way because FNS is much like Boaster na not super high on the volume when it comes to fragging, pero yung mga calls niya palaging
IGL na
textbook
IGL,
correct.
diba?
You know what I mean? Like, if you really inspect the calls na he makes, it's like, wala namang mali. But at the same time, the thing about Valorant, kahit sobrang ganda ng strat mo, you still have to hit the shots, and that's where the variations really, really come from. And I think Som would be a good mirror to Durkin. Maybe not as accomplished as Durkin, pero yun nga, they're considered the big gun of the team. And with Ardis and the rest of the new additions, I'm really curious how this dynamic is gonna turn out.
I mean, isa sa kanilang strengths, I think, is the fact na yung IGL for both teams talaga, matalino na, magaling sila mag-lurk. They might not have the best aim in the world in terms of being an IGL kasi mahirap talaga you're processing so much.
Syempre.
You can't do macro and micro sabay. But they do have that supporting cast talaga that can help them elevate their team and can push them to get the wins. And Fnatic, of course, they've done it before. Energy, on the other hand, minsan talaga yung nagsastumble sila. I mean, one of the reasons kung ba't hindi natin nakita yung matchup na to is well-known lock-in energy was kind of So,
yeah.
hindi sila umabot.
No, they started like this, right? And then they went, oh, okay.
Aww. Pero I think na parang ngayon, syempre, Energy is gunning for that title, di ba? Kasi syempre, nakita natin yung sa setup, di ba? Yung intro video, di ba? Lakas ng setup ni FNS, di ba? Nang tumitingin siya sa Fnatic and tumitingin din siya sa Loud, di ba? I'm coming for you guys. Yun talaga yung setup ng mga rivalries eh.
Tapos wala, di sila na 3-0 sila sa Grandmas. We're coming for you guys. Okay, good luck. Pero tingin ko yung pinakamalaking difference siguro between FNS or maybe just the teams as a whole is that I think it's proven that it is so hard to break Fnatic mentally, especially with that comeback championship that they had. Meanwhile, on the side of Energy, and even to kind of throw it back to the Optic days, like, are there really any iconic comebacks from that roster? Kasi parang nasanay tayo na if FNS is leading, it kind of has the start of a snowball. Although I could be mistaken. I feel like there are a few comebacks, pero not as drastic as a 3-11 on a championship, you know.
That's true. I don't think may ganun kalaki na gap in terms of comeback potential or na nagawa nila in the past. But I do think one thing they do have is since galing nga sila sa Optic roster, meron sila experience and they know how to win. Sanay na sila. Unlike Fnatic, they're champions, but it's only fairly recently, not like the past 2 years of Valorant na puro Optic.
No, that's true. Kasi yung story na nga ng Fnatic, diba? Na parang yung lock-in was the very first time na they were able to lift a trophy, diba? Yung parang after all this time, parang always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Yun yung Fnatic eh. Kasi
Permanent
parang,
second place, diba?
yes, exactly. So parang everybody was saying na everybody was saying na
Okay
it's
ka lang, Fluff.
about time. It's about time. Okay ka lang, Fluff.
Of course.
Ako okay na okay kasi we're going to see a very exciting head-to-head here. I'm actually sad na hindi magiging Durka versus Ye, but it's also exciting na magiging Durka versus Victor potentially dito sa matchup na ito. I'm actually wondering if kung ano ba yung ilalabas dito ni Durka because we have seen him on the Sentinel role sometimes, diba? Pero syempre siya yung prime duelist dito ng Fnatic. Same with Victor. Yung parang minsan nagsi-Sentinel role din siya.
Pero para sa akin din, like if you talk about Dirk and his whole body of work, you don't talk about his Jet or his Raze or any agent in particular. You talk about Dirk the duelist. Like walang dip ng performance niya kahit anong agent.
Exactly. I think hindi siya yung highlight player na parang you'd see for Aspa, CNED, na known for something like that. Tama din si Raf doon. He's very consistent though. He basically has everything. That guy has literally used his same crosshair in an interview. He mentioned since the beginning of Valorant, he hasn't changed anything. Puro practice. And when he works, especially nung kasama niya si Boaster, magaling talaga yung dynamic nila of when to fight, when to stop. And he basically has everything except hair.
I was about to say that, but you know what? That's okay.
Pero
Dirk.
yun nga yung buff ng Fnatic eh, yung bald buff. Gumagana yan sa EMEA. So,
Pero maliit yung hitbox.
Oo, para
wala, hindi katulad ni Sage, di ba? Ang haba-haba ng ponytail niya,
okay.
di ba? Kasama din yan. So, it's gonna be interesting to see nga, di ba, yung this matchup between Turka and Victor. And I actually wonder din kung si Ardis yung magda-duelist kasi he does also bring out the duelist occasionally, di ba? So, I wonder kung ano ba yung prepare na shuffle dito yung energy para sa Fnatic, especially knowing that Fnatic is a very strategy-heavy team.
So that's another thing, especially with first encounters. Like, how do you truly multi-strat team when you've never had their dynamic go against yours first. And I always like to mention this na Valorant is really a head-to-head kung, how you approach the game, yung mga philosophy nyo, and how your players kind of match up. I talk about stylistic choices a lot too. For example, that off-meta choice with the Sova, that previous episode, previous days ago. And how do you approach this first? Do you go for a poking heavy game? Do you focus on your logic instead of theirs? You know what I mean?
This is also a very explosive matchup, no? Kasi you're dealing with two teams na nakabuhat na ng trophy, di ba? They were able to earn that trophy. For Fnatic, it was that very memorable comeback. Down 3-11 sa lock-in versus Loud on the very, very last map, di ba? And for Energy, this roster also has claimed the trophy in their respective region, di ba? So you can imagine these two teams are at the top of the food chain in their respective regions.
Diba that was FPX on the side of sila Ardis and
Yes.
Optic on the
Yes,
side
si
of...
Ardis
well,
did.
there it is, yeah.
Definitely.
I mean, sanay sila at the top, but the question is, hindi ka sure if victory has defeated you and hindi ka sanay na how to play from behind, how to really come back from this. Kasi when you put two champions, edi malamang one of them is gonna lose, diba? So you really have to know the analysis tawag
Analysis,
doon,
diba? Kung may manalo, may
one of them will win, one will lose.
Wow.
Wow, ganun pala yung Valorant.
Now you know.
Quote that.
Ang ganun, ang talino talaga ni Fluffy. Buti na lang nandito siya sa panel for today.
Enlightened.
Especially since now it is time to jump into our predictions for today. I think medyo obvious yung sa akin para sa series na to. So we'll go over to you, Raf.
Well, this is hard, but I'm just gonna go Fnatic still, because Fnatic's pretty cool.
Akala ko mahirap. Yun lang talaga yung ano.
Rule of cool.
Dali naman yun. Hindi naman siya hard.
So hindi cool yung energy.
Hindi, para sa akin hindi.
Para sa akin, cool yung energy.
Si Som lang.
I think for me, energy so far proven. Mas proven sila na champions, and with their new additions, I think that the firepower, especially kung yung kasama si Som, W streamer by the way, has
Yes.
always had that clutch factor which has brought them to a level. And since we haven't seen this matchup nga before, I do feel like there is a chance that energy can take this. Although I don't think it'll be that clean because Fnatic is a very strong team.
Definitely. And para sa akin, Fnatic naman.
Okay.
Fnatic naman since the very beginning.
Wow.
Since the very beginning, nasa Fnatic din ako. And also because they're really such a team na parang I would say trendsetters dito sa meta ng Valorant, 'di ba? Yung parang since the early days of Valorant, ang dami nilang strats na pinapalabas na hindi ginagamit ng mga ibang teams in any other region, 'di ba? Especially with their play around controllers, which Boaster has now taken over the role very, very well. So going into this series, it's gonna be really, really exciting. Again, yung first NA EMEA matchup natin, 'di ba? For Masters Tokyo. This is the kind of rivalry that a lot of people go to these global events and watch these global events for.
Grabe, no? Ganito ka-late yung EMA versus NA na matchup. And again, it's happening in the playoffs, so it's very apt. But I think my takeaway from the predictions are kung mali yung pick'ems ko, mali din si Mika. So at least maputol yung streak niya from
Ganun
yesterday.
ba? Gumaganti ka.
So sama ka na lang.
Sama na lang.
Double
oo.
down.
I will drag you down with me. Ganun.
Wow. That's a very...
Okay na,
perhaps.
pagtalo kayo. Dinalala yung prediction ko, so all good.
Oo, good.
Okay lang. Ano yung sabi nga ni
Win-win
Fluffy?
situation.
One will win, one will lose. Yun naman talaga
That's
eh.
the truth.
And
It
I
is.
feel like dito sa matchup na ito, diba, the map picks are gonna be very, very important. Especially knowing that, for example, Fnatic, I believe, have an excellent Lotus. Yung parang di sila natatalo sa Lotus. The only time they lost on Lotus was against Loud. Diyan sa grand final at lock-in. Ever since that, they have not lost on Lotus. I think Bind is also going to be a very, very important map. Knowing na Energy, napakalakas ng Bind nila. They are known for that map. And at the same time, Fnatic, I feel like they were actually born on Bind.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's a very,
May
very
yung
big
passport
statement.
nila, Bind yung ano
Bind yung
nakasuot.
bind na passport.
No need ng visa. Grabe.
Oh, yung may teleporter sa
Oo,
front page at
diba?
sa likod
Ganun
ng
lang.
passport.
Nakakamura pa sa flight mo.
Pero I am really curious how the dynamic is gonna turn out here. I'm not sure if Fracture is gonna be in the pool or if it's going to be, be included in this matchup. But another thing is, di ba sabi mo kanina, yung clutch factor ng energy. Pero yung napansin ko din sa Fnatic is that level of mental fortitude never dips. Even if it's at the start or at the end, they'll play the same if they're up 12-0 or if they're down 3-11.
For me, as someone who really looks into yung mga map differences kasi dun talaga yung nagdidictate ng pacing, especially tone ng buong series. I feel like there's two mentals. One strat is we pick a map that we are strong in, na mahina sila, para basically mataas yung advantage na sure win. Or, wala kaming pake sa win rate ng map nyo, we'll just play our game because we know we're strong on this map. And Haven is one of those maps na parang, at least sa EMEA VCT, Fnatic has like an 80% win rate. They've played like 5 games on it. They've played it so much that, on one hand, maraming VODs, maraming things you can learn, but also, looking at the other team, they've also played the equal amount of games and they have roughly the same win rate. So, will they be choosing a map na malas tayo dito? Or we'll just play their game? Like, it's a confidence check in a way.
Naniniwala ko kay Fluffy. Professional coach yan eh.
Ex-coach. Ex-coach.
Right. Professional coach.
Retired.
Retired na?
Grabe
Yeah, Matic
naman.
out. Dito na tayo sa Masters Tokyo.
Dito na, sa panel.
Grabe no, kung hindi coach nito pala siya on the broadcast. So,
Oo.
medyo busy si Fluffy.
Multi-talented kasi.
So, syempre. Di ba, you also know how to like do all that videography stuff. Sabi mo aspiring, pero don't give me that.
Ikaw, sabi mo na lang yung camera, yung videography niya.
Sige, ikaw.
I get.
Expert ka, di ba? Di ba yun?
Pero nasabi nga ni Fluffy, going back into our map picks, di ba? Parang nasabi nga ni Fluffy na it's gonna boil down to the comfort level of both teams on all of these maps. So at the end of the day, di ba? Who cares about the stats? What matters is what you prepared for today. We're gonna find out exactly how prepared our teams will be for this series right after this quick break.
This is the game I want to be seeing. NRG being challenged on a map that is so notoriously good for them.
I'm gonna wall spawn and have
Walling city. I'm literally walling city, okay?
Ready?
Fight them, John. I have rest. Fight them.
Hyper's in you.
Okay, I can ult this.
Gecko's backside. Gecko's
I'm just
backside.
okay?
No.
Viper shower. Viper shower. I cannot plant.
We can
I'm not planting. Yeah, I'm not planting.
Watch flank Austin the whole time.
Yeah, I got it. I have you all, John.
I have orb now.
It's hard.
Get out. TP, then come back.
TP in. Yep, TP and come back A. Yeah. Nice.
차 뭐? 무조건 해야 무조건 해.
Hey.
올법 줄. 이걸 보고 있을 거야. 천천히. Rip my shower, right? Rip my shower.
Yeah, I have your shower.
Don't make noise. They gotta go A.
We can't plant, can we? It's very hard. I'll dog. If you want, okay, listen. You want to drop ult? I can wall like this. We fight spot side, yes?
There's three here.
Listen. I'm gonna wall for
Yeah,
you guys to fight.
I think you guys.
20 seconds.
20 seconds.
Okay. Pineapple.
슈트 많아.
픽좀 수랑도
TP.
2TP.
넷이야?
모르겠어. 셋이야.
We have to bait here. Get good spacing. He's gonna be here.
10 seconds.
Following it.
I'm jumping. Planning safe.
OCT.
Long's full clear.
OCT, I'm copy.
Okay, hold spawn with me. Hold spawn, John.
Almost
Pick up you, John.
Holding
Pick up
close.
you.
Could he cross or no?
No, didn't cross.
Okay.
Watch your flank.
I have elbow. One of you need to hold flank.
해줄게 얘들아 어때요? 컵이 있다. 컵이 있었다. 조심해.
스팸 하지 마.
월업.
후카 있다. 후카 세임 나온다. 파 플래시. 케어 파 플래시.
One out.
오케이.
One out for sure. Both. Hyper down.
사이드.
케어
아이버.
왜?
스티할게.
케어 시티 3번.
엄범 lost. 40 them.
Nice.
Nice.
I ran out of bullets.
It's fine. 6-6. We recovered.
처음에 스택스는 그냥 바보였고 톡시가이에 그리고 이제 팀을 이제 망쳐버린 조금 더 레거시를 펼칠 수 있는 기회가 되는 것 같아요. 그런 거 보면서 지금은 좀 더 성장을 많이 한 스택스인 것 같아요. 다 잘하는 것 같아요. 걔네들은 인기밀도 없고
We always lost against the RX, so we just play for fun. We literally just play right rank and it worked.
그리고 이제 다 자기 5명끼리 말 맞춰서 한다는 것 자체가 조금 신기한 것 같기도 하고 거기서 개인 기량도 뽑았는데 이게
Pepper X is always gonna be chaotic. We play without fear.
지금은 이제 뭔가 우리가 조금 휘청해 보이고 약해 보일 수도 있지만 그래도 DRX는 DRX다라고 생각했어요.
I want to be the best at everything I do, but as you get older, you realize it's not quite obtainable. A jack of all trades, master of none. However, in Valorant, I've planned to change that.
I don't think anyone on my team's played them before, so they're going to be in for a little bit of shock, but I know how they play. We will win.
Every experience that I've had in my life, I've taken it and I've learned from it. And our whole journey has been a big, big learning process.
When you're on stage, you're there to perform. You're not there to make jokes. Your job there is to win. Nothing's getting in my way.
You think Fnatic are done with just one trophy? We're just getting started. You ain't seen nothing yet.
Welcome back sa PH broadcast ng Masters Tokyo, and we are just about ready to get started with our first series of the day, Fnatic versus NRG. Tulad ng na-discuss natin kanina, di ba? This matchup has never happened before, and it is another collection to the wonderful rivalries sa NA versus EMEA. So napaka-exciting talaga ng match na ito, and as we just saw in that teaser video, di ba? Our teams are definitely looking forward to this as well.
That is true. Pero I'm curious actually who has more wins over the other. Like in terms of region, sino ba yung lamang?
EMEA.
Feel ko
I
EMEA,
feel like
no?
EMEA, but
EMEA.
EG is on a streak too,
So,
so...
yun nga eh, parang not sure at this moment.
Fnatic, your higher seed, Team A or Team B? Okay. So, NRG, you will be Team B. And first ban will come from Fnatic.
Pro.
So, they banned Pro, you're banned?
Lotus.
Lotus. Map number 1 from Fnatic. Fracture. Side on Fracture.
Take your time.
Okay, map number 2.
Bind.
Side on Bind.
Okay, let's go attack.
Attack. Okay. So we'll start with the next set of bans, starting with Fnatic. You have Ascent, Haven, and Split.
Yeah.
Ban Haven. Your ban, you have Ascent.
Fantasy.
Ascent. Okay. So map number 3 will be Split. Fnatic side on Split.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna run through this, make sure we are all good to go. So first set of bans, we have Fnatic with Pearl, NRG with Lotus. Map number 1 is Fracture with NRG on attack. Map number 2 is Bind with Fnatic on attack. Next set of bans were Haven and Ascent. Map number 3 will be Split with Fnatic on defense. Sound good? All right, good luck.
Good luck.
Fracture, Bind, and Split. Ayun po ang ating maps for this series, and I am just so excited. I am so thrilled that we are going to Bind because I think it's a map that favors that brings the best out of both of these teams actually. So very exciting indeed, and I think na very very smart na naban din ng energy yung Lotus against Fnatic.
Totoo, pero tingin ko excited ka lang sa Bind kasi medyo mataas yung win rate sa Fnatic sa Bind eh.
Yeah, because like they were definitely one of the teams that like defined like that whole strategy on Bind. I've been watching it from the very beginning. Bind talaga yung yung map ng Fnatic.
Did they start the double controller double in Innocenti? I'm not entirely sure.
Not naman start, but they did popularize it a lot, I think.
I do remember that they were using Viper on Bind nung hindi pa na-buff si Viper.
Giga
So
Chad.
at that time na parang yung mga NA teams na sinasabi, bakit nila ginagamit si Viper? And si Boaster was like, really, we're using Viper on Vine.
Man, I'm so glad. I'm so happy. Like now looking back, right? Because like Viper is probably one of the agents that got a lot of flack for no reason.
Yeah, I feel like dahil sa unique utility niya, hindi talaga na-utilize sa maraming teams until nakuha niya ng majority yung concept of space taking and segmenting the map
true.
using that util talaga. But speaking of maps mismo, I think that the maps so far have been a little in favor against my prediction, which is Fnatic. Dahil yung last two maps, pretty good. I mean, Bayern, of course, malakas, but the other side of things for that end map split, I think they can secure that as well. I think the big decision will be the momentum for map 1.
NRG do also have a good time. I think that, kaya I think it really brings out the best. Uy!
Whoa!
What's up?
What was that? Wait,
I don't
what was
know.
that? Parang hindi
Trophy ba
pumasok
yun?
kasi sa brain ko kung ano yung, what?
I can't
Sino ba
see
yun?
it.
Si Chronicle ba yung ano? Is it a dog?
Whoa!
Hindi din ako sure.
We're not sure kung ano ba yung bit-bit ni Chronicle ngayon, but we can only assume that it is, of course, safe for the stage.
Siguro, nobody stopped him eh.
I think it's a
Uy.
dog. I think it's a dog.
Is it a dog?
I thought it was a trophy, not
I
gonna
think
lie.
it's a trophy.
Pero may legs. Ano yung trophy na parang may legs eh. Ewan ko, baka
My
mali
God.
yung nakita ko. Seryoso si FNS.
Sobra.
Parang a complete
Finesse.
contrast.
Oh.
See, it's a dog.
Trophy pa rin yun sa mga ibang tao.
And it's the cow. Oh my gosh, wait. Nakalimutan ko kung ano yung pangalan ng cow. May pangalan yung cow.
Level.
Di ko.
May cow level. Ito na yung cow level natin
Teka
dito sa
lang.
VCT.
Ito, stay a while and listen to me muna. Feeling ko yung maganda yung feels ng Fnatic ngayon kasi parang nakita natin sa map select, 'di ba? Giggly si Mini tsaka si Boaster. And parang yung energy ngayon parang medyo wow, seryosong vibes. But I think this is the kind of atmosphere that Fnatic really thrives on, 'di ba? They really do want to have fun. They really need to up their mental. And I think yung energy, actually, this is also what they thrive on. They really want to get into that competitive, state of mind.
Yung super high stakes na matchup, not only for obviously placement and playoff spot, but maybe even pride kasi, di ba? NA versus EU matchup, old rivalry, and again, yung pinag-usapan natin kanina, sino ba yung lamang? Is it really EU? Is it really NA? Diba?
Ayun yung tanong kasi first time sila magkakatapat. Ibig sabihin nun, they wanna make the best first impression.
Wow.
Pag iniisip mo talaga, NRG. Anong meaning nun? Energy, very high. So ngayon, yung folks talaga is very high as well. They don't want to start off weak because kung di na nakuha yung map 1, baka mahirapan sila as we move forward, as I mentioned earlier, kasi the map will a little leaning to Fnatic.
And right now, entering our Prime Gaming Agent Select, we are seeing here, I think this is very exciting for Fnatic. No, I really do love Leo on the initiators, for example, and Alphager back on the Killjoy as usual.
I think Fnatic's gonna have a little bit of an easier time taking places like U-Haul and Hookah just because of that Fade pick. Again, there's a lot of brawling power. That's always something I repeat when I see Fade. And honestly, I'm really happy to see Fade getting a little bit of a resurgence because I think this was lock-in na parang 0%
Nag-fade ba siya?
yung
Nag-fade
pick
siya.
rate. Si Leo, oo.
Pero I think na hindi na gets ni Raph yung joke ko. Okay lang, papasok na lang
I get it.
Na-delay na tuloy. Pasok ko na lang sa mga casters. Salamat HG sa ating suot ngayon.
Uy, good morning sa inyong lahat at nandito na nga tayo ngayon sa VCT Masters. I am Rene. Alongside with me, isang sponsor ng suot ni Raf together with Tita Nika
Konnichiwa.
na si Honey Glaze with a double. At tignan nyo guys, drip check tayo. Drip check. Ayan.
Yun na nga guys, isang intense matchup sa ang makikita natin ngayon dahil ito ang pinaka-inaabangan nating matchup dahil ito ay isa sa mga teams or isa sa mga matchups nga na hindi pa natin nakita yesterday or rather nung mga nakaraang araw, nung mga nakaraang international VCT tournaments. Kaya naman ngayon, malalaman natin kung ano ba ang mangyayari for today.
Sinabi na nga din namin to kanina na never pang naglaban to all throughout sa mga VCT sa nakita nyo. Masters Copenhagen, tapos nung champions. Wala talaga guys. At dami na nagre-request nito and finally, magkikita na nga ang NRG together with Fnatic. And so far, it looks promising. Sabi nga ng panel, mukhang favored to pagdating sa NRG. Pero I still do believe na merong tinatagong strats dito ang Fnatic. They always make sure to surprise us sa mga matches na ganito.
Yun nga eh. Yun ang inaabangan natin kung ano ba yung pwedeng mga magyayari for Fnatic. Kung magiging consistent nga ba sila or there will be a lot of surprises mula sa NRG. Dahil nung nakaraang group stages, NRG has been really phenomenal sa mga nagiging curious na mga playstyle nila. Especially nung may bang mga teams na hindi nila ma-decipher kung ano yung pwede nilang gawin or kaya kung ano yung gusto nilang atakihin na side. Lalo na't ngayon, they will be on the attacking side.
Memorable talaga tong NRG. Palipat-lipat talaga tong mga to ng side. Hindi mo alam kung saan sila pupunta. They always play slow. Pero nga lang sobrang worth it para sa kanila. Artist ngayon, konting muli kagad towards sa may heaven ng B-side. Pero si Victor kagad playing aggressive. Well, Artist ngayon naghihintay sa flank. Meron siya may kita. At ngayon, si Durka, na trade off lang niya kagad ang kanyang teammate.
Mabilis ang sagutan nila. Lalo na't ngayon, nakahabol pa ng isa ang NRG. So now, they will be playing it slow dahil may mga attention din silang nabubuo from both of our sides. Meron ang isa na kaagad na nasa loob ng B. But then, we have Boaster na kapag-deny din naman ng entry na manggagaling na nga from this. So, it's still an equal or rather, mas maganda firepower tuloy dito ngayon sa NRG.
Ang galing ng ikot ng mga to. Akala mo mag-B-side kasi meron sila kagad power papuntang arcade. But it's just Victor playing it out. Ang laki na naman ng tiwala ng energy sa isa't isa. And now, while that is happening, Victor gumagawa talaga ng noise ngayon para mabait lang isang miyembro ng Fnatic. While ngayon, mag-rotate naman na din yung iba niyang mga teammates.
Ganda ng ginagawa kaagad dito ni Victor, no? Bukod nga sa sinabi mong tiwala, ang laki ng mga magiging attention or na distraction na ginagawa niya. Dahil una sa lahat, nalilito si Alpha kung rotate na nga ba siya or hanapin niya muna si Victor dahil now that they are playing it slow, wala tuloy ka idea ang Fnatic kung ano pa ba yung gagawin nila, kung saan ba talaga sila pumunta dahil A-site nandun na nga sila kanina pero wala namang dumiretso from NRG. Now, we have the concuss. We even have your heads already going down dahil nandito na rin for real sina Alpha Jer. Alpha Jer though is just really low in HP kaya naman si Som ang makakahuli, makakapag-finish out ng pistol round na ito for NRG.
Ang bagal ng NRG and yet sobrang ganda ng pagdidikta kagad nila ng pistol round na to. Akala ko nga mag-go na kagad sila ng plant after clearing out yung A pero nag-decide sila kagad pumunta ng B dahil nga kinol kagad ni Victor. Tapos nakinuha kagad ni Leo tsaka together with Alphager yung bait. So talagang nakakalito to on the next few steps pa na may kita natin out of NRG.
Yun ang kailangang hanapin ng Fnatic. Will they be too late to find out at ma-decipher nila yung ganitong klaseng strat from NRG or talagang mas mangunguna na ngayon ang NRG from taking the rounds from their hands dahil una sa lahat, again, they're playing it slow once more. Meron nga nakakikita mo dito kaagad all the way from the other side habang meron naman din matry umentry galing ng B-mate.
At ang ginawa ni Alphager, there's the top already against Ardis. Ang ganda kagad ng start for Fnatic. Pero ngayon, Energy, after making those cat noises here in B, they decided to go towards A. At nag-iikutan lang sila, guys.
Sige.
Ito na naman ang ginagawa ng dalawang teams na to. It's always slow. And yet, sure naman kasi sila, they always wanted to be sure. Mga sigurista tong mga to. At okay lang yun.
Kasi at least, Fnatic, nakaisa na rin naman na laban kina RD. Ang magiging problema na lang sa kanila is they will be too late na pagdating nga sa pwede nalang gawing post plant dahil nakaabang on the post plant positionings na ang NRG. So, in a really good position all the way here in Rose, maabangan niya makikita si Boaster and si Boaster wala magagawa dahil wala rin naman siya mga bala, wala siyang enough firepower and now they have the numbers advantage but then will they be able to sustain the crossbar positionings nga na i-execute na ngayon ng Fnatic?
At ito pa, buti na lang si Ardis din yung namatay kasi he won't be able to give those substantial na guns dahil ang hawak-hawak lang niya ay Ghost syempre. Pero, excuse me, nagbe-beef po si Som together with Victor. Maaga pa raw kasi. Pero syempre, all in all, ang ganda pa rin naman pagdating sa eco round ng Fnatic to as there's just only 2 members remaining from NRG. Ang ganda ng ginawa nilang ipet tapos medyo naging reckless yung energy sa pag-push kagad ng last 2 guys nila.
It really was kind of reckless dahil again, at least gusto nilang ibahin yung pacing. Wala namang mawawala sa kanila eh. It was their save round, but then again, NRG, buti na lang nga may nakuha pa rin silang side dahil akala ko doon na rin naman patungo since baka sakaling may eco na naman sila dito ngayon ng Fnatic. And speaking of Fnatic, they will be going sa half armors lang naman.
Oh, interesting. Mga ganito talaga. Save pa naman eh. So, okay lang. Bonus naman to para sa kanila. If they win this, that's really good. Pero if natalo man sila, okay lang din. Victor ngayon tries to pick someone at makakita na nga kagad siya ng valuable information. May isa na mismo nagsistock sa side. At tignan natin kung malaline upan nga ba to si Mr. Boaster. Pero mukhang wala na naman muli.
Oo nga eh. Maigi na lang din that they are denying NRG from pushing into the side. Pero ang mahirap kasi dito, hindi mo alam kung saan talaga magpupush. Saan na patungo ang NRG ngayon? Merong nagbibigay ng atensyon, nagbibigay ng distraction, or ng info all the way from A main. Tapos, mabubuo naman yung tension doon for Fnatic. But then, iba pala talaga yung didiretsuhin ngayon ng NRG dahil hindi naman kulang yung mga utilities nila. Lalo na ngayon, the smokes are already going down. We even have them taking over tower agad-agad lang.
Oh, good thing. Para lang maklear kagad at mapa-out si Boaster sa mismong site at hindi sila mahirapan. Pero kung to si Durka, he's just waiting for that plant. Goes with the lineup. Pero wala dyan yung lineup. Durka hindi planted para behind the box. But as the flank goes, AlphaJer gets one. So ngayon, inabangan na nga kagad already called kung nasan ibang miyembro. Pero Boaster gets the kill against Victor. And tatlo na lang kagad natitira sa NRG.
Oh, Boaster kasi dito makakakuha na rin ng dalawa. Kaya naman buong-buo ang loob nilang follow up yung mga kills in favor of AlphaJer. RD holding in on the T-Fuse para hindi nila mapigilan na nga itong pagbigay na nga ng spike. But unfortunately, it's still AlphaJer na nakakuha na rin naman ng mga kills. It's now a good round para sa Fnatic. Parang magiging problema kasi dalawa yung nabawasan sa kanila.
Oh, pitas talaga ang priority dito, pati mag-plant ng spike sa NRG. At pagdating naman ngayon sa early rounds, ang ganda talaga ng hold ni Boaster kagad. Alam naman natin that usually yan sa mga full buys na yan, na mamoblema ka, di ba? Pero syempre, kay Boaster, sabi niya, sure siya sa magiging shots na ite-take niya. And this is good for Fnatic kasi tatandaan nyo, this is a map pick by them. They lose this, it might be dangerous for them sa bind.
Naipit nila ang NRG. Kumbaga, talagang inatinansya muna nila kung ano ba yung pwepestuhan na nga ng NRG. Intayin na muna makapag-plant ng spike dahil most of the rounds or na nakalipas na nga is B yung lagi nilang kinukuha. So, change of face naman daw, sabi ng NRG ngayon. They're going into dish. Pero ang feeling ko dito, nag-ano lang sila, nagpa-farm lang ng mga orbs. Kung magtutuloy-tuloy man sila dito here in A, tingnan mo naman, diba? They're backing away. So, by all means, gusto nilang ma-amplify agad ang ult, yung Rolling Thunder nga na meron si FNS.
Oh my goodness. Sasayangin ba ni Boaster yung kanyang ultimate ngayon? Okay, buti na lang hindi. I think he was thinking na maybe this guys are gonna be stacking here in A. Pero unfortunately, hindi niya kagad inasim yung kanyang orbital strike. But as for energy ngayon, rope side kagad ang take nila. And this is, sabi ko nga, the rotations are not the usual as what we've seen, guys, compared syempre kapag VCT Pacific, diba? Sobrang bilis. Pero dito, sobrang bagal, yet sure talaga sila parati. But then, remember, 3-man stack ngayon dito sa mismong A site. At mahirapan sila once na nag-ultimate yan si Boaster.
Magigibitag nila dito is yung mga utilities nga na meron coming in from AlphaJer at ang magiging problema pa kung magkoconnect nga yung mga shots nila. We have the smoke already hindering the entry that may happen all the way from the side of Victor. Pero maghahanapan pa rin naman sila. Magpapakiramdaman lang muna dahil meron na ngang let's go sa go from Finesse. Papasok na sila orbital strike to deny and someone inside of the site. AlphaJer unang tumumba. Magiging problema na nga nito ang mga players from NRG kung paano ba sila magpapatuloy pa dahil they are down to a very low HP. Si RD matutumba pa sa mga bala sa mga kamay nila Durka. And then there goes Victor. But Victor, unfortunately, namambahan din kaagad. It's down to a 1v1. Wala pa sa kanya yung spike ngayon at hindi siya nakapag-plant. Good delay from Fnatic.
Alam mo, feel ko hindi napansin ng mga taga-NRG na meron kagad orbital strike si Boaster. So sana talaga nag-few noise na lang sila, finake na lang sana nila yung site mismo. Tapos meron namang Rolling Thunder. I think medyo sa sobrang bagal naman ng energy, this is what usually happens sa kanila. At laki na nag-manifest, naging effective yung plano ng Fnatic at the same time at wala na kagad time si Som to actually get this. Sabi nila, lucky natin po sila staple ng time eh.
Ang maganda rin kasi kay Fnatic ngayon is nandun sila. They're at the right place at the right time. Kaya na-execute nila na maigi yung orbital strike nga na nagmula kanina kay Boaster. Nagsagutan sila hindi sila nag-reserve or hindi sila, alam mo yung nagdadalawang isip para gamitin yung mga ultimates to deny NRG. Dahil ngayon, 2-2 na kaagad ang scoreline. Na magiging problema dito ng NRG kung ipagpapatuloy ba nila yung ganitong klaseng pacing dahil ang bagal na naman.
Alam mo, kapag sila talagang kinakas natin,
Okay,
medyo, medyo toned down talaga tayo. Kasi nga, sabi ko sa inyo, okay lang naman yung gantong strat kasi you need to make wiser decisions, right? They're respecting tong Fnatic pagdating sa Fracture and they really need to make good openings. Talong-lalo na may Sova sila. It's not like about etong kapag compared sa may Fade ka, di ba? Very different talaga yung pacing. Pero ngayon, para kay Som, he tries to pop off at least 1 kill pero wala pa naman kaagad.
Diba?
So back off na naman. Lipat na naman.
Titingnan nila kung sino yung nasa loob ng site muna bago sila umexit o entry ng kabilang site or kaya magpakaramdam na naman. Kaya ang ginagawa na lang ng Fnatic dito is hindi na talaga sila dito agad-agad magro-rotate. Kung sakali mang magpapatuloy nga in a site yung NRG, it's either i-defense na lang nila at i-play na lang for retake. But speaking of a retake, mukhang retake na lang talaga ang huling option nila since some nakadali na rin ng isa, 4 na lang kaagad ang natitira. Makakaplant sila safely onto the site. But then, we even have here the lockdown. Sold out tuloy of players ng Fnatic.
Oh my goodness. Si Som, sayang di natin nakita. Asan na naman yung pick-up niya towards the flank bawas si Chronicle together with Alphager. In-isolate niya kagad para lang hindi makapag-counter lockdown ng isang killjoy and he got the perfect timing. At ngayon, susunod na nga kagad at the answer of Finesse. But all in all, ang ganda ng staple time ngayon ng energy. This might be too late already for Fnatic and I think they will be going for a save instead.
Oh, yun nga. Layo na kagad ng pakikitungo ng energy ngayon. And kung nag-work sa kanila yung ganitong slow plays, it will work in favor of them. At kung hindi ito malaman ng Fnatic kung paano sila susolusyonan, it can be a problem on the latter stages of our round. Good round, especially for Fnatic or rather sa side na nga ng NRG dahil onti lang naman ang nabawa sa kanila and they were able to secure and zone in the space para hindi makapag-retake ang Fnatic. And I loved how and when they used the lockdown. Sobrang layo no na at hindi tuloy nakapush for a retake nga ang Fnatic.
Alam mo, yung kay Som, it was just like spamming through the smokes. Grabe yung timing. Yes, may info, pero syempre hindi naman ganun ka-accurate. Baka lumipat na yung kalaban mo, and yet he was able to take down 2. That's just a good hold from this guy. Parati na lang siya consistent sa controllers niya. Pero ngayon naman, may advantage na nga ng 1 round itong energy. Pupush nila kagad tong dalawa na nasa dish, but will Victor be lucky enough? Nope. Inuna niya muna yung satchel. Nakuha na kagagad to ni Leo against him.
Ayan, nako, nakipag-let's go na rin all the way from the other side. But then, makikipaglaban pa rin naman sina Som dito. Pero unfortunately, hindi pa rin ito magiging pabor para sa kanya. But now, Leo still gets in the third kill under his name. It's only 1 remaining. It's going to be Artist. Meron pa rin naman siyang Vandal sa kanyang mga kamay. Pero ang problema, alam na kung saan siya manggagaling pa. Kaya naman, babatoon na lang siya. Then, kahit anong meron pa mula sa kabila dahil si Durkee kumukuha, madumidalihin siya ng orbital strike ngayon. At lalo na 3 ang nakaabang kay RD, wala na rin siya magiging palagpa. It's still a 3-3. Ito na, sobrang kabagal ng laro. Pero kita mo naman, it is equalized between players from Fnatic and NRG.
Grabe, yung ginawa ng energy sobrang laki nun. Biruin mo kasi nag-audition sila pa isa-isa. Walang trade si Victor when he pick out 2 people here in Dish. Hindi kagad nakapag-respond. Tapos ito pa, hinabol pa nila thinking that they might take down yung 2 members but instead sila kagad yung nakuha. And remember, Leo, one of the consistent players. Ito pagdating sa Fnatic, sila yung heart talaga. Silang dalawa ni Chronicle. Grabe naman talaga pagdating sa tutok pa lang. Hindi lang tutok pati sa utilities. Sobrang ganda talaga. So this is just really equal between Fnatic together with Energy. Yung mga core nila, yung mga heart ng mismong team na to, sila lalo ngayon yung mas needed.
Ang feeling ko din here for Fnatic is that na alam nilang nagpaparamdam muna ang energy. So doon sa mga puntong nagpaparamdam na yung energy, it's either papalagan na nila or ipe-play na nila kaagad for a retake. Parang tinetest nila kaagad yung waters kung ano ba yung mga utilities at ultimates na available for NRG para makuha nga yung round fully at makapag-commit ng todo-todo sa loob ng site. Dahil alam naman natin, di ba, they are really served well when their utilities, lalo na yung lockdown na ginamit nga kanina ni RD. But then, nung nakita nga natin, as I mentioned, we have Leo, we have Alphager who was able able to give a lot of action laban kina Victor kanina. So, hindi nagpatuloy-tuloy yung kanilang pagpaparamdam to a site. They weren't able to go for an exit. They weren't able to execute in their game plan. Kaya ngayon, it was a good call for a timeout.
Uy, tatandaan nyo, it's the first match ng Fnatic dahil sila ay seeded and they're going up against NRG. So, ang dami talagang, strats na pwede nilang kunin against NRG. Si Durka sumilip pero wala. Kala na rin
Pati si
Victor may
Victor.
magpupush. Wala, Victor. Sayang ang showstopper mo. Oo.
Kaya na-slow siya, wala tuloy siya magagawa. Kundi umentry na lang ng umentry talaga dahil yung smokes nagamit na. Wala silang ibang backup. So, pero look at that free fire. Nakaligtas pa si Durka dahil wala namang ding lumaban sa kanya. So now, matatake time, NRG, may showstopper, meron din namang aftershock, but they will still be able to plant in a spike. The smokes are still hindering in. The post-move positioning is coming in from NRG, kaya naman bawat sulok, bawat anggulo, dapat ang bantayan na ngayon. Tingnan ng Fnatic as they play it for the retake, but then, as they do, as they want to, isa-isa naman silang nauubos.
Oh my goodness. Ang messy ng round na to for energy. But then, nakuha nila yung kills.
It works,
diba? Especially yung sa tingin ko yung angulo talaga ni Som, that's something na sobrang, hindi naman yun usually mapipick off kagad kapag trinay mong tignan yung angulo na yun. So there's just no choice for Leo together with Alphager. They just really need to save already. And this is a round favored again sa energy. Ang daming pocket strat. Alam nyo ba, fun fact lang, hindi naman yung lineup ng energy nung nag-play sila sa Fracture, they never played with the Sova. At ngayon, pinakita na nila. Sabi nila sa Fnatic, meron pa kaming tinatagong strats kasi alam naman namin na nag-VOD review kayo, na mag-research kayo, syempre, sa next naming step. Pero ngayon, with Crashies on that, talaga Sova, ang laki kagad ng decisive place ngayon ng energy.
Yun nga yung sinasabi natin kanina na about taking in the info kung paano sila magpaparamdam. Dahil tinatansya nila kung sino yun nasa loob ng site. Kaya nakakapag-decide tuloy kaagad sila kung ano na ba yung gagawin, kung anong utility yung kailangan nilang bantayan at kung nakaset up ba doon si RD or rather si Alphager. Dahil ito yung ultimate na nila na parang magiging gatekeeper nila kumbaga sa loob ng site. Pero ngayon, ang mga gatekeepers natin sa loob ng B is going to be none other than Chronicle and Tarka left alone para magduelo nga yung apat na natumba from NRG.
Diyos ko po kaninang ganda ng round for energy. At ngayon, may answer na naman sa Fnatic. Literal guys, para tayo naglalaro ng chess dito. Mapaunahan, makapagkuha ng pitas, tapos checkmate, who's gonna be better. Alphager gets Ardis, and now it's a 4-4. But ito tatandaan nyo, this is a fracture map picked off by Fnatic, and yet they are very surprised about sa performance ng energy. So really tells us na itong energy, they quite prepared sa gantong magiging laban nila against Fnatic at the same time. Pero ito yung double nila na dalawa lang sa 2v5 yung mga ports.
Di nila inakala nakakayanin pala sila mamamba at brinaso kumbaga nila Chronicle and then si Darko. But yeah, yun nga talaga dinaan lang sa tutok, hindi na kailangan ng kung ano-anong utility pang ibabato ng Fnatic ngayon. And speaking of Fnatic, this is still Darko and now he is followed up by Bolster. Tumalon, namuntag, sinigaw ang pangalan mo, pero si Chronicle para naman tutumba. Na-timingan pa siya ni Crashies. And speaking of Crashies, kasama niya naman din si RD ng kasalukuyang nawala pala sa mapa. And now it's still down to a 1v2 scenario in which aabangan at malalaman pa kung saan ang pwesto niya. Crashies is down, now a lead for Fnatic.
Okay, alam na natin yung sagot. Huwag magpe-play W. Etong mga energy, it doesn't work
Kaya
for them.
dapat slow, no?
Slow talaga dapat yung kanila. Hindi nila kayang pang APAC na press W. Mahirap talaga.
Wala yan, man. Mamaya pa natin makikita yung W gaming
Yan Mamaya pa. Ay, hindi, nagjo-joke
Ay,
lang
akala ko, totoo yun. Napaisip ako kasi yung mga series mamaya, yun yung natalo ng Team Secret.
Oh,
diba?
Tama. Siyempre, shoutout sa Team Secret na nasa Korea ngayon. Nasa Seoul, Korea. Loob ko sa inyo. Pero siyempre ngayon, Fnatic gets this advantage already. Durka already on that operator. Obviously, kapag naka-operator yan, pitas kagad ang isa. Pero to, sisirain ni Fines yung kanyang pwesto. Will he be able to get the kill? Hindi pa rin. Blinded na nga, swerte pa rin. At si Som gumante na nga din kagad against Boaster.
Wala Trinay nila mag-W na na map. Pero nung tinapatan lang naman nila Darka, nakita na that they can still bleed on this kind of strategy. So now, tatlo pa rin naman ang natitira from Energy. Nakadali pa ng isa. Uy, chamba yun dahil na-smoke. Na-free fire niya. Siya smoke dito sina Darka. So unfortunately for them, even though that they already initiated those early pick-offs, magiging 3v3 pa rin naman ang laban. We still have here space for some para makapag-plant ng spike, pero magiging problema kasi isasagot din naman si RD ngayon ng lockdown. So, bali, no one shall make an entry para sa NRG.
I love this round. Ang dami
Ang gulo
Oo, paiba-iba. Puro sagutan. Lockdowns to lockdowns. And finally, Som goes for a plant. Very patient talaga ang mga taga-NRG. And right now, tignan natin kung makakapagkuha nga siya pagdating sa kanyang orbital strike. Crash is right now playing around with his teammate. Pero saan ka nakatingin? Si Leo, nasa likod mo na. And finally, it's all up to Som at yung nalutuan.
Sayang! May orbital strike pa naman siya. So that can either delay and deny the retake that may be a big potential for Fnatic. Wala eh. Binatuhan siya kaagad ng Molly and he wasn't able to reposition around the site as well. Parang siguro kung pumwesto siya kaagad going in tower, makakaligtas pa siya eh. He still has a little bit of time para makapag-reposition nga, but unfortunately, yung initial kills talaga ang nagmatter ngayon for Fnatic para mag-lean towards yung kanilang winning condition for their side.
Alam mo, sayang lang for Crashes yun. They don't have any information kung nasaan si Leo din kasi. Tapos ito na nga, yung mga usual problems kasi ng Fnatic na sa pre-namis nilang aayusin nila, naayos na nila ngayon. Kita nyo, ang ganda ng mid-rounds nila. Tapos hindi lang yun. Yung kay pinakakailangan nila na usually nagiging mistake nila, isang disiplina. Ngayon, meron na, nakikita nyo yung discipline whenever it's 3v4s, 2v4s, parati na nila kagad nagagawa, na-work out na nila unlike dati. Kasi kapag inaasim nila, but knowing that they have a man advantage, parati silang nagpe-press W. But ngayon, mas structured na kagad yung retakes nila whenever they are under defending.
Exactly. Tinatakpatan na din nila eh. Ang nagmamatter talaga kasi is yung early picks, yung early initial pick-offs na ilalaban, tinatry ng NRG against Fnatic. They wanna give a lot of distraction or give a lot of attention na dito kami papunta. Parang pinapakiramdaman ka lang pero i-ghost ka rin pala. Sorry. Pero nakita mo naman na Fnatic talagang tinatapatan nila eh. Deny nila yung pwedeng maging entry from NRG para kulang na sila sa manpower kapag nag-decide na talaga sila fully into a site. But I'm loving the utilities and ultimates pala na available here for NRG. So, they have a higher chance siguro para manalo dito sa round na ito. Pero kailangan na rin siguro nila mag-ingat still kay Durka eh.
Durka with that operator, alam naman natin na sobrang powerful niya. He always make sure to get at least one frag out at kailangan mag-ingat. I think better kapag finish nyo yan.
Don't
Energy.
dry pick.
Okay, wag nyo dry pick. Ingatan nyo yan. Alam na nila. Buti na lang good read din sa side ng Energy. At yun na nga kagad, they get the concuss. Pero Durka still playing it out. Wala pa rin, pero nag-pre-fire siya. At ayun, la-line upan ngayon. And now, there's the trade. Victor takes one. At Crashes, may nakuhang dalawang pagdating sa kanyang ultimate na Hunter's Fury. Hinampas Alphager na lang together with Leo. What a burst from Energy.
That was such a coordinated, well-coordinated play, if I may say. With that recon, wala tuloy nagawa sa Durka at fully nilang nabasa yung pwedeng maging positionist nga ng Fnatic earlier para makuha nila yung round na yun. Initial picks, kumbaga nilalaban nga nila laban sa NRG, pero hindi na sila pinayagan muli. We have the concuss, we have the fault line that may deny Fnatic from trying to play a retake dahil dalawa na lang din kaagad kasi talaga ang natitira.
Wix, Alphager. Fico, exit frags na lang ang gusto nila kunin ngayon. They don't have time anymore to get it all together. But then Victor saves the day. At it's a win for Energy. Ang ganda nga na sinabi natin, na maximize nila yung ultimates, yung Hunter's Fury ni Crashy. Sobrang laki ng impact na yun. Sayang di natin nakita. Tignan natin ngayon sa replay on what happened. Ito yung meron pagdating sa showdown. Maraming teams kasi hindi naman usually alam kung ano yung mga lineups ng recon, di ba?
Sumunod din kasi talaga kaagad si Victor. So wala talaga talaga silang nagawa na dapat nilang i-deny pa ang NRG. Tingnan mo naman, diba? Palabas na yung kanyang Rolling Thunder earlier, but then he was quickly shut it down nung mag-entry na nga kaagad. Loob kaagad nila yung entry na ginawa nga dito ni Victor. So unfortunately for Fnatic, even though that they have a lot of, they have the initial picks, mag-iiba naman yung pacing ngayon. And speaking of pacing, naku, si Darko wala makita dahil no, pasyon and crashes, and Victor was able to use it. So her showstopper as well. Fnatic Leo naman dito for an answer. But let's see now here in this 3v3 situation.
Lahat na naman nagsiultihan, lahat nag-showstopper, may kasama
Last round na din eh.
Oh, may kasama pa kagad ngayon na Rolling Thunder. And it's just everything all together connected between these two. But I do believe ang laki pa rin kagad ng advantage ng energy pagdating sa round na to. Buhay pa si Victor, buhay pa si Som, buhay pa si RG. Yung mga nagta-top frag talaga sa team, sila pa ngayon yung mismong buhay. At ngayon na may information na sila dahil sa mga pre-fire ng Fnatic, dapat aware na sila kagad ngayon. And now, speaking of Som, together with Victor, tarang naghawak kamay sila. And finally, they tie up the first half against Fnatic. Looking strong ang mga taga-NRG.
I really loved how they played off the distraction. They went in with the satchels na nagmula nga dito kay Victor para mabigyan niya nga yung distraction. Mapupunta sa kanya yung first contact. But now, let's look into that highlight na ang bilis sa mga nagiging pangyayari. Nakita patan din naman si Leo to make sure na magkaroon na naman ng equal amount of advantage, pero dito talaga sila nagkatalo on that retake. Yung post-map positionings, nag-well in favor nga for NRG. But let's see and let's hear what the panel has to say para sa first half lang naman na iyon.
Maraming salamat, casters! And nakita nga natin, di ba, 6-6 is the score right now. Energy are putting up a very, very good fight. And I'm actually surprised given that Fnatic is actually a very defense-heavy team, no? Nakaka-push talaga yung Energy past their defenses.
Parang, si Rafi sobrang excited. Akala ko siya yung umuna sa analysis. Pero,
he's just cheering you on.
Support.
I think what we've noticed is when RG started to slow down and really just start dissecting the game for what it was, that's when we found a bit more success. But I do think that the Sova is helping quite a bit kasi minsan parang may angles na, yes, you can anti-flash, but you're kind of also exposing yourself to the dart itself, and that really helped in a lot of those stakes. But as you mentioned, it is pretty even so far. I'm really curious to how the adjustments are going to be made once we hit the side swap.
Yeah. Pero dun yung concern ko, like, it's actually so even, considering the fact na ito yung very aggressive pick coming in from Fnatic. They don't have as much stats on it, not much success or failure, because there's not a lot of info for them on this one. And somehow, Energy is just able to talaga come back and they're able to equalize at least.
It was so helpful after that timeout that they did. I think it was like in round 5 or 6, I believe. Na parang after that, nakita na natin na parang yung yung Energy parang naging aggressive in a way. Complete. Wow. Aggressive in a way, but in the right way, wherein they knew where Fnatic was really like, positioning or holding up, and they knew exactly where to target. At nakita nga natin yan, diba? For example, the Hunter's Fury ni Crashies that got so much value out of that one round.
Totoo. And again, I was talking about Som being the big gun. And him performing also just, kind of reinforces that. But, before any of that week, I feel like the casters also have a lot to say about this.
You are absolutely right. So, ipapasa na natin sa ating casters.
Maraming salamat sa ating panel ngayon. At diniscuss nga nila, grabe nga itong pag-dissect ng energy pagdating sa first half pa lang. And let's see on their defending, I think this is kind of like favorable para sa kanila. Except pala kay Victor na bati ko kagad.
Bilis ka agad na pwede nilang pakikitungo ngayon dahil nalaman na nila kung saan manggagaling, saan din makikitungo ang Fnatic. They are piling up, going into dish. Pero ready na nga ba ang NRG dito? Lalo na't ngayon, they're just waiting in for some info, and they are possibly pushing away from A main kung saan magpapatuloy na nga ang Fnatic ngayon with their entry.
Oh, lahat sila manggagaling ng drop, magkada ng setup nila, lahat gusto nilang i-clear. But then, very smart na naman yung energy. They will give up the site. Alam nila meron kang dog, meron kagad concuss mula sa breach na to. And as for Crashies, lineup na nga it is. Tignan natin kung makakita kagad siya ngayon. But then right behind them, Leo sa iba ka nakatingin. Ay sabi ni Leo, sa iba kayo nakatingin at now Victor na lang together with RD. But they still got the tops working. Dalawa na lang kagad sila. Low 1 HP na lang si Victor. Konting hibla na lang. At mukhang that's just it for him. But Ardis, sobrang insane. 3 kills kagad. At mag-isa na lang si Alphager. At tignan natin kung masasave pa ba na ni Victor. But hindi. Alphager with the Red Bull clutch, he was able to save the day still.
What a definite strong round for NRG dahil they tried Yun na nga yung mga precise shots na kailangan niya makuha. And unfortunately for them, nagkasalisayan sila. Akala nila walang magpapatuloy from the side of Fnatic going in A. Pero nagkamali sila ng read. Galing nga ng dish. But then those shots were just really crispy enough. Pero sabi ni Alphager dito, free gun, by the way. Classic lang ang ginamit niya to deny that clutch potential coming in from the side of NRG. And now, Fnatic has a round na may magpapatuloy nga yung kanilang ego.
Alam mo naman, importante ang pistol round. Knowing niya yung first half nga ng Fnatic, diba? Medyo naging tie-up nga lang kagad against NRG after the reset nga na minention ni Tita Mika. Pero ngayon, na Boaster, nakaabang na nga din kagad na concuss at the same time. Pero nakay-Som, malaki kagad yung magiging impact ni Som if he'll be able to take out one frag. Pero I think medyo malabo. Ay! Hindi pa pala! Looks like I got it right. Kay Som pa pala ang hawak ngayon. At hindi makakapag-push ang Fnatic papuntang mismong tower. Hindi pa nila na-eradicate ngayon si Som So talagang nag-aalangan sila ngayon sa kanilang decision making.
Uy, Leo is just really sneaky at maunahan niya pa rin naman si Victor. Victor with the rest of the gang is taken down. Boaster naman makakatatlo lang naman with just the Marshall. 4 laban sa isa na lang natitira. Ano pa ba yung pwede niyang gawin ngayon? Lalo na't wala siyang makuha na free upgrade. When it comes to the guns, when it comes to the rifles, na hawak-hawak na ngayon ng Fnatic. And this is such a good buy round ng Fnatic dahil wala, isa lang ang tumumba sa kanila.
Uy, Finesse, may mapipitas ka pa ba? Naku po, nakonkas pa siya. Feel ko katapusan niya na kagad to. As Boaster, we'll be looking at him. Why do you always, bakit parati ako nagkakamali?
No-scope kasi.
Oo. At ngayon, Leo, ganda talaga ng mga pwestuhan ni Leo. He just really knows this fracture map. Whenever he's on that fade, he never disappoints. Pero ngayon naman, guys, magandang start na to. 2-round lead for Fnatic at ito yung crucial round ng NRG.
Oo nga lalo na buy round ito ng NRG ngayon at kailangan nila magpatuloy with their momentum kundi ma-sandwich at mabibigyan sila ng impact ng Fnatic na magpapatuloy in their favor lalo na once we see Leo na nagpa-pop up na talaga. Look at this KDA, diba? 16-5. Sa sobrang ingat niya, nakakakuha siya ng precise kills and he makes a really good impact for Fnatic para manatili nga on their scoreline. And now, and speaking of Fnatic, medyo madedelay man sila ng bahagya with just the utilities, with just the fault lines. Pero mukha naman sa positionings nila, decisive silang ilaban nga yung mga bala, yung mga positionings ngayon ng NRG.
Kung ako sa Energy, bibigay ko na lang yung dish control. Hindi ko na masyadong ilalaban. Pero as for Victor, he just got some information. Okay, marami sila kagad sa dish. We need the smoke kagad mula kay Som para lang maharangan sila kagad.
Wala pa, layo ni Som
Pero ngayon, nagko-collect lang pala. Collect and select na naman muli.
Ito nga yung ina-amplify nga ng Fnatic and rather ng both of our breach players here for either of the teams. Iniipon nila yung mga orbs para magkaroon nga sila ng good opening on the ladder stages or the ladder rounds ng half na ito dahil yun yung makakapag-AOE, yun yung makakapag-control sa pagpasok nila ng site at para ma-deny nga yung positionings dito held by NRG. And speaking of NRG, they're not just playing it out close with the contacts, they're just deciding to play it out for the retake dahil meron naman sila mga setup. And speaking of the setups, lulundagan lang naman kaagad nila Durka. Itong mga setups na ito, nagkakabarila, nagkakaputongan pero walang mababalyahan. Makakakuha pa rin naman ng committed site agad ang Fnatic, lalo na si Som ang unang tumumba. Alphager is just consistent enough to get in a kill. Now Durka will be going in for an answer. Isa na lang kaagad ang natitira. It's all down to FNS, but what can he do next?
Oh, Leo once again takes the last kill. Nice score talaga mula sa side ng Fnatic. And ito pa na naman, kahit ma-shutdown mo si Durka, okay, good job. Galing sa energy. Tatandaan nyo, yung mga back-end workers nila katulad ni Leo, together with Chronicle, together with Boaster. Alam nyo naman how accurate also they are. Together pa si Alphager. Ang daming connected shots na naman mula sa Fnatic na talagang mahirap to sa side ng energy kasi full buy na sila kagad.
Tsaka ang ginawa kaagad ng Fnatic kasi, the moment na na-detect siya ng recon, he decided to just fight it out. Na-detect na siya eh. So, dapat ilaban niya na lang talaga dahil alam na kaagad ng NRG kung saan siya lalabanin, siya hanapin. Kaya, dapat, tapatan mo na lang talaga. But speaking of tapatan, RD, wala rin naman mapapala dahil si Darka ang kanya makakaharap pa. We have Somto. He did try to make something happen with his shot of hand. But Turkey kasi dito, mas lumalamang nga. Nakita mo ba yun? Shorty kill nga yata talaga.
Ay, naku. Sabi niya, okay, kala mo tatapatan mo pa ako ng sheriff, pero ngayon, Alphager.
Attacking ng Fnatic.
I really thought na may pre-prepare si Energy sa kanilang defending, knowing that they have that Sova. Sabi ko nga, nag-reconstruct sila dito, ginawa nilang instead of KO, di ba? Tapos, ngayon naman on their defending, feel ko, medyo nagkukulang sila ngayon on their answers.
Nakita mo ba may
ginig. Ano talaga yung sabi niya, medyo mahirap-hirap ngayon.
Ganyan yung ganyan kasi kapag duelist ka, tapos nagka-clutch, diba? Ilang beses ba siya nakaka-multi-kill sa mga entry niya? Kaya naman, understandable. Na-acknowledge natin yung ginig factor niya.
At tatandaan mo si Durka nagpasimula kapag talaga, Ocalbs na buff. Ginaya siya ni Demon
Oo,
1
sinasabi naman din ng Fnatic yun, diba?
Hinahawakan pa nga ni Boaster yung ulo
buff.
Sabi ni Demon 1, galing sa Evil Geniuses, ginaya niya kagad yung inspiration galing kay Durka, kaya siya nag-shave din
Kita mo
ng
naman,
buhok.
diba?
Oh,
Tingnan mo
galing din.
naman yung win streak nila nung nakaraan, diba? Ever since lock in, that was a 16 win streak for Fnatic. At yun nga, na-deny lang siya ng Team Liquid. Magpapatuloy ba yung win streak nila? Makakakuha ba nila sila ngayon ng comeback? Dahil I think so. Ngayon kasi, 4 na rounds leading ngayon ang Fnatic. So now, that is a good call for a timeout for NRG dahil ang hirap na rin eh. Dapat ka kanina pa eh.
Coach Chet, bakit? Pero sige, 4 rounds lang naman yan. Alam mo naman, Energy, whenever rounds are hard like this, parati silang nakaka-step up. Tatanda mo yung kay T1, di ba? Sobrang binubog na sila kagad sa Pearl. Pero nakahabol pa sila. They finish it off with a 13-11. Kaya ngayon, medyo breakthrough to. Sana, para sa side ng Energy. Knowing na konti na lang, mayroon na sila kagad 4 ultimates ready for this round kung sakasakali makakuha sila ng pitas.
Ang mahirap kasi dito ngayon sa Fracture, it's a small map. Kailangan decisive ka na kaagad kung ano yung gagawin nyo on the next rather phases of the round dahil magiging problemado ka kapag fully committed na yung mga utilities ng attacking side, kung paano sila makakapag-commit, kung paano kayo madedelay pagdating nga sa retakes dahil ngayon mukhang retake na lang muna sila makakaligtas dahil yung showstopper na dito na, they are holding it off. So, makakuha nga ba ng dalawa? Mukhang hindi na dahil si Boaster ang makadali sa kanya. We have Somto still all the way from top side, but unfortunately, they are just waiting it out for his pick to pick out against the players of Fnatic who was able to plant in the spike. Pero ngayon, look at the lineups, bro! We have 1 kill already in favor of Crashies. Chronicle with an answer. He's still finding it out sa loob ng side mismo, but unfortunately, for FNS, wala na rin naman silang nagawa. It's still Victor though, the last man remaining. Pwede niya pa rin ma-clutch out yung round dahil may showstopper pa siya kasama.
Uy, kaso nga lang information na nasa Gedli niya, which is going to be Leo. Will he be able to contact it? No.
Double pick kasi.
Ang hirap na to for him. Tapos di na din niya kagad nilabas yung showstopper kasi wala siyang information. And I think itong round na to, tama ka din, AG. Ayun ang pinaka-importante galing sa side ng Energy. If hindi nila mapapanahal to, mukhang itong first map natin. This might lean on into the hands of Fnatic, especially napako sa 6. Yung mga pangako ng Energy on their defending.
Hindi sila makasunod, hindi sila makasabay kung gaano ka-decisive, gaano ka-gigil. Ang players ngayon, jump natin. And you can see how comfortable they are pagdating sa kanilang positionings, kung paano nga makapasok na with the entries in the Durga, kung paano sila sumagot when it comes to the retake na nga ng NRG. They are reserving their utilities well. And now, speaking of utilities and ultimates, we have Chronicle. May Rolling Thunder siyang kasama. So, ang magiging problema ngayon ng NRG kung mag-play sila sa loob mismo ng site.
Uy! Naku po, naghihingal yung buhay ngayon ni Crashies. And Boaster takes him out. Sabi, ako na nga dito.
Okay.
Wala bahala. At tinapon lang ni Victor ngayon yung showstopper niya.
Kala niya, tutuloy
Wala din naman nangyari. And now, Fnatic, kung kanina, ang ganda ng dissection ng energy on their attacking, looks like sa Fnatic, they did it better. Kita mo kagad, wala talagang nagagawing energy. Tutok pa lang. But, okay,
Ayun lang.
hello, Som. Nakakuha na naman siya ng 2 kills, pero knowing that he's low, wala tayong sustainability na nakikita. Walang healer ngayon, guys. Pero nga lang, bumack out muna ang mga miyembro ngayon ng energy. Pero ingat, Alvature is up there, but Som gets a 3rd K. At Chronicle na lang together with Leo. The perfect duo ng Fnatic ang natitira.
Yun nga ang problema, masusmoke out pa sila and hindi pa nila malalaman kung saan pa manggagaling pa sina RD. Pero si Chronicle na lang ang nag-iisa. He's going all the way from tower. Wala ka idea si Som. Kaya naman yung 3K niya, papabawasan na muna. We still have your Chronicle trying to plant this might bait it out from Finesse. But unfortunately with him baiting it out up at kay Finesse, siya pa ang mas na bait out. Still a good round para sa side na nga ngayon ng NRG. Pero kasi ang problema, may eco advantage ang Fnatic. Tingnan mo nga kanina si Bolster, diba? Naka-operator na.
Galing ng shutdown na naman, Som. Good anchor pagdating sa mismong energy side. Without him getting those frags, I think it would have been already a match point sa Fnatic. At tignan mo naman 20-13. Yung mga anchor players together with Leo. Ang ganda talaga. I love how they want to perform. And I really do think sobrang tie-up nito despite na sasabihin ng mga tao, di ba, ang laking advantage ng Fnatic. Hindi. Pantay talagang laban ng dalawang teams na to.
Minamama rin kasi sila kanina. Sabi mo nga, we have some, yung mga back-end supports nga ng NRG, nangyayari naman to in favor of them with their initial picks. Pero kasi kapag talagang na-overwhelm na sila ng Fnatic, it goes down to hell. Especially for NRG na kulang sa mga utilities to make something happen for their retake, lalo na't sina Boaster pa yung nakaka-initial pick-offs against them. And they even have the battle na mas lamang nga yung numbers ng Fnatic. So, nagiging problemado ang NRG. Paano nila ilalaban pa yung site?
Ito si RDS ha, pagdating sa kanyang Killjoy, I'm really impressed sa improvement niya. Dati kasi hindi niya ma-hold, hindi niya alam kung paano niya ipe-play yung mismong Killjoy. And right now, it's looking good for energy. Sobrang comfortable na nga sila in this roster compared noong nakita natin sila ng lock-in. Boaster right now sets up the smoke. May call din kaagad mula sa arcade. Meron pa kaagad niya yung Tony Prowler mula sa Fnatic pero makokonkas lang sila at madedelay na naman. May kasama pa ngayon kay Som na orbital strike. I rather pala, kay Som nga pala to. Pero may sagot din kagad si Boaster. But then RD was able to hold it. Pero nga lang na-trade kagad si Chronicle. And I think this might be favored sa Fnatic already as we only have Crashies together with Victor.
Yeah, and speaking of them, wala pa silang ma-idea kung ano pa ba yung pwede nilang gawin. They can deny and delay and the plant dito na ngayon. Ang Spike, madedetect yung isa. Pero ngayon, makikipaglaban pa si Victor. Magtatanggol na all the way from arcade pa. Pero ngayon, they're just playing it out with just the shots coming in from Cashies. Once up to the heads, that's all he needed to give himself a triple kill for under his name, NRG. Nakakahinga pa ng maluwag.
Grabe, kita mo yung itsura ni Crashes. Parang another day daw ulit na makaka-3K siya at makakakuha siya ng magandang play. Kita mo kagad, di ba? After popping off that yung kanyang Hunter's Fury, akala ko it's gonna be favoring Fnatic. But hindi. Tinigdan lang niya kagad yung plant. Victor was also holding it out. Ang ganda ng ginawa talaga ni Crashes. And ito na naman, he never disappoints kapag kailangan na kailangan mo siya. And right now, the gap is keep on getting closer now. This might be an 11-11,
Yung eco nga din ng Fnatic unting-unti na lang, mababawasan na yung possibility nila na magpatuloy pa on the match point. Pero let's see, hindi pa rin naman imposible ito, lalo na they still have here their utilities, they still have rifles at hand. Ito na nga kaagad sila, they are decisive enough to get inside of A. But let's see kung ano ba isasagot na players ng NRG dahil binibigay lang nila yung site. We have 2 players from NRG na manggagaling ng dish and then postman na kaagad ang Fnatic.
Uy, tatandaan nyo may lockdown si Ardis, pero meron ding lockdown si Alphager. It's just really interconnected between these two. Pero the show must go on para sa NRG. Pero nga lang may pressure. Baka talagang hindi sila makagalaw. But Victor destroys Chronicle. Kasama pa kagad ngayon yung lockdown. Tapos ito na, opportunity sa kanila to. At ito pa, wala na din kagad si Chronicle. So yung mga post-plant nila medyo mahirap to. Some goes for the defuse. Pero sabi niya, di ko na bibitawan to. I get it. And finally, NRG. Successful round once again sa kanila.
Ganda ng pagde-decipher agad ng energy. And they had a really good decision na ibigay na lang yung site, i-reserve yung utility at ultimate for that lockdown for them to push back players from Fnatic na hindi na nila maprotektan pa yung spike. And I gotta just love the connection ng energy ngayon. Napapuwersa tuloy, mapa-time out ang players from Fnatic at pinatatlo lang daw kaagad, diba? Or rather, pinalima lang kaagad ang players ng Fnatic and unti-unti na kaagad sila gumagapak.
Talagang sa Fnatic, medyo dehado talaga sila ngayon. Kanina, sayang din kagad after that lockdown. Pero ang smart talaga pagdating sa utility usage nga din ng energy. Victor talaga, he never disappoints us. On that race itself here in Fracture, super perfect din at the same time. Pero ito pa, sa mga nanonood dyan, fun fact din, Honey Glaze, tignan nyo si Crashies, parati siyang may bubblegum, diba? Alam mo ba kung bakit? Alam nyo ba guys kung bakit? Kasi ang bubblegum, kapag naglalaro ka, tapos nagbabubblegum ka, mas nasi-stimulate yung brain mo. So, may mga players na ganun yung ginagawa para talagang maging mas active lalo, hindi antokin yung brain habang naglalaro ka. I can
support that info, dahil yun nga din yung yun nga din yung idea para daw makapag-study ka well for school, ganyan, na kailangan na either may mane or may bubblegum para at least patuloy na nagpa-function nga yung brain mo na alive ka din. Pero kasi ako, ang problema sa akin, kapag kumakain ako ng mane, gusto ko tuloy-tuloy. So, hindi na ako nakakapag-review. So, parang problema ko yun. I can support the fact, pero problema ko yun eh.
Feel ko para sa ISG, dapat yung binabalatan pa para talagang hindi sunod-sunod.
Pero kapag nabalat na lahat, tuloy-tuloy pa rin eh. Pero tuloy-tuloy na nga ba ngayon ang win percentage or win condition ngayon ng Fnatic dahil, or rather ng NRG, dahil they are close enough to make this a tie series or tie of a game. Ang magiging question lang kung magiging ready ba sila, ma-overwhelm na nga ba sila ng Fnatic. The smokes are already placed in. We have Sansa naman na tinake ngayon ng NRG or ng Fnatic, kaya naman maabangan sila ni RD. And speaking of RD, may ipet, they hit them down from the ground and this is a good answer from Alphager as well. We have the numbers advantage already for Fnatic but the smokes already, wala na kagad yung mga smokes kaya makakapagbigay pa ng opportunity dito si Nasom para makakuha ng clutch but unfortunately, it's just down to Crashies.
Crashies, may recon, may shock dart, pero going up against 3 members, medyo mahirap-hirap talaga. Kailangan niya kunin si Chronicle pero Alphager right behind him. Nandito na ako kagad sa aking kasagutan and finally, a match point sa side ngayon ng mga taga-Fnatic. After the timeouts talaga, it really looks good sa parehas na teams na to. After ng timeout, successful round na naman muli. Makakapag-reset sila. Pero ngayon, pagdating sa Fnatic, very perfect kagad talaga yung sinabi ni mismong coach nito, ni Bunso. Kasi guys, ang cute nga kanina no nakita natin habang nagtiteam sila bago mag-start ng match. But then, right now, looking good for Fnatic. Match point na nga kagad.
It really was. Since, again, akala ko masasandwich sila dito, maabangan, ma-anticipate ni RD. Yes, nakakuha man sila ng isa, but the problem remain here is paano pa sila sasagutin na nga. We have here Derka. He is being forced away from any casualty. Pero ngayon yung casualty, may ibibigay pa ako ng Victor Finesse. Good answer, good trade. But unfortunately, it's still 4 to 5 players kasi magkakasama all the way from spawn. So, yeah. Another round that may possibly be hard enough for NRG to play it out para sa kanila magiging retake.
Alam nyo na guys, bawal sa NRG ang fast-paced games. Kanina they tried something, diba? Ganda naman, pero syempre medyo back out na kagad yung mga miyembro ng Fnatic. We only have one who kind of contested that and his name is Derka, of course. Pero ngayon nagpalit na sila ng guns. Bigyan mo sa akin to para lang kagad makapag-reheat tayo sa A-site and let's see what Crashies together with Som will do right now just to be able to secure this round at ayaw pa nalibigay sa Fnatic to.
Oo nga eh. Paano pa kaya ito? Hindi pa rin naman masama or hindi pa rin naman magiging imposible for 2 players, si Crashies and Sompang magkasama sa loob ng A. Lalo na ngayon, they have the idea that Fnatic might go and continue going inside of A. But still, Sans pa rin ang tatahakin ng Fnatic. We still have your Darka. Nag-aabang sila from any pick sa pwede nga mangyari all the way from drop. Pero magpapatuloy nga ito with their setup. We have the Concuss dominating and pinning down Crashies all the way from his position. So this is a good definite entry for Fnatic at mas may laman pa sila ngayon dahil si Ordi na lang ang natitira.
Ang ganda ng ginawa ng Fnatic. Lumipat sila kagad after that smoke from Som. Sabi nila wala sigurong nagbabantay dito sa Mayat our side at sa drop rather. Pero ito na nga, nakita na natin, RD, that's just it for him, too late. And finally, Fnatic takes this against NRG in our first map sa Fracture. Good performance sa parehas na teams ngayon. I just love how interconnected their plays are. Very stable. Pero as for Fnatic, map pick advantage talaga.
Definitely. Nakita mo rin naman kung gaano sila kakomportable maglaro sa loob ng site. They know what to do kapag gusto na nga mag-retake agad ng NRG and they change up the spacing. Agad, nung nakita na nila that there are a lot of continuous rounds na nakukuha nga ng NRG. And NRG, I think, yun nga sa sobrang bagal nila maglaro, nagiging problematic ito kapag nandoon na nga decisive enough at nang o-overwhelm ang Fnatic. So, there are points na talagang sumusugod as a whole ang Fnatic. So, hindi malaman ng NRG kung ano pa yung pwedeng gawin.
Alam mo yung energy, sabi ko nga, yung first half nila, ang ganda, di ba? Very good talaga yung kanilang style. They were able to make this into a 6-6 on where yung defense kasi ng Fnatic sobrang ganda. Pero nga lang, nag-switch tayo ng sides. Sa tingin ko, may kulang pa pagdating sa recipe na gustong i-cook ng NRG pagdating sa kanilang defending. Tapos nga sabi ko, the fact that they don't have a fade player, hindi nila makakuha kagad yung early concusses.
Yeah.
Wala talaga silang makakuhang clear sa mga push ng sites kagad pagdating sa Fnatic. And I think that's something that they need to change ngayon.
Ang nakikita ko rin it's working naman. Pag dating sa kanyang Sova pick for Crashies, kita mo naman yung mga multi-kills niya and the utilities na nako-coordinate niya with the rest of the players of NRG. Ang nagiging problema lang kasi is paano nga nila sasagutin yung Fnatic. We have Durka who has been really consistent getting in those kills kapag komportable na sila. They know how to pin down NRG as well. At yung mga puntong napipin down at na-change up na nila yung facing klapan na nga sa NRG. Tinatapatan nila Okay sana yung naging attacking side ng NRG earlier on. But the problem may remain here when nabasa na kaagad sila ng Fnatic na dapat pala tapatan natin yung ganitong plays nga ng NRG. Sige, magbabasa sila kung sino ba yung nasa loob ng site. Hanapin nila with the picks, magbibigay sila ng distraction. Pero ang nakita mo naman, di ba, Fnatic gave such a huge problem nung inaabangan na nila yung NRG.
At ito pa yung gusto kong i-highlight. I think, usually kasi Durka, diba, together with Victor or RDs yung nako-compare ng lahat. Pero hindi nila usually napapansin that Leo X Chronicle versus FNS together with Crashies. The heart talaga. Pero mukhang kay FNS, hindi ganun ka-pop off. But let's see what will happen to Bind right now. Something of a big advantage pagdating, syempre, sa mga kapatid natin mula sa NRG. But I am also looking forward how Fnatic did the research on this map.
Yun nga Bind pa naman ito. And we all know how dominating it is para sa NRG dahil naglaro nga sila nung nakaraang linggo in the group stages. But then, malalaman natin yan in a bit. I'm Hannah Glaze with the Double E. By the way, kasama ko ngayon si Ray Ray. Kita tayo sa second map.
I think after 7-0, we got a bit too confident, I think, and started making silly mistakes, but I think overall we were nice and confident the whole series. I didn't expect them to be that good because we pracked them in NA like 5 months ago. I think Sire play was good. I think he's the only one that stood out to me, to be honest. I think Ban just stepped up the last map, but unfortunately it wasn't enough for him.
Simply stall. That's what Oz wants to do. Oh! And he does more than that! Oh, come on! This guy!
So we're playing Fnatic, and yeah, I've played them so many times last year with FPX. I don't think anyone of my team's played them before, so they're going to be in for a little bit of shock. They play a bit weird, but I've played all of them so many times, honestly, that I know how they play, so we will win. I mean, so far, we haven't lost to an EE team, so I don't think that Fnatic are going to be any different.
goes to Fnatic sa ating first series of the day. At nagbabalik na kayo dito sa ating panel with myself, Mika Fabs, with Raph, and with Fluffy. And syempre, happy na happy ako. It's my boys taking the first map of the day. Pero sa tingin ko, actually, parang pinahirapan nila yung sarili nila for a lot of rounds.
I feel like that's the case, pero I kind of want to focus on what NRG did. Syempre, pop-off performance by some, pretty decent backline support. Pero parang yung ginawa ng NRG, okay, let's condition Fnatic. So yung mga explode natin is gonna be that much more effective. We're gonna use Crashy's Recon Bolt on better retakes or post plants. It never came to fruition. Every time they try to go for a heavy waterfall from drop, or if they try to explode on any side of the mains, they just got brick-walled by either Alpha or basically anybody else on that roster, really.
Yeah, I mean, aside from yung support talaga ng Fnatic, sabi nga ni Ray sa cast earlier na these two teams, unlike mga APAC teams natin na sanay na mabilis sila mag-rotate, they really hold down the fort kahit dito sa malaking map like Fracture. And I think that kind of helped Fnatic also stabilize a lot of rounds that they couldn't. Because although I applaud NRG for, I guess, having the confidence talaga to bring out that Sova, which is something that EG has done before, it's something that I think is an off-meta pick, but at the end of the day, Fnatic still takes it. And of course, by no small part from the efforts from our MVP, si Leo.
Yes, I think I was telling you this before the during the break, no. I'm not sure kung nakikinig ka sa akin, but I was saying that Leo was such a good pickup for Fnatic, 'di ba? Yung parang in during the VCT EMEA circuit, 'di ba? He was already popping off with his previous teams. And I think that yes.
I think it was Leo, no, during the trophy ceremony sa Lock-in na everybody was going wild. Si Chronicle, si Boaster. So, tapos si Leo was like,
nice.
Boo, yeah.
Good job, man.
Siya din, I think, yung carrier ng Cow Stuff Toy, which I remember pala yung name ng Cow Stuff Toy. It's Cow Paulo.
Okay.
Yes.
Clever.
Wala lang. I just remember that. But I think here with Fnatic, diba, yung parang yung X factor kasi ng energy was always Ardis, especially since ilang beses na niya nakaharap yung Fnatic, diba? He like he said in the video, he knows how Fnatic plays, diba, during his time with FunPlus Phoenix. And I think na dito, as we're seeing, by the way, si Leo, ang ating MVP here, warm up for the next map that we have. Actually, no, it's not the next map that we have, but he's just warming up.
Handa na sila sa next series nila.
Next series. Wow! Advance mag-isip!
Grabe.
Pero I think that Fnatic, they do have a weird style of playing, diba? Yung nakikita natin sa attack, let's wait until it's 30 seconds na lang. Tapos mag-attack tayo. And then in that chaos of trying to go for the plant, trying to eliminate everybody on the site, diba? Yung parang nagugulad din yung energy, but sometimes it works also against Fnatic, eh.
There's benefit naman talaga to wait for that, again, the point of no return per se. Kasi if, sabi naman ni Fluff kanina na a lot of EME teams, or really teams that aren't in APAC, aren't hyper-receptive to basically pulling aggro, so they stand still in their site no matter what happens. So if Fnatic just kind of wait for those last 30 seconds, syempre since frozen yung defense, parang may disadvantage on those heavy hits. And I feel like, as you mentioned, it might have been weird on the side of NA, or at least for NRG, because again, there's also those symptoms on the NA side. They're hyper-receptive. They really want to take those fights and be a little more prevention instead of cure on those side takes.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like tama ka din dun na it is a risk, but it shifts from how it is earlier in the round into will it even work out later as we move on. And speaking of moving on, we will be playing Bind dito. And I think Bind is one of those maps that the defense talaga is a bit different just because of that existence yung mga TPs nila. You can remain stagnant, which is something na nakita natin sa previous map. Pero you have always that option for either side, honestly, to really make a very quick move and shift the weight of the map.
I am going to be looking at our controllers for this map. Napaka-important talaga nila. I'm wondering if, we'll be seeing the double controller setup. Pero I do know that Fnatic just likes to, have Boaster on control usually for Bind, diba? Are we going to be seeing that from NRG? It's a possibility then that you have Finesse and you could potentially have Som as well on the double controller setup.
I wouldn't be surprised then if we go for double controller, double ini. Pero if I just had to pick one for energy, tingin ko mas fit yung double ini sa kanila because they use a lot of off timing and just waiting to condition. So if I had to pick between just a measured approach and divided pressure versus that one big burst or something to help that one big burst that they were so desperate for in that previous game, then baka double ini might be the way. But in any case, if they have any sort of anti-strat, they better do it now. Otherwise, they're just gonna be swept out of the upper bracket. Why pick Sage? Oh my god, nice throw.
Going into our Prime Gaming Agent Select, ito na naman si Raph na naiinis sa Sage pick for the side of NRG. On the side of Fnatic, we do have the double control with Chronicle on the Viper and Boaster as well.
I mean, Artist, especially dito sa Sage, it's something that I think he's been kind of comfy with in the recent games. I'm interested in the fact na isa lang yung duelist talaga na energy. So pag pumasok si Victor, no one can really catch him and really keep up with him to make sure that he gets the correct entry and mayroon siyang ka-trade. Instead, since both teams are going for that double controller, it's gonna be a bit different, especially since Fnatic has more util.
Well, we're gonna find out who manages to close out this series. Is Energy ready for a comeback or sa Fnatic na ba to? Casters, over to you.
Thank you so much sa our panel. At nandito na nga tayo syempre sa map to invite between Energy together with Fnatic. My name is Rick. Kasama ko ngayon si Honey Glaze with the Kanagawa Waves. At nakita na natin yung first map. At ngayon sa bind, parang may sinabi si Raf kanina. May compliment na sana niya.
Naman ko yung giggle ni Raf, why pick Sage? Mamaya malalaman natin kung ano ba ang gagawin ni RD with this Sage pick here in bind. Dahil usually naman, diba? Kapag bind, we can say that Sage can be a really viable pick dahil wala ka nang ibang choice kundi mag-rotate pa kung sakali mang ma-wall off ka nga with your entries, especially pagdating nga sa pag-defend or pag-defuse, pag-retake nga ng site. It can be a really big of a change or game change para na nga sa kanila may panalo yung rounds dahil Fnatic talaga decisive sila, especially on Fracture kanina lang.
Ang ganda ng ending ng Fnatic dito. Nakapag-comeback sila after that 6-6 sa first half sa Fracture. At ito pa, para naman sa side ng Energy, this is, oh my goodness guys, check nyo naman parati yung Kabi. Parang sa tingin ko, kailangan chinek nila bago sila tumakbo-takbo. And now, nothing will happen. And now, it's a kingdom come once again for Fnatic. It's all up to RD.
Ang ganda ng ginawa kanina ng Fnatic earlier. They really pinned down players from Energy from that dead spot here in B. So now, it's all up to one. RD, ito na ang magiging sagot kung magiging good pick ba ang Sage na ito for them. And now, in this pistol, meron pa rin naman silang orb and heal. Pero kasi apat yung katapat niya eh.
Sabi niya, babato yung mga slow orbs na to. Ang daming angulo at pat na membro ng Fnatic you need to go up against. At ngayon, syempre, paglalaruan na lang siya ng mga time, finally, Leo gets the feel good start for Fnatic. And ito pa, yung napansin ko muli sa side ng ng Energy. I love that they come with creativity pagdating sa kanilang agent selection. It's just almost with the same as how Navi goes. Pero remember, Fnatic is one of the best teams talaga all around pagdating sa pagsagot sa mga kalaban nila and how they want to start it out. And remember, ito sa mga maps where Durka performed his best with that raise.
What I think about the first round earlier is that the wall, medyo na-bait out yung NRG. Nagmadali kasi sila eh. Gusto nila mag-rotate ka agad. Going into B since, again, this is a double controller setup, by the way. We have Chronicle on that Viper. Si Boaster naman again on that Brimstone. So, they have flexible smokes. Manggagaling na nga for Boaster to use. Kung sakali mang magpatuloy nga sila sa loob ng site. And then, nandito naman si Chronicle either bait out or really amplify in the utilities na meron sila. They are just waiting out pa NRG kung ano yung gagawin dahil wala naman sa kanila mawawala ngayon. And look at this. We have double shorties nga pala. Nang hawak-hawak ngayon nila Finesse.
Basang-basa ng mga taga-Fnatic. Pero nga lang, ayun lang. Iba yun, Boaster. Out na talaga siya. Sabi niya, he called it. Three guys stacking here in a bath. Kailangan natin pumunta kagad sa B. Malamang dalawa lang to. Actually, malamang isa na lang. At now, it's up to Finesse to make up with something. Pero nga lang revealed. Ang sakit naman nito. Bet ngayon, Durka gets two. Sino pa ang next na mag-go-audition sa kanya ngayon din? Azard now, bawas na naman ang energy. It's all up to Chronicle. Ay, Cash Shader, Victor together with RDs. Once again.
Wala na naman sila magawa ngayon. Especially na after getting an info mula sa side nga ni Bolster, they have again a double controller setup kung saan kaya nilang panindigan kaagad yung site kahit maiwan dito yung isa and they can still bait out players from NRG. At yun na nga ang nangyari after baiting out the push na nagmula sa bats, patuloy naman sila to take and tackle on B site. Namomblema tuloy kung paano idedepensahan nga kanina ni Finesse kung saan pa siya tatakbo pa. Pero ngayon, at the meanwhile, na tatlong natitira from NRG, they're just really waiting it out para sakaling exit frags na lang daw muna kuhanin nila.
Natatawa ako sa ginagawa nila kay Dirk. Pinagtitripan na lang tatlo.
By time para hindi siya maka-exit.
Yeah, wala din na mapitas. Pero mukhang sasama ka agad si Dirk ngayon. Okay, tatanggapin ko na ang mangyayari
It
sa
takes
akin
one for
ngayon.
the team.
Uy, sama kayo. Yan. At ito pa, gusto ko lang discuss pagdating dito sa lineup ng mga taga-Energy. This also happened when they went up against T1, right? Som on that harbor, really incredible. At sabi ko nga, kahit anong controller piliin ni Som, it's still okay and viable.
Yes.
Lalo na ganda na sana ng plano na kanina, di ba? I-out niya yung kanyang wave, tapos mag-shorty siya, sasabayan niya. Pero hindi nangyari kasi nga, napasa na naman ng Fnatic yung step ng NRG doon.
Magkakaalaman na lang tayo ngayon muli on the buy round na meron ngang i-execute dito ng NRG. And speaking of, they mentioned Som earlier and now he's giving off a lot of the leads here for Fnatic. Magpapatuloy na nga ba sila? I think so. Dahil ngayon, nandito na si Darka with his judge. He moves in with the flights. Nandito na rin naman na si Som ready sa kanya. So we have the cascade to push them away from every casualty na pwede nilang i-execute going into Lamps. But then ready na naman dito si Som to get in that kill. Si Alfred yung nakaabang. Kaya naman si Alfred yung makakadalawa. This is a good opening for them kahit hindi pa sila nakakapag-plant. Problemado na ang kabila.
Na-excite masyado si Som doon. Naging overconfident siya. Pero wala siyang choice. He needs to battle it out dito sa short. Kailangan niya makapitas at the same time. Pero marami pang time yung Fnatic. They can go into B side but they have to go up against Finesse. Tingnan natin kung makakabawas si Finesse or hindi. Kasi kapag yan na hindi nangyari, medyo crucial to sa side ng NRG. But then, crashes right now. Pops off this flash. Meron matatamaan. Dalawang nakatingin sa kanya. Boaster. Dinoble na nila. Ayaw na nila maayos ulit. Pero nga lang RD right now together with the heal. He's gonna be backing it out. At ngayon, Finesse, nasa sayo ang roleta. Kung papabor, pero lumipat
He
pa.
was baited out. Umiikot na naman si Bowser. Bakit hindi daw naman, diba? Dahil si Alphager pa rin naman ang nandito ngayon. And Alphager still gets in that kill. Triple kill lang naman under his name right now. And 12 seconds remaining for them to plant the spike. And that is enough time for them to dominate this another round. Byron nga pala ulit ito ng NRG and Finesse. Nang uli na lang na natitira. He still clutches it. And hindi bali na daw na onting-onti na lang ang tao na naggaling at nagmula na nga sa kanilang team. Kaya pa rin talaga to finish it out laban sa Fnatic.
Si Mr. IGL ng NRG. But guys, let's not forget, that was really expensive sa NRG. Apat sa kanila napitas kagad and it's all up to FNS to actually clutch it out. At ito din inaabangan ko yung performance ni FNS kasi kanina talaga hindi ganun ka-explosive. Pero ito talaga, guys, I'd like to give it kay Alphager. Dati puro killjoy lang yung pinipili niya. Pero right now, he learned also how to play that Cypher properly here in Bind. And it's pretty effective,
Sayang rin kasi yun, nag-isa-isa sila ditong tumungo nga laban kay Finesse to make sure na ma-overwhelm nila ito. But hindi pa rin pala ito magiging sapat for them. It was again the buy round from NRG, so medyo pabor pa rin for Fnatic yung round na yun. Dahil again, that was only their bonus and they gave a lot of casualties against NRG. And speaking of NRG, with a lot of attention at stake right now going into B, may choices pa rin naman ang Fnatic to rotate back into another side. Dahil look at the position din naman ng Spike, diba? They have a lot of options pa para makapagpatuloy sa round na ito.
At katulad lang ng fracture halos, ang tagal, syempre, ng parehas na teams na to. Pag kumuha kagad ng site, i-take over kagad ang isa't isa. Bakit? Kasi nga, they know that these teams are, especially with NRG, sobrang heavy utility talaga ang ginagawa nila. But as for Dirka, meron kagad nakatingin sa kanyang dalawa. Alam nila na magtitipi din at the same time. Sobrang held back ngayon ang mga taga-Fnatic. And despite that, looks like they finally made the decision. pupunta na nga kagad sila dito sa may A-side. Pero meron na naman si Som, hinarangan lahat ng angles. At sino nga bang unang magiging biktima ni Som? Kumagat si Chronicle, kasama pa kagad ngayon si Victor Asti get the 2 kills. At si Leo kagad may response. Pero nga lang Boaster at Alphajor na lang kagad natitira. Victor gets a 3rd. At ngayon, it's all up to Mr. Boaster to actually get this. Pero mukhang mahirapan na siya. Delayed na nga yung time. Pwede pa siyang i-double swing ng mga taga-NRG.
Sana lang nga siyang natitira ngayon and he is down to a very low HP. It's only 5 seconds. It's either plant a spike, make something happen, pero ang magiging problema, Cassius is up for him. And still, panalo pa rin pala ito ng NRG. Akala ko ito ay magiging pabor na rin for Fnatic. But then again, naging ready sila with the entries that can overwhelm them doon nga sa mga fast takes na gusto sanang gawin nila Durka. But the problem is, naging ready na rin naman na si Som. And Som gave a really huge impact para lang ma-dominate yung bawat angulo, bawat segundong try nilang may panalo yung rounds. And I think so na ang laki ding bagay ng wall talaga, ng high tide dito ni Som na it gives a lot of slow, it gives a lot of factor na made-deny, made-distract pa. Yung magpe-pick out lang naman sa mga nagde-defend ng site. So NRG, they were able to equalize around. Na-deja vu pa yung mga fracture games nila kanina.
At yun yung kagandahan ng meron kang dalawang walls na smoke. Diba? Hating-hati kay Finesse together with Som, and that's why they finally decided to get that. They want to put on a stop kay Durka. Ang dami talagang prepare din ng energy at the same time. At kita mo agad, held back yung mga taga-Fnatic. Ang daming ecoms kasi na mula sa energy, pero ngayon, mukhang sa side ng Fnatic, let's play once again yung very slow pace na ang hirap na. Paso nga nakita mo, masasandwich na sila na naman muli
Most
ng energy.
likely, yun ang pwede mangyari dito for Fnatic. Since we have 2 players already going into Fountain, meron pang showstopper na kasama nga si Victor. And once na makakakita na nga ng opening dito ngayon, ang NRG, mapapatuloy nga ito in their favor pagdating sa retake. Now, going into the site, completely dominating and committing it inside para makapag-plant. Pero ngayon, yung magiging sagot, wala pang nakikipaglabanan mula sa NRG dahil meron lang naman silang reckoning.
Si Crash, huli na. Nahuli na kung saan siya manggagaling. Pero nga lang, he has Victor with him. Gets on that flash. Kung maka-cut off nila to, alam nyo na mananalo sila dito. And pulls off that showstopper. Pero nga lang, too late. It's Leo you're going up against. But Som, ngayon, may kasama na kagad siyang reckoning. Pero tignan natin kung mananalo pa ba sila. Hindi. 3v3 na nga kagad ngayon. Nag-aabangan sila sa may lamp side. But Finesse was able to get the kill. And it's all up to Durka. Pero nga may pa-line up tong mga to. Alam nilang ang mangyayari, may pinches. Pero walang mapipitas at all. Meron pa pala. Som is gonna wave hi to him. And Durka! Grabe! Sunod HG at panalo na naman ang Fnatic on a 2v3.
Yeah, with just their utilities, nagkapaboran na nga sa kanila ito dahil again, they have the blinds coming in from Leo. And what I loved about this is, tinapunta na kaagad nila si Victor. We had the trap bar, so they have enough time para makapag-decide kung ano pa yung pwede nilang gawin. And buti na lang hindi sila nagpakitit. And anticipate nila that there can be someone that can sandwich them all the way from the flanks, all the way from Fountain. Dahil hindi nila ito pinagpatuloy. They have also the trip force, kaya naman they expected a lot of trades. So now, really good lead para sa side ng Fnatic dahil napunish na muli ang NRG. We have stingers for 2 players nga sa kanila. Pero kita mo naman, yung sistema, diba? 3 ang nagbabantay all the way from B.
Mukhang maganda tong plano ng NRG. They want to stack somehow dito sa mismong cubby side. Parang lang pwede nilang makuha on those close range itong mga taga-Fnatic. But Fnatic, once again, they always respect yung utilities ngayon ng mga smokers ng energy. Because ang dami talaga pwede silang makuha ng cascade. Pero nga lang, once again, may sinabi talagang top dito. Pagdating sa kanya, di pa siya na-concuss at the same time. And he can just delay a lot of time sa Fnatic and finally call for the response ng kanyang mga teammates.
4 pa rin naman ito. Pwede at doable pa rin for Fnatic. They're still buying themselves some time, pero yung Trailblazer nakakapagbigay na nga rin ng space for them to take over once again in lamps. Hindi pa rin pala makakapag-plant dito ngayon ang Fnatic dahil there are just a lot of attention at stake. Meron pang tao going inside of lamps. Napatumba naman ni Chronicle ito. Nakakuha din naman siya ng pangalawang kill. We even have here Rerka with the shorty going in for the kill once more. Laban kina RD. So it's down, left behind to 2 players. Kahit na overtake na at nakuha na nila dito yung lamps.
Good na kagad ang sinisimulan ni Som. Pero nga lang, sabi mo nga HG, pagdating sa mga gun talaga, kita mo naman, ang laki ng advantage versus on those Sheriff. And they actually take their pretty time. Despite na 12 seconds na lang natitira, they were able to clear out kagad yung mga nasa lamps and nasa backside mismo, which was Crashies. And finally, Fnatic getting a good start on their attacking. Lalo na pag nag-switch yung side, sa tingin ko, dun talaga then masusubukan yung pagiging powerful ng NRG on their attacking. Pero so far talaga, marami ng round advantage ang Fnatic.
What I also think about that round is hindi lang hinayaan nila magkaroon nga ng attention, magkaroon nga ng tension all the way from lamps. Basta makapag-push kanina si Chronicle going into bats, take over backside ng A. Kaya nang overwhelm na muli ang NRG. And speaking of overwhelmed na naman sila going or defending, trying to defend inside of bats. At yun nga yung naging salisay moment of Fnatic kanina. Doon kasi nakasalisay si Chronicle with an entry. Si Chronicle nakakuha na nga ng 2 kills. Now, they have only 3 players na makailang tapatin from NRG and they're just trying to get in their sweet time para makapag-plant ng spy dahil kuha-kuha na nila yung site at kuha-kuha na rin naman na nila si Som. It's all left behind to 2 players right now. Mayroon nga Seekers ditong mayroong gamitin, pwedeng gamitin for Crashies. But the problem is, Finesse, wala siya ibang magawa dahil medyo ipit na from the trip war.
Alam na niya.
Wala siya pwedeng ikutan pa eh. Meron pa sa likodan niya eh.
Wala na siya no choice. Kapag kapag pinilit niya yun, alam na kung saan siya manggagaling, di ba? Sabi niya, okay, let's just save this. Mahirap na.
Exit frag na lang kay Crashies eh.
Oh, Crashies nga, ginagawa niya yung mga exit frag. That's what we've said. Pero nga lang, Alphager will wave bye-bye to him. At si Finesse na lang kagad saving that recon na kanyang hawak-hawak. Recon Phantom and Fnatic. Finally, 3 rounds na against NRG. At ito pa, I think nung sinabi nga talaga ng ating panel that yung Sage sa pagdating sa buy na to, knowing na may double controller setup, tapos meron kagad hardcore sentinel, etong mga taga Fnatic, this is really a big question mark as to how Energy wants to place themselves sa mismong second map na to. Kasi kapag ito pa magpapatuloy sa side ng mga taga Fnatic, this might be a one-way one-way match na talagang confirmed 2-0 agad.
At alam mo naman kung gaano sila nade-deny, especially from the first map earlier, na natatapatan nila yung energy, natatapatan nila yung pacing ng NRG when they have their attacking set upon the players of Fnatic. I'm talking about how slow they play, kung paano sila naro-rotate around the map, kung paano sila naiipit kaagad ng Fnatic, or paano nila ito tinatapatan. Katulad na lang na nangyari earlier in Fracture. Tinapatan nila yung distraction, yung attention-gathering player nila, or yung pang-distract nila para makapag-bait out ng pwede nilang i-entry on the other side. Nakita mo kung gaano ka-precise yung holds na yon. Coming in from 2 players, that is Durka, that is also Leo, na magkatunggali. And then every point of time na gusto nilang ma-overwhelm nga yung players nga dito ng NRG. So, paano kaya yung magiging sagot ng Energy ngayon? They need to make hubble really quick dahil this is really going so comfortably well para sa Fnatic.
Sana double duelist na lang sila. No? Si RD ngayon on this Siege talaga, nahihirapan siya. Kaninang ganda na eh.
Patay sila kay Raf ngayon sa panel mamaya.
Papagalitan sila. Ano sinabi ni RD? Mas magaling daw ang NA kaysa sa mga taga-IMEA na duelist.
Now sit down, baby boy. Sabi nila Boaster.
Oo, mamaya kayo sa amin. Feel ko may sagot yung Fnatic and I'm waiting for that actually mga roast pagdating sa ating VCT players. But right now, Fnatic nga, once they start, I think pagdating sa round 10, kung nanalo pa rin ng Fnatic on those consecutive rounds, mahirapan talaga makapag-comeback itong Energy. But knowing naman na ngayon, nakapag-timeout na sila, maybe they were able to discuss yung next hold nila. Nakita mo kagad yung mga repositions na ginawa nila. Victor right now is staying sa B side. They really needed to add that firepower pagdating sa B. Pero nga lang, may makiklear ba to kagad? Mukhang wala. Iba sila nakatingin. And this might be an opportunity for Victor. 1-2. Pero hindi. Sabi ni Chronicle, goodbye.
Oo, Chronicle was able to go in for a trade tapos makakuha pa ng second kill. 3 na lang kaagad na natitira dito sa kabila. Pero thankfully enough, we have a Phantom on the hands of FNS. We have the Cyber Cage para makapasok pero they need to check every bit of a corner. Tingnan natin kung sino nga ba ang mauna dahil una na siyang tutumba sa kanya. FNS though still is taken down. Chronicle though with a triple K. We still have our order left behind pero kasi nakaabang na rin naman na si Leo sa kanya. Unfortunately enough for him, he tries na parang nagpakita na siya. Gusto niya sanang i-revive, i-rest itong tropa niya dito na tumbanga all the way from Kobe or all the way from Hookah. But however, yun nga ang dami pa rin naman players kasi. So, better yet, reservice for another round.
Gusto niyang ipitin din sana with his slow or pero siya mismo na slow sa kanyang gagawin sana na execution. And this is where the problem pagdating sa energy comes up. Sabi nga natin, mahilig silang maging creative sa agent lineup nila para lang may master prize. Pero right now, against Fnatic, I think you can't really do that. Masyado talagang big question mark to sa energy. Good push, okay. Pero nga lang, kinol na kagad ni Poster. At lahat sila ay pupunta syempre sa may B-site as they want to set it up.
Ay, A-site rather. Dahil ngayon, B-site yung nanggaling ang NRG going into Fountain, trying to overwhelm players from Fnatic dahil lagi nga B yung pinapakiramdaman nila. Pero ngayon, pakiramdaman nila muna kung paano kayo makakaligtas pa sa mga pasabog na magmumula na nga sa kanya. Dahil sa Vector, galit na, gigil na gigil para may panalo na nga itong rounds na ito. Pero ang magiging problema, napalakpakan pa sila. We have that triggering, stunning down players from Fnatic from trying to make an entry happen. Pero ang magiging makasakali nila dito is 50 seconds pa rin ang mga natitira. And now Alphager, with the time of his life, getting in that double kill from Energy's side. Magiging problemado pa sila dito dahil kailangan na nila yung tropa niya. Pero si Alphager pa rin ang nag-aabang sa kanila. And there's still Chronicle doing his anchor. Thanks lang naman laban sa NRG. And it's all up with a really crazy positioning. Sa ang nangyayari?
Alam mo, nag-overrate yung energy. They must not do that. They're on the defending. And yung Fnatic, anong ginagawa nila for the past few rounds? Hinihintay lang nila mag-asim yung energy. They're waiting for these guys to be very impatient. Kasi nga, itong energy, pagdating sa defending nila, mukhang talaga it's not looking good for them. At ina-abuse to ng Fnatic by making them very impatient nga. Talagang pupush sila kaagad. Well, Fnatic naman, sabi ko nga, they learned the art of discipline and finally it's manifesting. Energy, grabe. Count it. Kita na nila si Crashes pero naiwasan pa.
Buhay pa rin. Sina Bowser. Ngayon, I just really love how well-read na kaagad ng Fnatic ang NRG when it comes to their change of pace and when it comes to the eco round pa. Alam nilang kailangan muna nilang pakiramdaman ang energy dahil sometimes they're being impatient Sabi mo nga kanina, nag-overheat earlier on ang players ng NRG kung paano ba nila pakikitunguhan ang Fnatic when it comes to their aggressive playstyles. But unfortunately for them, namamahan lang sila ng mga taong nasa loob nga ng site or yung mga corners na hindi nababantayan or hindi na-anticipate rather ng NRG na nandito pa pala ang Fnatic. Katulad na lang nitong ginawa nga ni Alphager naging sayang tuloy yung pag-rest nga ni RD against Victor dahil again, Alphager stood his ground to get in those kills dahil alam nilang may lamang pa rin naman sila when it comes to the numbers.
Alam mo na, kung ako si RD, dapat di ko na niresen. Hindi nyo pa nga na-clear kagad kung nasan si Alphager. Pero sige, nice try, Crashes. Kaya mo yan. Hindi pa rin siya makapunta dun sa may boost. Okay, kawawa naman siya. But right now, Fnatic, 7-2. Ang laki nito. If they make this into a 10, talaga double digit, I think Energy has to say hello already sa ating lower bracket. I don't know kung sino pang makakatapat nila. I'm not sure if it's
magkakaalaman
EDG.
pa mamaya
Mamaya pa natin malalaman kung sino makakalaban nila. Pero so far, so good talaga ngayon sa Fnatic. I really love how they want to make this things very complicated for Energy. At si Chronicle, buhay pa siya. Hindi siya napunta sa hell side ng Energy. Pero ngayon, Crashes.
Layo na ni Crashes. Crashes, pero ang magiging problema, ang dami na nakaabang na 3-4 sa kanila. So, dito, makikita mo naman ang Fnatic ngayon with the trip wars. They are really decisive enough to get inside of A. But the problem is, nandito na kaagad yung mga Seekers. Nag-aabang sino Ardis and Victor. Medyo crucial yung spot niya dahil una ito, titingnan na nga ng dalawang umeentrada. We have Poster, dalawa din naman na mapapatay niya. Tatlo na lang kaagad na natitira. Tapos, may iipit pa sila. We have the paint shells na nagtitake over pa ng lamps at isa na lang kaagad. It's all up to Crashies once more. What can he do still now? Na kompleto pa ang Fnatic.
I think they really need to work together with Crashies. Dapat kanina pa sila nag-decide na mag-A-site. These guys from Fnatic, they never touch itong B-site mismo, diba? Tignan nyo, ina-abuse lang nila yung A-site. Sobrang lambot, walang counter flashes, pure smokes. Tapos sino pa kasama ng Fnatic parate? Si Leo. So, mas nagkakaroon sila kagad ng angle clear dito. Kita mo kagad dito, Talagang nagsama-sama sila.
Si Ard.
Just to take down the two members kagad ngayon ng energy at sa isang iglap. Sabi ko nga itong round 10, very needed sana to sa side ng mga taga-energy and yet wala. So this might really lean on towards sa Fnatic.
I think the big problem here for NRG is ready na rin naman na sila eh. They're stocking up in A. Nakakuha din naman ng info si Crashes kanina na kapag push siya, coming from hookah, nakita niya pa yung mga trip wars at hindi na magbabakasakali pa yung Fnatic to rotate back into B. But yeah, the problem is na overwhelm sila consecutively ng Fnatic. We see the paint shells or rather nung flights nga kanina nga nila Durka with the showstopper, getting in those kills, naka-follow up kaagad si Volser, was able to get in the 2K at hindi na sila naging ready pa for whatever it is na magpupush pa sa kanila dahil meron pang nanggaling ng bats and RD was taken down dahil nga bats nga yung binabantayan niya. So, ano ang kulang? Sentinel lang naman na katulad ng sana dito ni Alphager na pwede makapag-deny ng entry. But then, the slows ka lang kasi ang may ibibigay niya. I-reserve niya nga yung wall. But then, hindi naman din ito magiging sapat ba? Dahil, nakukuha naman dito ng Fnatic yung gusto nilang gawin eh.
Tama doon yung mga slows. Ano pa bang use nun? Pwede naman mag-stall ng time. Yung Fnatic, di naman nila aasimin. At saka remember, may raise. This is why we have raise players. Diba? Kita mo naman kagad yung Sachin. May iwasan nila kahit papano yung mga slow orbs na yan. And finally, this is, if na energy, make this into an 8-4, ang laki ng pag-asa nila. Pero if hindi talaga, it's just Fnatic all the way. Kita nyo kagad, ready na kagad si Boaster. Pagdating sa kanyang ultimate, yung orbital strike, hinarangan na ngayon at naiipit na naman si Ardis Areco po. Besiwap, naluto kagad. Handang-handa sa Samgyup. Itong mga taga-Fnatic na una na kagad si Ardis. And right now, sa energy, I think they really need to stick with something on their strat kasi execution-wise din, hindi talaga nangyayari yung gusto nila.
Kompleto pa rin ang Fnatic ngayon. At sabi mo nga, diba, dahil ready na rin kaagad ng Fnatic, they know how to answer well and coordinate their utilities so they are coordinated enough to make an entry happen. We have Durka already inside of the site, checking in every corner. Yung Garden pa ang pinaka-importante, kaya naman Garden ang nakuha niya. We have the showstopper that give, or really already gave an impact laban sa NRG na hindi na nila ipapaglalaban pa ang site dahil again, isang showstopper lang naman na makakapang-api dito sa NRG ngayon. And now they're just playing it out for a retake or mag-save na lang sila.
No ultimates ready sa NRG. Crashies right now. Meron pa naman siya ngayong pagdating sa kanyang flashes, pero medyo complicated na to. Post-plant ng Fnatic, ang ganda, every angle is being checked. At gusto ko lang din idagdag na first time ko lang makita yung butas na yun sa buong paglalaro ko ng bind. Ngayon ko lang nakita ulit yan. Sorry, ang tagal nang hindi ako naglaro ng bind, gano? At doon sa ginawa ni Durka, na-realize ko, oo nga, no, tagal ko nang hindi nakikita tong type of plays eh. Oo. At ngayon, paalam na, di pa nakapag-save si Som 9-2 or 10 to curse nga ba itong laking question. But then, right now, ang hirap sa side ng energy. How can they back up themselves
Look at
pagdating
this,
dito?
ang ganda ng view na yan. Ang ganda ng POV na yan. Nagmula na nga kay Boaster. Pagtapos sa pagkahapos ng kagat ng 7 Lions ngayon. Unfortunately for RD, nakaready na rin kaagad yung ultimates nila. We had that orbital strike, was able to take him down. Siguro na ilapag niya nga yung wall, pero it's too late already to back away. They have again the Sage na pwede nilang ma-amplify nga with the utilities. Pero kasi basang-basa na ng Fnatic, especially ng mga nakaraang rounds na nga dito sa half na ito. Nagpapatuloy ito in their favor dahil they're just giving up the utilities to pin down overwhelmed Fnatic or rather yung NRG inside of the sites or kaya yung mismong entry talaga nila ang makakapagbigay na nga ng factor na ang laking impact na kaagad ng ginagawa ng Fnatic.
And remember, pinili to ng energy but they also had a hard time defeating T1 pagdating sa attacking side ng T1. So talagang alam mo na this might go into the hands of Victor but nope, hindi umabot yung kanyang showstopper pero finally Crashies gets 1 kill. Good start from energy. Para lang hindi masyadong masakit. Ayaw na pag-double digit tong Fnatic but let's wait. Si AlphaJer lang ang na-pick off. Hindi pa tapos ang kwento ni Chronicle, ni Leo, Derka together with Boaster. Boaster ngayon. Oh, perfect opening. Sabi mo nga at ngayon, hello, A-site.
Som, he's down to a very low HP. Nahabol pa ng bumbot ngayon. Nagkakabatuhan na kaagad ng mga Pagels. Pero entry ay mangyayari na nga in favor of NRG or rather na Fnatic. Nagpaulan pa ng mga snake bite. Kaya naman, they have already taken over the site. We even have here the Viper spin. So they can plant in comfortably well. Dahil ngayon sila Bolster tinatangke. Ang tatlo lang naman mula sa NRG ngayon na magiging problemado pa si dahil meron pang mga utilities na kasama nag-aabang na nga sa kanya. Even though that we have the Judge and the hands of RD, kulang na kulang pa rin naman na. It's a 2-10 in favor of Fnatic.
Oh my goodness, may naglagay na nga kagad sa mga cardboard guys. Ang NA daw ay Narita Airport. Ang sunod daw talaga para umuwi na sila. Pero syempre, Fnatic, look at how Bolster played it out. He started it in bats. Alam niya na merong naghihintay sa kanya and that's an opener. Pero syempre, tignan pa natin kung anong pwedeng sabihin ng ating panel.
Nag-evolve na pala from near airport, Narita Airport na pala. Bago yan I like it. I like it. Definitely like what I'm seeing din from Fnatic dito sa Vine. I just love this team on this particular map, especially since ayun nga na sabi nga natin before na yung strategies nila sa Vine are definitely the trend-setting type.
Di ba bait ng Fnatic? They know that there's a flight that NRG can't miss, so they're gonna send them back to the airport. Again, I have just a lot of problems with this comp, specifically for NRG. Kasi, okay, you pick Sage, that's not necessarily a bad pick naman. You pick Harbor, okay, so what? You wanna play super proactive, be the one to push the front line and dictate the pace of the game. Instead, what NRG decide to do is on their good graces, they're gonna do the complete opposite and let Fnatic run wild and let AlphaJer just go crazy and let Chronicle take all the space he wants in the world. Good job.
Gusto ko lang i-share, guys, sa mga, syempre yung parang behind the scenes habang nanonood kami ng game, si Raph dito, almost every round, bakit kasi stage yung pinili? Bakit kasi ganun? Halos every round, ganun siya. So there really is such criticism coming from him on the Sage pick, Fluff.
I mean, the Sage pick is one thing, but for me, yung comfort talaga ni Chronicle that we can see on his Viper is something that's helping Fnatic. Not only takes a space, but you can even see, like, I think the last round they brought up that for him, the very, very old M3C Nats Viper ult into the U-Haul side to get more space. I feel like that level of understanding of the map is what is helping Fnatic, especially considering na hindi ito yung map pick nila.
Exactly. Diba yung parang nakita natin na they were first starting on B. By the time they got to A, naka-clear na yung site. Either from Boaster in bats or you have Chronicle covering the U. So I feel like, you know, on this side, now that we're gonna switch over to defense, parang nako, yung energy, they really do have to perform under all of this pressure, especially since the scoreline is just so in favor of Fnatic at the moment. So casters, take it away as we get back into Vine.
Thank you so much sa ating panel as they discuss nga yung medyo talagang nagiging problema ng NRG right now. Basang-basa talaga sila HG. They come up with something and yet wala talaga yung mga calls. Not perfect. It's not like they are not connected here in Vine. Good research talaga sa Fnatic side to
Dito natin magkakaalaman ngayon kung magiging pabor pa rin ba ang lineup nila. We have RD. Umaapila na nga doon sa mga walls niya pero wala pa rin naman nangyayari dahil baited lang naman sila. We have Fnatic. 4 players already stacking up here in A. Pero nagkakaalaman pa rin naman na dahil si Chronicle lang naman din na makakatangke sa kanila. And that was 2 players trying to make an entry happen. Compromise na tuloy ang position ng Spike and sina RD. Ano pa ba ang pwede nilang gawin?
Oh my goodness, dinaan sa classic. Ang hawak-hawak nila Victor, Frenzy, or kaya yung Ghost. Pero anong din ginawa ngayon ni Chronicle? He just tapped them out with those shots coming in from his classic. At ngayon, problemado na naman ang energy. Bawas na yung duels, bawas pa si Finesse. Tapos ito pa, yung Spike. Nasaan, di ba? Wala sa kanilang kamay. All of the members of Fnatic, they're just watching. And Chronicle is just around the corner. Makakuha pa to ng information galing kay Leo mismo. They flash it out. Wala na namang nangyari. Tapos ngayon, nalulow pa sila lahat. Talaga walang nag-work sa NRG. Oh my goodness.
Yung wall siguro talaga nila ang magiging problema na ngayon. This is hindering them from trying to do something about the players of Fnatic. Trying to wall them out. Pero ang magiging problema is di naman nila nahanap din yung Spike. Hindi sila nakabalik. Nag-game pros and cons yung ang napakalaking risk na ginawa nila kanina since, again, they were stocked up. They were trying to push inside of another site na kaya sana ng utility sila i-deny yung post-plant, yung retake na gagawin sana ng Fnatic. So, with that kind of place, nagkaroon tuloy ng mga casualties. Chronicle was waiting for them and look at that wall, oh. Hindi nila ito nagamit fully dahil wala silang ka-idea kung sino din yung nag-aabang sa kanila. Fnatic, with another round, they are on close to finish out the series. Left alone.
Lost ni Chronicle. Grabe talaga guys, wala akong masabi sa kanya. I think this is one of the matches na I'm just really amazed on how he plays it out. Very powerful. And now he's just taking on those kills along with AlphaJer. Talagang distracted na naman muli ngayon ng energy. No Som. Bawasan naman sila ng isang controller. Sayang din sayang yung Cove na pwedeng kuwin. Okay, there's the start. Crashes gets the first tap. Sabi ni Chronicle, okay, masyado ako naging excited. Pero lahat sila nag-TP na already. Pero hindi nila alam. May isa pang naghihintay sa kanila. And his name na naman. Siyempre, yung mga taga Fnatic. Pero habang to, umiikot na naman. Nag-iikotan ng
Kaya nga they're just taking advantage the nature of this map na napakadaling umega to another site basta't maging decisive ka na makuha mo talaga yung site fully kapag meron ka ng utilities na nakaabang. And now, this is a good shot given by AlphaJer and then they're gonna magkasama. They have a really good concise play para ma-deny nila kaagad yung mga numbers mula sa kabila. It's still down to a 3v2. Hindi pa rin naman nagiging masama ito para sa side ng NRG. Since they have the Stingers, they have a lot of space taken over. Laban na nga sa Fnatic. So magiging maingat para naman si Leo pero hindi pa rin ito magiging enough pa. Dalawa ang natitira. They have the Bulldog at hand. Pero magiging problema saan sila magkakanapan dahil si Crashies makakadali na naman. We have Darka still. He has no time intended. Tapos meron pang mga blinds na kasama. So better yet, play for time and good, really good round para sa side na nga ng energy.
Nag-force na sila eh. Wala na silang no choice but Derka will just save his Bulldog and that's just it. Maybe this might be the start sa energy. Big question mark yan. Pero I think one thing lang is for sure, Victor was able to cut off one person from Fnatic and really change. Hindi din na-clear kagad ni Derka. Ang hirap kagad kasi they really need those flashes. Tapos si Chronicle malayo nga kagad din. So this is just really a great start from energy. If ganito yung performance nila na under-attacking and tuloy-tuloy to, malaki ang posibilidad na pwede na lang makambak. Pero nga yung Fnatic kanina, kita mo kagad sa pistol. Those plans that they can execute under defending is really outstanding pa din.
Yun nga eh. Meron pa rin naman Bulldog na kasama kaagad dito para kay Derka. So they can still give a lot of shots. Pero look at that shot coming in from Hardy. Was able to deny in Derka. There was a quick trade. Buti na lang talagang magkakasama sila all the way from hookah. So still, it's down to a 4v4. Maingat na maingat pa rin ang NRG. They're still respecting every boundaries na pwedeng nananang akuin from Fnatic.
Si ano talaga, no? Pagdating kay RD, siyang battle sage. Matapang siya, guys. Sobrang tapang talaga. Fnatic waiting lang for this guys from NRG to come in. Oh no, AlphaJer finds out already. Lahat sila manggagaling ngayon din. At may start na kagad mula kay Som. Pero lahat kiniklear out nila. Pero nga lang, Fnatic, lahat sila bumabagsak isa-isa. And it's all up to AlphaJer himself. First tap, second tap. Oh no! Makakapagana pa siya kagad ngayon. Ultimate, pero nga lang, it's Som you're talking about. And Som saves the day once again. Great start, energy. Okay, magbibilang na tayo ngayon. Meron na lang silang 7 rounds para makahabol. At tignan nga natin kung magagawa nga ba nila to o hindi.
That's going to be a really big and tough of a question to answer. Dahil medyo malayo pa yung pwede nilang abulin. At nakita mo naman that we have so much potential still for Fnatic to finish this out. But ang meron kasi dito for the side of NRG is that they have the momentum already. They have already the eco din na pwede mag-fuel up into their firepower. And buti na lang nasasabayan ito unti-unti ng Fnatic. Kundi, comeback is really real. We have 2 more rounds na kailangan yung Fnatic na tapusin ngayon itong series na ito. But the big question is kung kakayanin na ba nila madanay ang very curious or very confusing of a push na gagawin dito mayat-maya na nga ng NRG. Nagpa-detect sila for a bit doon sa camp pero wala pa rin naman committed.
Uy, remember ano bang usual mistakes ng Fnatic kapag nasa defending sila? Nag-overhit sila, knowing yung ganitong gap. Tatandaan nyo na comeback sila dati ng ibang mga teams despite them having that big of an advantage. So sana talaga hindi na nila gagawin to. No same mistakes para sa kanila. But then, look at that. Ganda ng trip wars talaga ni Alpha. I love his setup so much. The camera, the cyber cage.
Ganda
really
rin,
good.
ano?
Pero ito na nga. Naku po, Durka. He tries to clear it with something pero walang nangyari at 4 na lang talaga kaagad ang natitira sa Fnatic.
Buti na lang ginagamit nila kaagad yung kanilang mga Trailblazer to check in. At least activate in the trip wars para hindi na ito maging substantial para na nga sa Fnatic na magamit pa multiple times na nga sa mga rounds. Now, nag-iipit sila, magkakasama, going into Garden. Pero magiging question is kung magtitipi na nga ba sila dahil ang dami pa rin namang umaapela mula sa kabila. Fnatic though, bakang makikipaglabanan na nga dahil yung mga walls nandito na. We even have here the cascade. Nagkaka-idea pa sila kung paano na nga sila madedepensa pa dahil ngayon tapatan lang naman daw. Sabi nila Leo together with Bolster getting in those kills tapos hindi pa nila na-check in yung mga what corner. We have Chronicle to finish this one out for them to finish and to get in their match point.
Buti na lang din nila inasim sa bilong or else that might just be a side where energy can get them. Pero ito talaga yung naging malaki. Yung pag-spray ni Leo together with Bolster once again. Ang ganda talaga. Tapos may sagot din kagad si Alpha with the fact that they weren't able to clear him out here sa backside. Tapos si Victor mag-isa lang kagad siya from Cubby. And now, it's really looking good for Fnatic here. Sabi nila gusto namin 2-0 talaga to against Energy. Tatanda mong sakit nito sa Energy. Mapik nila to. And yet, basang-basa sila ng Fnatic.
Yung mga times talaga na gusto nila maging slow when it comes to the pacing, nakikita rin kaagad ng Fnatic kung paano sila i-decipher, paano sila mamambahan pagdating na nga doon sa kanilang magiging retake. Now, we have NRG testing out the waters kung kaya ba nilang pumasok sa loob ng A. But then with the utilities being rained down or yung mga nakita nilang nakasetup na nga here in A, mukhang nagdadalawang isip na tuloy sila kung pwede pa nila ito idire-diretso na.
Oh, Chronicle, may kipaglaruan siya ngayon against FNS. Oh no, bawas na ng isa. Ano nang next heat up ngayon? Dahil may kasabay na recalling, makatakas lang din si Chronicle. Tumawag na nga rin kagad ng backup. Iniiwasan lang lahat.
my God.
Okay, pero nga, natatandaan niyo yung Spike. Wala na kagad sa kamay ng Energy and now they are currently undermanned. 4 members left pa rin sa Fnatic. They don't have much of a choice. Kailangan nilang mag-rotate. Pero syempre, na kay RD ngayon, if he'll be able to cut off someone with that Spectre of his. And speaking of, wala na. Tinapos na siya ni Durka. It's all up to Crashes kung makaklatch pa ba niya to o hindi.
Yun ang magiging tanong dahil this is still down to a 1v4 scenario. Makikita, maririnig na nila lahat ng mga manggagaling na nga mula kay Durka dahil sa mga flights at sa mga pages satchels niya that gave a lot of distractions laban sa NRG Crashies. So that is going to be the finisher 2-0 into the series.
Alam mo, talagang alam mo na pagdating sa side ng Fnatic, nakapag-prep nga sila. May kapag-prep work, gumawa ng homework against the members of Energy. They know how complicated Bind was when Energy played it out against T1. They know now the answers that they can get. But as for Energy, sabi ko nga, they come up with a lot of possibilities here with their agents naman. And that's good. Pero nga lang, against Fnatic, ganito yung kind of lineup na meron ka. Malaking question mark talaga eh. RD on that stage, talagang parang hindi ko gano'n tanggap. But as for Energy, GG's pa rin to, going up against Fnatic.
Hirap kasi lang ginawa ng NRG. They went in passively with their lineup. They have some, yes, with the Harbor, pero hindi nila fully na-utilize yung mga walls. Yung pwede nilang gawin on the execution na nga on their offense. Dahil again, They were denied by Booster and the rest of the gang. And congratulations, Maleda. They are staying up on the upper bracket para sa side ng Fnatic.
Mamaya natin may kita kung sino yung mga kalaban nila. Pero, sorry, gusto ko lang sabihin na kanina we were watching videos of Fnatic before they actually entered the arena. Alam mo ginagawa nila? Nagba-volleyball lang sila, guys. And nakakatawa. Kasi these guys, whenever they play, it's just very light. But then, they are dangerous. And that's something na hindi na naman na-recognize ng energy. But as for energy, sana dito sa Bind, makapag-improve sila. Ay, yung lineup nila ngayon, sana magkaroon ng mas better pa. And sana talaga mas lalo nilang ma-utilize kung ano nga ba talagang identity ni RDs as a player.
Yeah, I really think so to na kulang pa rin yung naging aggression nila. Yes, we have a really curious of a playstyle na pwede ngang iligay ng NRG against every team na makakatapat nila. But then, nung nakatapat nila ang Fnatic was just really consistent, really precise on their picks, on their kills, on their pushes. Talaga makikita mo kung gaano na napin down dito ang players from NRG. At ito na yung inaabangan nating series ha. We have Fnatic, we have the previous players din ng Optic na nagkalaban-laban na nga dito sa series na ito. Pero ang naging problema is, it's just really a slow fought battle ng NRG to the point na na-overwhelm sila fully ng Fnatic.
Ito pa, nung sa Fnatic nga, itong roster nila, ang dami nilang naging victories na at the same time. And going up against Energy, who's still working on how they want to play it out, diba? Mukhang dito sa Fnatic, they still really got the rules better. Kita mo naman din kagad yung amount of firepower na meron sila. Ang ganda ng mga calls nila. Yung mga mistakes na nangyari sa kanila when they went up against Team Liquid, I think dito nyo makikita kung gaano nila in-improve na this time. And that's good. Kasi pwede pa tayo mag-look forward sa mga makakalaban pa nila here in Masters Tokyo.
Yeah, laki talaga ng advantage at potential ni Alphager kanina. Sa sobrang kompleto nila with their playstyle, with their attacking side, lalo na nakita mo naman, diba? They just really went in to amplify each player na meron na nga sa kanila, and even with their utilities, just went down every bit of a second na gusto na maging comfortable, magkaroon ng momentum ang NRG. But then, nasa kasalukuyan na silang kaya nilang basahin agad, kontrahin agad yung mga bawat angulo, yung bawat mga plays na pwede nga ditong baguhin ng NRG against them. So, Fnatic will be staying on the upper bracket. Malalaglag naman ng NRG going in the lower ones.
Isa sa mga seeded teams natin nagsusurvive pa rin on the uppers. At tignan natin kung ano nga bing magkakalaban on the lower bracket. But right now, we are done with our first series. At next na nga ay laban. Parang grand finals ng VCTA pack. So let's see what will happen as we're gonna pass it on, of course, to our panel.
Fnatic takes the series 2-0 against NRG. At mukhang totoo nga ang Narita Airport para sa NRG. After, wait. Pero may lower bracket pa rin sila, diba? But for this series, unfortunately for NRG, nakikita natin that there still needs to be a lot of work done for this roster, diba? Especially since I was actually surprised kasi yung Optic, back when they were Optic, diba? Yung Bind was definitely one of their stronger maps.
Absolutely. And I feel like kung series perspective lang, at the start, parang na-neutralize yung quick hits ng NRG. But now, they tried to go for something that's a little more controlled with the Sage and Harbor pick plus the Viper, right? That should divvy up the map as much as it should. Pero yung slow approach din, parang hindi gumana against
Hindi nila
Fnatic.
style, no?
Oo. Like, so what is it? If you can't have any success with your faster hits, if you can't have any success on your slower hits, what is really the tempo you want to operate on? Then, quite frankly, yung pinaka first round sa second half fluff was probably by far the worst round I've seen in this entire Masters.
I mean, sobrang hirap talaga yung position na yun. Essentially, checkmate the moment na naiwan yung spike. Pero tama din si Raf, medyo awkward minsan yung pacing na NRG. They are, confident. They're trying out new things. Gumamit sila na Sova sa map 1. Dito gamit yung Sage. Pero parang hindi nag-align yung purpose of the pick with the playstyle that they have. And of course, at least for map 2, yung MVP natin si Chronicle because napalaki ang impact niya on that Viper, not only to take the space, but I think a lot of his util also pulled out, and his aim, like that awkward round, was secured because nahawak niya yung elbow position.
And this sort of double control setup ng Fnatic, diba? Yung parang when you have Boaster on the brim, you are actually giving Chronicle the luxury to lurk around the map as he would want to. As his former teammate, as you mentioned, diba, Fluff, yung para sa M3C would do.
Exactly. And I think one thing talaga na nagagawa ng Fnatic is when you look at it, at least in a macro perspective, at least kita na may isang solid plan sila na alam ng mga players yung position kung saan sila gagalaw, kung saan sila hinto, kung sino magkukuha ng pressure at kung sino bibitaw. Pero sa kabilang side, si Energy, minsan medyo iba yung plans nila. It's like half the map wants to try to get something, maybe fake. The other side naman, andun yung ibang team. So yung stack power nila is not together. And what happens is they walk into these situations na they're already disadvantaged. At dun, nagka-capitalize yung Fnatic kasi magaling sila mag-isolate na kung ano yung kailangan natin gawin right now.
Parang wala silang unified call, no? Tapos since they're super, again, divided, parang lahat na lang may iba-ibang skirmish. Alphager was just doing his own thing. I mean, you already know there's a Cypher on the map and syempre Alphager sobrang init pa. And what's going on with NRG? Because again, looking back at their previous games, they didn't look like this. I don't think they were this, once again, divided coming into this map, or rather the series.
Maganda nga yung sinabi ni Fluffy, di ba? Yung parang sa side ng Fnatic, malinaw kasi kung sino yung sasalo, di ba? Like parang you lose one, pero malinaw na kung ano yung backup. Sa side ng Energy kasi parang hindi pa malinaw kung sino yung magpipick up ng slack. 'Di ba? When things don't go the way of plan A, 'di ba? Yun yung maganda kasi sa Fnatic eh. Yung parang even though let's say 2v5, may plano pa rin sila kahit papaano. It might not always work out, pero the plan is there.
Yeah, Energy, they're trying yung mga bagong plans nila, pero I don't know if this is the correct time to really pull those strats out, and it's not a practice run anymore because of that loss, and very convincing by Fnatic. They win the map that they do pick, and then they destroy the map that they didn't pick. And it's very surprising because NRG talaga, you think that they'd be so confident kasi tama yung na-mention mo a bit earlier na yung dating Optic roster magaling sila sa bind. So it's very surprising to see this. And I think one factor really is to bring with Raph is the comp is just very different with their playstyle.
It looks like a very different energy ngayon, and we're gonna see if that very different energy can make it out of our lower bracket, no? Pero sa ngayon, tuloy pa rin ang ating kwento dito sa upper bracket with our second series of the day. Very familiar siya para sa atin, pero that will continue right after this quick break.
マスターズには秘密がある。ここ東京で世界が見つめる中、その全てが明らかになる。解き放たれる才能、暴かれる秘密、全て出し切るか、無に帰すか。精鋭たちが限界に挑み、新たな可能性が生まれる。想定が覆される最前線、最高峰はさらなる高みへ。全ての試合、全てのラウンドで、それがマスターズ東京。目撃、プレイ、そして高みへ。
Hello guys, my name is Jason aka Forsaken. I play for Team Pepperex. So we decided to change new member, which is we bring something into the team. And I feel like when we play with something, our team is become even stronger with him because now we have firepower.
Hello guys, I'm Marilyn Hart, known as Mindfreak in game, and I'm from Team Pepperex. We kinda trying to adjust to our sub, which is Cigarettes, because he need to step in because one of our players cannot get the visa in time. And yeah, I think so far so good.
So I think from the qualify into the playoff, it's been a long journey and it's been tough for PepperX. I think having something on the team is really benefit for the team because he play without fear. He plays so confident with his aim. I'm the flexible role now and it's also new for me, and I think I have to like learn more about flexible role, and I hope I can do better as well. When I was playing duelist, I just shoot people around, but now I play on flexible role like sentinel or like initiator. With the flexible role, you cannot push like crazy because utility support is important for the team. So I think that's the like biggest difference. So I have to be more disciplined and play with the team as well.
I kind of feel a bit nostalgic because all the players is almost the same, right? Like Fnatic, Navi is the old FPX, and then Liquid. Some of the Liquid members are like Gambit. We met them in Berlin. Then from NS like NRG and Loud, we met them like how many times? I can't remember in any events. It's like all the same players all over again.
I would say all of the play style is a bit similar like last time because PepperX is always be chaotic. In every tournament, it's always gonna be chaotic and it's gonna be fun to watch PepperX.
I mean, of course, every team wants to win, right? We're trying so many times in Masters, and the best one that we get only like second place. So I think we want to leave it the trophy in Masters. We'll see. We're just trying our best.
Welcome back to the grand finals of VCT Pacific, mga kaibigan. We go back a couple of weeks and nandito na ulit tayo, PRX versus DRX na naman for the nth time, Raf.
Well, yes. It's like, how else am I supposed to put it, right? But man, I can't believe na PaperX versus DRX, ganito ka, no? Kaaga, like really. Again, I've said it many times like the last 2 days, but I still find it unbelievable. But now I feel like this is a different look on the side of PaperX. I mean, they explained it in the video earlier, so I don't know about this one, Chief.
I mean, DRX, if one thing is not a surprise, it's the fact na nakaalis sila dun sa group stage at andito na tayo sa playoffs. We've known them to always make it this far, but they've always struggled to make it further. And now facing the team that has eliminated them previously from getting that #1 spot, it will prove to be a challenge.
Yun na nga, going to DRX, it's the question that we were also asking sa VCT Pacific, di ba? Yung parang, itong lineup na to, itong roster na to, they are definitely built for, lifting that trophy. Pero bakit wala pa? And it's that question all over again dito naman sa Masters. And the problem is kasi with DRX sa ngayon, galing pa silang group stage, di ba? And we did see a very surprising loss on their side, di ba? Yung parang, so, we do have to question, are they still living up to the standard that we hold them to?
Tingin ko may may identity crisis din yung DRX kasi may configuration sila na minsan si Foxy9. As we know, Foxy9 is the wild card of the team, and I feel like he's necessary naman, at least against certain lineups, lalo na PaperX kasi yun talaga yung weakness sa DRX, yung mga teams na don't conform to quote-unquote textbook plays that, PaperX really employ a lot.
Yeah, exactly. And recently, nakita din natin ito sa game nila against EG, bringing out something like that Sova, kind of throwing you off a bit. So naguguluhan sila sa strats nila. DRX having a very hard time against that. But still, they still managed to overcome that kaya nakakaabot sila dito sa playoffs.
Alam mo, nagsimula kasi to sa TS eh. Di ba? Yun talaga yung X Factor. Hanggang dito, may epekto pa rin yung TS, yung Team Secret, di ba? Pero on the other side, we do have PaperX, which also actually, we would think na, di ba, yung parang syempre, nanalo sila sa Grand Finals, and we did see what they brought up against DRX. Pero ngayon, as you mentioned, Raph, this is a little bit different.
Oh, and I'm not sure if siguro sabihin natin mas tactical sila with CGRS kasi yung sample size with CGRS is super limited, and in comparison, he's not as fast as something when it comes to all those hits, and relatively speaking naman, role-wise, magkaiba naman yung roles nila. I think CGRS was the first Gecko we saw in the Pacific League, if I'm not mistaken also.
Yeah, I feel like kaya niya mag-sit in dun sa shoes ni something in terms of firepower. Pero tama din si Raph na at least results-wise, parang nahihirapan yung PaperX because we know that for the last part, at least for Pacific League, grabe yung stint nila. I think it's like 7 wins straight, going all the way until they got that #1 spot. But that was all on the back on the fact that they had something in their roster. So now, even though there's a lot of adaptations for both teams, it's a different look talaga for PRX. It's in a way a step back, and that's not the place that they necessarily want to be in, at least confidence-wise.
Alam mo, when you say step back, parang we think of it as a negative thing, di ba? Pero siguro for the style of Paper Rex kasi not necessarily dahil syempre parang napaka-chaotic ng team na ito, di ba? And I think that especially with Forsaken, who by the way, as we realized nung VPL, di ba, yung parang has taken on a little bit more of an IGL role. He has been stepping up, and nabanggit din niya sa video that we saw that he has taken over the flex role, which has a lot more responsibility than a duelist.
Exactly. I mean, he still has the aim, sabi nga ni Black and Blue. It's just a mindset. Pero he always manages to frag out regardless of what he has to play. He's played Sentinel sometimes. He's even played Controller at others, playing Harbor, etc. But he always manages to find yung mga important frags because of his history. And it still bumps up that overall firepower package that PRX is known to have.
That is so true. I mean, impact and volume not necessarily going hand in hand. And as Mika said, stepping back isn't necessarily a bad thing kasi again, if you think about it, yung role ni Forsaken from the very front-end duelist, taking a step back into a more, I wouldn't necessarily say passive naman, pero yun nga, Sentinel, diba? To hold back and to basically hold the line. But I just kind of want to look at all of this like in an overarching manner na may win streak yung PaperX against DRX, if I'm not mistaken. The last two series they saw, or they were against each other, PaperX took the upper hand. But now, something isn't in the starting roster, which I feel like would cause a lot of problems. At the same time, whatever preparation DRX did para, to compete against PaperX, baka maiba din yung plans nila kasi CGRS brings a different flavor to the table.
It also brings the question, diba? Ano ba yung plano ng DRX dito? Especially since they also do have that roster wherein they can switch in and switch out players, diba? For example, we have Foxy9 and Zest that we did see sa VPL on that little bit of a rotation, diba? They did bring out Zest for the latter part of the league. Pero throughout the earlier stages, it was Foxy9 that they were really fielding in.
That is true. And like we said earlier, na yung weakness talaga yung DRX, parang siguro sila lahat kaya maging all-star, pero they don't want to step into that light too much. Like, yes, they have their individual pop-offs, but they really want to play within their own system. And that's where Foxy9 kind of steps in.
I mean, talking about their own system, kahit nga dito sa head-to-head natin, you can sort of differences kung paano yung gumagana yung sa dynamic. Although averaging almost the same, I feel like there's a bit of an edge when you have Foxy9 in the game, and it's come out also in the results of late.
I think that, I think that you're right there. Siguro up against PaperX, maybe. Against Foxy9. Diba yung parang nag-iiba yung dynamic din kasi pag nandyan si Zest, might be better against another team. Perhaps even like a team like NRG, diba? If DRX were to go up against them, perhaps it's Zest. Pero for PRX, wherein I think na you also are dealing with CGRS in rather than something, you might see a Forsaken that might push a little bit more to compensate for the lack of something, diba? Baka nga si Foxy9 yung X factor dito na kailangan ng DRX para finally to take that win over PRX.
Like I said, this is not a configuration we're used to seeing, at least for PaperX in recent memory na wala na si something. And for the longest time though, like, I thought that they were losing, again, tactfulness when they had something. Pero yung biggest strength ng PaperX is to simplify the game and, again, to really just not overcomplicate things.
And speaking of complicated things, we have rather complicated predictions ngayon. Kasi sa hanggang ngayon, actually, nahihirapan ako to predict this series. PRX and DRX, two teams that are very close to our hearts. Coming
Only
from,
one
of
team's
course,
close to my heart. I'm just saying.
Ay, wow, okay. So, made up na yung mind ni Raf. Sige, Raf, go.
PaperX, always. Always.
Fluffy, baka hindi halata kasi kung kaninong jacket yung suot mo ngayon.
Okay, kanino kaya to? PaperX pala nakasulat dito, and I think that's also gonna be my vote. Dahil PaperX talaga, I feel like the fact that their biggest strength for me is the fact na magaling sila mag-subvert ng expectations and kind of underplay their strat. They segment and do things in phases quite quickly. It looks like it's chaos, but really it's controlled chaos. And the damage control that DRX really has to deal with has been overwhelming sometimes. And I think that's why PRX can win this, although I also don't think it's going to be that clean.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, parang sa DRX, right now, medyo shaky yung ginagawa nila eh. And coming into this series, I think more stable yung roster na ipapakita ng DRX. However, I still think that DRX right now are riding on that high. DRX, lumalabas kasi yung mga kailangan na nila iayos, especially with this kind of international league, diba? It feels like they're being left behind by so many other teams.
I mean, I don't think this is like often that I ask. You think Paper X is maybe going through, or at least hopefully they don't go through some sort of mental block? Kasi yun nga, yung win streak nila kasama si something. Yung playstyle nila kasama si something. Yung super let's just go. Let's just divvy up the map, as you mentioned. Take those straight fights and prevent DRX from approaching them as a unit.
Yeah, I think yung pressure then that, of course, you're filling in for someone that you know has had a lot of success with your team. So I hope that doesn't affect naman your own performance and you're still able to fulfill that role, bring that firepower and you got confidence that you're trying to bring in without naman pressuring yourself so much that you're just gonna crumble.
Pero that's why I feel like, yung PRX nandyan pa eh. Parang I feel like yung core ng DRX is a little bit shaky. Pero kahit papano, kahit wala si something, I feel like yung core of PRX nandyan pa rin because they really do have chaos as their identity, diba? So as long as each of the players can live up to that, as long as each of the players can bring that kind of element into the series, na very chaotic, I still feel like Paper X is still there.
I agree. And in fairness naman, comparison sake, mas natitilt talaga yung DRX in comparison to PaperX.
Yeah,
like,
that's true.
And the track record of things, right? Like, PaperX, they can play behind. But it's like, it's all good. We have next map, we have next series. Pero yung DRX medyo affected talaga sa mga talo nila eh. Like, nakita mo sa body language mismo.
I mean, sa DNA naman, I think for all the players in PRX, no matter what happens, meron pa rin silang yung fighting spirit. And if chaos is a ladder, they really know how to climb that because it's something that they've used to their advantage multiple times. Pero yung mas I think important for PRX, I think Alex mentioned this, their coach, in a previous interview, that they really want to solidify yung roster nila. Kaya, sadly, may bench Kai. But also, because of that, the remaining players feel more put together. I think that's one of the strengths that they've had. But obviously, they've done a lot of research and they've updated a lot. I'm sure DRX, after you lost nila, which I'm sure they also didn't want to lose that grand final, they have to have something very new. Or at least, it's going to be harder to trick them sa mga expectations nila because now they've played you. So they're like, okay, we kind of know what they're going to do. At least we're more prepped.
Pero that's the problem din with DRX eh. Yung parang new isn't exactly their thing, diba? Yung parang kahit man lang sa Grand Finals, diba? Like, it was the first time they brought out Lotus, which is a map that they banned a lot just because it's a new map and kailangan perfect yung homework nila sa map na yan before they bring it out. So, naayos ba nila yan? Are they willing to innovate, diba? Kasi like, they're a very, very strong team. Pero how many times can you put that front na palaging pinapakita nila until other teams catch up? And I feel like that's what's happening here sa side ng DRX, diba? Yung parang we did see what happened with them versus EG, right? So, ano kaya ang bago na ipapalabas nila against an opponent that just shows something new almost every single series that they have? Hindi mo sila ma-predict yung PRX.
To, pero kung if may plan sila na parang siguro pinilit, if it comes out half-baked, and that's only gonna hurt their chances
Hindi
of
dun yung
success
style nila
din
eh.
So, yun nga, I wouldn't necessarily say DRX is a team that doesn't innovate naman kasi ang dami nilang, especially with that roster, that contribute to the game itself. I still remember the first time as Vision Strikers, they played Solo Duelist, Raze with Omen, I think Sova, Cypher, and who am I missing here? I think it was Breach on Ascent, and people are like, why would they do that?
Exactly.
And everybody's like, whoa, we should all do that. But as Mika mentioned, they're a very thorough team. So baka they need a bit more time. But how much time is too much time naman?
Yeah, you don't want to be lacking dun sa momentum, and obviously medyo mabagal sila mag-adapt. And PRX on the other hand is quite the opposite. Mid-round nga nag-adapt sila.
Yeah.
And I think, this may be a hot take, but I think the best Valorant at the moment is the ones that you can be yung pinaka-risky and get away with it as long as you know how to use your util. It doesn't have to be picturesque and perfect in the way you use it, but as long as it's effective. Kunwari, EG does this very well with their util as well. They know when it's needed and they're just like, YOLO, we just need to win the round, it's fine. And you keep going. Because at the end of the day, it's not naman a marathon, it's a race, and you only need to get 13. So if you can keep going and streaking these things, edi kaya naman.
Yung actually when you mentioned that it's not a marathon, it's a race, diba? Yung inisip ko, actually yung PRX tsaka DRX parang best of 8 yung linaro eh, diba?
It's kind of sad, to be honest, because obviously Pacific fans tayo, so medyo mahirap yung you see these two APAC teams, you're finally in Masters, and then you're like, ah, man. It reminds me nung datis, I think in the previous Masters when it was still Sersha versus DRX, and they got very far into the tournament, as people just had to like let go of one.
Totoo. I mean, in any other case, I would cheer for DRX, but it just so happens they're against one of the darlings of APAC, one of the OGs of APAC, diba? Yung Paper X pa.
Our own, diba?
Yeah.
So right now, as we're getting ready for map select, ano kaya ang bago na ipapalabas ng Paper X dito against DRX, diba? So, and vice versa, DRX versus PRX. I wonder kung na-polish na nila yung Lotus play nila. I wonder if we did see CGRS on the Gecko, diba? Ano kayang yung mga bagong strategy, if ever may strategy dyan, na ipapalabas ng Paper X dito with potential Gecko picks all around?
I'm thinking din, kasi the last time we saw, Paper X on Lotus, naka-double duelist sila, diba? Tapos yung mga tao, bakit naka-double duelist sila? And then, again, all the sites on Lotus have a different philosophy in how you take them. C is a lot more vertical than, let's say, B or A. But A is a lot more open-ended. And Paper X was like, yeah, I don't care. I'm just gonna double duelist it. Let's just take the space while we're allowed to do that. And I guess that's one of the reasons why DRX was, why are they just doing that?
Exactly, that is the question which I think DRX hopefully can answer this game. Because PRX, every time na may opportunity sila to exploit, they just end up going for that gap, willing to take the risk. And most of the time so far, they've been coming up on top. And yun nga, sabi nga ni Mika, these are two teams that are very familiar with each other. So it's not gonna be that big of a surprise in terms of play style. I feel like mas mahalaga talaga yung focus of making sure that you're gonna be able to handle the situation once it comes, because just assuming that it's gonna happen won't really do anything unless you can execute it as well.
And I think na parang not just that they know each other in game, diba? Parang they know each other outside of the game as well. And with regards to the mentality, the synergy even though yung parang katapat mo yan or opponent mo yan, diba? Na may something pa rin, may connection pa rin yan. Especially since they saw that. Wala mong
Meron silang connection though. Meron silang shared
connection.
merch.
Diba?
DRX, PRX.
Wow.
May shared merch sila, nag-vlog pa sila sa Korea, diba? So,
Holding hands pa yan.
And diba, like I do have to call back, nag-holding hands talaga sila.
Kita ko nga.
To the fact that yung DRX did say na parang we are who we are today dahil nga sa mga opponents na tulad ng Paper
That's
Rex
so
in
nice.
particular. Kasi kaya sila na-push na ma-evolve dahil sa playstyle ng Paper Rex na sobrang iba sa style nila. It's like, you made me better, bro.
Yeah, like that's the beauty of competition naman. Kasi again, monsters aren't created in a vacuum. You have to be surrounded by other strong competition. And I think I also agree with the point ni Fluff na it has to be chaotic. Kasi again, it's a team game. You are opposing teams. DRX, I feel like there were times talaga na they feel like, if not this, then that. Parang they're limiting it to two options, and that's just not the case. Valorant is a very fluid game. And if you feel like you keep boxing these things in, you're only gonna give yourself that much more of a mental stack, and you're like, oh, now what?
Exactly. And I think for me, like zooming in to yung teams mismo, if one team for PRX had something talaga to really bring the best out of them towards the end of their VCT Pacific run, I feel like Mako, on the other hand, for DRX has always done a big part, especially dito sa master stage natin. He's consistently been one of the players that has performed regardless of the score of DRX. And the question at times was like, yeah, they're all really good, pero are they all at the same level at this point? Can they keep up? Because if the rest of DRX cannot exec, it's very, very hard for you to really do anything.
Yun nga, diba? Parang, like, they're all all-star caliber players, pero they kind of shy away from just truly being the star of the team. Is it because they want to really, truly encapsulate, this is a team game? Pero minsan, you really need that, again, that superstar to get you out of potentially a doldrum, potentially a slow stretch of rounds. You just kind of need that person, that someone to, get you that extra push.
And for PRX, that might have been something. For DRX, it could be Foxy 9. So I think like there's a lot of pressure on him. Kung lalabas nga siya for this series, diba? If it's gonna be Zess or if it's gonna be Foxy 9, there's gonna be a lot of pressure on Foxy 9, especially since nakita nga natin, diba, sa VPL na nag-a-adapt pa siya, naninibago pa siya sa team and this whole competition setting, especially since, Masters Tokyo ito, you're up against the rest of the world, diba? So, ano kaya yung condition ng Foxy 9 ngayon, diba? Ano yung kaya yung mentality niya, knowing that he might have to play, he might be thrust into the spotlight kaagad for this series, diba? And right now, we are still waiting for our map select to come in, and I'm pretty sure that it's going to be very exciting indeed, especially since PRX and DRX, they do have such a wide map pool here. And I think that, Lotus is a map that we call into question again. PRX also tends to avoid Haven, which is a map that that DRX performed very well on. PRX loves Split, for example. DRX also loves Split. So I really do wonder kung ano ba talaga yung magiging continuation ng best of 5 natin dito sa ating series for today.
At least they have a lot of lessons learned kasi ang haba talaga ng grand finals in the last Pacific. And I feel like that is one of the things that will influence a lot of the soon-to-be map bans and picks. Kasi babalik din tayo sa philosophy na, do I pick the map I'm good at? Do I really care if you're good in it? Or do I just pick one because I know that you're weak at it? And I think yung part of that is kind of hard to judge because although familiar yung teams na to, they have taken a break from playing against each other. PRX is their debut right now, but they've seen a lot of what DRX has already had. So that can play a big part in choosing their basically momentum or their pacing for this game.
Pero may crossroads din eh. Kasi parang, okay, now as a team that's faced this team, what do we do now? Do we call back on all that info and potentially overload ourselves with, again, habitual things? Or do we have a clean slate and just kind of enter this competition with a fresh, mindset?
And yun yung advantage ng PRX ngayon. They are coming into this super fresh, and DRX are coming from the warm-up that they've had on the group stage. So let's enter our map select to find out what our teams have in store.
Okay, so DRX, you will be Team A, and we'll start with your first ban. Lotus, your ban. And so map number 1 from DRX. Split, side on split. Map number 2.
Big bind.
Bind, side on bind. Attack. So we're gonna go next to the band, starting with DRX. We have Ascent, Fracture, and Pearl. And Ascent, you're a band, you have Fracture and Pearl. Band Pearl. Map number 3 is going to be Fracture, DRX, side on Fracture. Okay, going through this, make sure we're all good to go. First set of bands, we have Lotus and Haven. Map number 1 is Split with PRX on attack. Map number 2 is Bind with DRX on attack. Next set of bands are Ascent and Pearl. Decider, map number 3 will be Fracture with DRX on attack. Good? Alright, good luck to you.
Split, Bind, and Fracture. Ito ang maps for this series, PRX versus DRX. And I think na no surprises actually sa bans na pinili nila, diba? Pero DRX picking Split, I think is a power pick, syempre, for DRX. PRX on Bind, I think is very interesting. Parang naman, we have something planned for you guys.
Yun talaga, no? Kasi Bind, one of their most surprising maps. Their composition's always kind of wild there. Pero, I feel like before, it was a bit unexpected of what they can do. But nowadays, it's a bit of a telltale sign kung ano yung gagawin nila sa mapa na yun.
Parang may mix-up eh. Well, actually, now that something's out of the picture, at least maybe for this iteration of Papers, baka mag-Yoro ulit si Forsaken. Baka may throw, di ba? Kasi yun nga eh, CGRS is more utility-oriented as a player. Di naman, kulang yung firepower niya. Pero may preference talaga siya sa more supportive roles, di ba? Or at least, last we saw it.
No, si Alex gusto sana mag-huddle sa DRX. Dito na lang tayo. Group huddle na lang tayo. Yung sabi niya. Oo, it's from the RX family. Pero ayun nga, we are seeing right now our teams getting ready for this series and we are going into Split first. Nasabi nga natin na very exciting yung Bind kasi ang daming mga bago na pinalabas ng PRX dito sa Bind. On Split though with CGRS, big question para sa akin, are we going to see the Gecko come out? Are we going to see something crazy? Kahit na wala si something, oo na. Pero are we going to see something crazy from CGRS to take the place of the chaos that something brings in?
Man, I feel like Gecko is still such a divisive pick upon, I guess, many people.
Oh, good mood show.
Parang, like, what value does Gecko actually bring aside from trash, right? I mean, sure, refreshing utility, pero yun nga, like the safety net to get your utility is so little.
Parang hindi pa siya game changer, di ba?
Parang, how do we maximize this Gecko pick?
Para siyang nice to have, but is it needed? Yun yung tanong.
Quality of life.
My bigger concern dito sa split is the fact that PRX, sila yung nag-choose ng side and they went for attacking, meaning that they minimize how many rounds they have to play since it's only guaranteed sa 12. And it gives them a better chance on the latter half. But also, if DRX is able to really stack up these rounds dito sa defense, especially that the DRX is running the Neon as well as the Raze. Appreciate the Pinoy pride there, but also the stun's very useful.
I think that yung Partis double duelist from DRX, no, it really, really shows that they definitely want something explosive on this map, and then especially with split like the Raze, the paint shells can be so annoying, especially with all of those close quarters.
Plus, you add Neon stuns, it's like, oh god, these choke fights are gonna be annoying.
I do love that we're seeing Forsaken and Jing, this tandem, once again back together, diba? Itong famous na double duelist ng Paper Rex before something came into the picture. Ito talaga yung yung wonder duo ng Paper Rex, and I love that we're seeing them back here. Exciting din to see these two teams pick that double duelist. It shows that they're going for a lot of aggression here as well. I do like Mind Freak and Davai as well on the double controller setup.
It's very telltale sign dito sa APAC, no?
Definitely, and as we are going about to enter our first map split, caster, sa inyo na.
I hope you guys are ready for the next battle because this is another Grand Finals match na makikita nating muli laban ng DRX at ng PaperX. I'm Honey Glaze with the Double E, by the way. Kasama ko ngayon si Ray Ray. Makikita natin muli kung sino na nga ba ang magwawagi with this kind of matchup na parang nakita na natin before.
Tale as old as time talagang PaperX together. Of course, with DRX, para lang tayo nanonood ng VCT Pacific Grand Finals. Pero ngayon, nakita mo na nga kagad HG, know something nga. So,
Yan
kanina
nga
pa, at the same time, hindi si Foxy na yung palalaroin ng DRX. Si Zest ngayon yung ilalabas nila ngayon on that roster. Yung original roster talaga ng DRX. So, talagang malaking question talaga to.
Daming tinatago, ang daming pwedeng ibungad ngayon, lalo na si DRX or rather, si PaperX CGRS ang ngayong maglalaro. We can say na sobrang magkikibalagbagan ito dahil sa double-double na nating nakita for either of the team. So, sino kaya magwawagi or sino talaga magpapakontrol sa larangan nitong larong ito? Lalo na ngayon, we're going into split. We all know for a fact that this map is very defender-sided, but we are hoping for the best para makita natin muli si CGRS.
Uy, ako na-excite ako. Si Forsaken sa wakas. Naka-jet. Na-miss natin to. Itong Jing Forsaken tandem talaga on that double duelist. Well, on the other side naman, let's not forget RB on that Neon as well. What is gonna be the next step? Pero syempre, tignan natin. Ang bilis naman ng DRX gumalaw. Control mid. Akala mo sila yung attacking.
Buti na lang talaga at walang tao dito. Mas magkakaroon ng malaking advantage mula sa side ng PRX. Going into A, meron silang pangunahing intro. Yes, we have the entry already coming in. Pero mahuhuli din naman si Forsaken. So this can potentially cut off the rotation na manggagaling na nga for DRX dahil nagparamdam si RB. So this gives a lot of momentum din para sa PaperX.
Ang bilis naman ng PaperX. Natakot yung DRX kay Forsaken. Si Forsaken pa lang yun, ha? Paano pa kaya yung ibang miyembro ng DRX? Pero DRX, slow approach lang kailangan nilang gawin. Pero RB, napakalayo na sa wakas nakapagpunta na nga din siya kagad dito sa may tower. But as this goes, ang daming contests mula sa kanilang mula sa dalawang teams na to. Pero hahabulin nila si RB. And finally, the kills are working in. Zest tries to go for the defuse. Pero matatamaan na naman ni Buzz ngayon. Hold it lang pa rin ba kagad ang mangyayari? Naku po, Mind Freak on that flank itself. He gets a third K. At grabe naman, what a start between these two teams as PaperX takes the first round.
Sobrang saglit nga ng pagplant na kaagad ng spike para sa side na nga ngayon ng PaperX dahil una sa lahat, we have a double duelist setup. We have Raze, we have a Jet at fully nilang na-overwhelm ang players ng DRX. And then, nung nakita naman natin, we had the attention already spanning, going into B main. At kita mo naman din na nagkaroon nga kaagad ng mga magandang decision making coming in for PaperX to take over Heaven. Kaya naman, nagkahirapan kung saan sila mahanap, mapipin down ngayon. And speaking of pin down, will Zes be pinned down dahil apat ang rumaragas sa players coming in from PaperX. All the way coming from Garage, nagkaharapan, nagkatitigan at muli na naman tumumba si Mako.
Ang bilis nun. Tatlo wipeout kagad. Parang naghugas lang ng pinggan at tatanggal kagad ang mansya. Ang clean naman nun.
Sebo.
Ay, may sebo ba? Sebo pala tawag. Oo nga pala. Mansya sa may, ano pala yun, damit. At ito pa, ang kanina, nakita na nga natin the vibe with the tops, pero it's all up to stacks. Instead of fist bump, ginagawa nila pa heart. Ang cute
Yes, ang cute nga nila CGRS. Kaya naman magiging cute din ba ang magiging tapatan nila later on sa buy round na nga ng DRX. Dahil once again, DRX, we're just really waiting out to see kung magkakaroon ba sila na magiging laban. Lalo na't ngayon, patuloy pa rin umaragasa ang PaperX. Kita mo naman, we have the flights coming in from the race. Tapos magpapatuloy pa sila Forsaken with the dash. So, ang daming executions, ang daming distractions. But will DRX be able to compose themselves kapag nakuha na nila yung momentum?
DRX naman, they always come up with a lot of surprises. Maybe they just really need yung ample amount of time para lang kagad makapag-prepare. O sige, press W parehas. Jing together with Forsaken. Itong tandem na to, parang ayoko kalaban to pagdating sa rank. Pero nga lang, boss, mapipigilan na kagad si Forsaken. And now, mukhang that's just it for you. Pero good trades mula kay Mako. Masastop ba niya si Davai? Mukhang oo at mapapaback out kagad ang PaperX.
Sa pagmamadali nila, parehas tuloy silang tumumba. Dalawa ang nawala sa kanila, kaya paalam na lang muna para sa PaperX ngayon na ipagpatuloy yung kanilang possible aggression. Dahil ang dami rin na nang nakatapat Yes, binatuhan nila ng mollies, binatuhan nila ng mga pain shells, sina Buzz, sina Zes, pero sila pa rin ang nagwagi. Nag-iintay kasi all the way from backside dito si Zes. Tapos, nagpatuloy ito with the crossfire na ginawa nga nila together with Buzz. But then, this time around, apat pa rin naman silang natitira. So, they have a good winning advantage laban sa PaperX na sorry, unti-unti pa rin namang umiikot. I think they have time para makapag-rotate pa, going into mid, going into A. Pero mukhang, save na lang yata muna. 30 seconds left.
Dabay, ang tagal. Saan na tayo pupunta? 25 seconds on the clock. And it seems like two of them are in mid. Si RB ngayon magko-concast. Pero mukhang tatawid pa pala sila sa fence. Pero nahuli na kagad si Mind Freak. At pupuntahan niya na kagad. Sumunod na din kagad si Zigars. At isa na lang kagad Davai. Ang ganda na sana nung plan naman nila. Clear out lang sana nila yung vents kagad. Pati yung mail. Pero syempre, kita mo naman yung firepower ngayon ng DRX. Hawak-hawak ni RB. Vandal. And that's just it. Davai is just gonna be saving, of course, ang kanyang Phantom, and this is a good start then at the same time for DRX.
Nahuli lang talaga sila sa bitag na meron na nga for DRX side. Doon sa mid, then napagtagumpayan nila yung hold coming in from RB. At siguro ang nakita ko rin dito is that medyo na-delay yung blind na pwede nga itulong sana ng CGRS to give assistance sa pag-rotate nila or sa pagpasok nga nila here in mid. Going into vents, they still have time I think that was still 20 seconds pa. Pero oh my God, ito na naman tayo ngayon. Nagpakaramdaman na naman going into B main. There's a lot of attention and impact here in B main. So better yet, magkaroon na rin ng adjustments quickly dito ang PaperX or rather ang DRX.
Uy, ingat pagdating kay Zes. Pero uy, ang dami talagang information na nakikita ng DRX. Ayaw nila mag-overrate because they really know that it's PaperX they are talking about. Ang laki talaga ng fragging potential pagdating sa PaperX, especially kapag nasa attacking side sila. Pero si Davai, may nilalaban siya. He's cooking something here sa may mismong tower. Pero after making those few noises once again, aalis na naman sila sa pwesto. They're gonna be backing themselves up here in A side.
Binibigay na naman nila yung side, binibigay nila yung space. Pero with those stars, they can hold them back potentially from trying to commit into A. We have the wall. Pwede na ito maging open opportunity for them to secure in. Pero meron pa pala sila kaagad na Cosmic Divide. Pero little that they know na baka malikuran na nga sila. Lilikuran na nga rin kaagad ni sina Mindfreak, left alone, going inside of A. Nahuli na rin ang lahat for them to try and commit further sa loob ng site at makapag-plant ng spike.
Alam mo, wala kasi parehas hard sentinel tong mga to. So, usong-uso
wala
talaga
silang
yung
makuha
mga
info eh.
likod-likuran na yan. Nakita mo kagad na-trap out lahat ng miyembro ng Paper X here sa may A site itself. Even if there's the help, of course, of the Cosmic Divide coming in from Mindfreak, didn't give much of an impact as Mako was able to gather a lot of kills together with his teammate. And ito talagang maganda sa DRX, diba? Natuto na sila sa mga mistakes nila from Paper X and now they're actually applying it.
Yun nga eh, wala silang sentinel, wala silang heart info gathering agent, pero ngayon, itatapat na kaagad nila yung mga contact. We have Jing with a showstopper. Unfortunately, it did not connect. We have so many smokes getting inside of the site, pero ang problema, wala naman sila makita ni isa. Buzz here, we have the showstopper not even connecting from the players of Paper Rex. Pero ngayon, tatlo laban sa dalawa, lamang pa sila.
Uy, Davai, Mindfreak, dalawang controllers na lang natitira. But, Davai? Okay. Kung makapit na si Davai ng isa,
pwedeng makapanglikod, ano?
Pwede pa talaga mananalo sila dito. And speaking of nga lang, RP nakatapat na nga kagad sa kanya. Nakita na din. Alam na nila saan siya manggagaling. And it's all up to Mindfreak. Pag eto na clutch ni Mindfreak, idol ko na siya.
Talaga ba? Kala ko ba matagal na? Fast lane. Okay, that gave an open wide swing coming in from Mindfreak to get in a kill. Dalawa na lang kaagad na natitira. Sige, laban pa. Pero kasi naka-double pick na sa kanya. Compromise pa yung pwesto ng spike ngayon. So paano siya aapila? That is a good kill coming in from Buzz. Dahil siya rin naman ang nakapanguna dito. Laban na nga sa Paper Rex. So they have a lead now. Laban sa kanila.
Ganda kagad, Hindi kasi na-clear ka. Even, yes, you have the utilities, pero nga lang, don't forget may Rafters player pa kagad. His name is Buzz. Na-cut off kagad si Dubai on his flank. Tapos, it's all up to Mindfreak going up against 3 players. At alam naman natin, medyo mahirap talaga pagdating sa split, kunin yung mga isolate. Kasi nga, sobrang sikip, sobrang liit. So talagang kahit if you have enough smokes, diba? Talagang pupush ka lang ng mga kalaban mo. And that became, of course, a disadvantage for the both controllers ng ating Paper X.
Ang mahirap pa kasi dito, binabatuhan lang kaagad sila ng mga utilities eh. We have the paint shells, nagdaga mo pa nung mga stars nga nung Astra. So, isang concuss, isang gravity well lang, enough na kaagad yon to deny those entry na pwede nga mangyari o manggagaling ng garage, lalo na nung A-main pa, diba? Ang liit na mga pwede nalang butasan dito. So, or rather na pasukan nila dito. So, ang kailangan nilang gawin is give a lot of contact from any angle na pwede nilang mapuntahan nga. Tapos, i-decide nila, magkaroon nga sila ng pang-ipit factor laban sa DRX na pwede silang pumasok din on mid. Ang problema kasi, in every contact, nakaabang si Buzz, nandun si RP. Sino ba yung main fraggers pa? Kaagad ng DRX, diba? Kaya-kaya din silang i-pin down. So, they just need a little bit more mobility, I think.
Pwede din not just about mobility, but I guess it's not just press W anymore. Remember, bakit nyo ba nilalagay si Zest on that controller position? He can just sustain himself in a way na he's just gonna be deciding all by himself kung paano ba masastop yung isang team na katulad ng Paper X. Talagang, ito yung meron sa DRX. Talagang napaka-connected ng kanilang playstyle. And ito pa, syempre, alam na din nila yung natuto na nga sila. So that's why they can really get that aggressiveness at the same time. Pero ngayon, Jing na naman muli. He's gonna be getting that entry. Kasabay ngayon si Seekers pagdating sa kanyang dog. Pero nga lang nag-dash out din kagad si Forsaken kasi he knows it's not gonna work dahil ang dami na kagad nakatingin sa kanila.
Wala rin kasi siyang bala, wala rin siyang pang firepower dito. Tumapat din. So, they need to choose their fights wisely dahil medyo stock up na kaagad sila here all the way from ramps. Meron pang mga blinds sa kasama. We have the utilities being set up as something that can hold them apart as they make an entry happen. Yes, pagbabato kayo ng mga mollies, pero tingnan mo naman yung mga nakaabang mismo sa loob ng site. Saan ba kayo magpa-plan? Sa loob ng A. But then, ang magiging idea pala dito ngayon na Paper X is go into city area para makapag-rotate going into B. Overwhelming Buzz, ang dami niyo nakikita. Kailangan niyo bumalik, kailangan niyo umexit na muna. Pero Mindfreak, that is a good distraction para at least makuha din yung attention sa kanyang side ngayon.
Yung oras, kaso ang dami. ipit, pero nga lang mag-audition sila sa harapan ni Zest. But Devi was able to get the kills, 15 seconds. Pero syempre, medyo malayo-layo na yan. Kaso nga lang yung paa. Kitang-kita ni Mind Freak. Sabi niya, rinig kayong ingay. 3K na nga kagad. Another day for Mind Freak na naman. Ilang beses siya nakaka 3K so far, di ba? At parati niya kina-cut off ibang miyembro ng DRX.
Ito na yung lasa na naman na gustong gawin ng Paper Rex. We have Mind Freak staying over a corner na hindi mababantayan nga ng DRX. Good hold sana na ginawa ng ni Zest. Pero ang main problem kasi is hindi mo malaman kung ano ba yung gagawin na ng Paper Rex. Still hold W. Pero saan? Nanggaling pumasok nga sila ng Rams going into mid, overwhelming Buzz, and Buzz wasn't able to react on time. So unfortunately, na-equalize na kaagad ang scoreline. 3-3 na ngayon.
Sobrang amazing na mga controller players parehas na teams Mako together with Zest. Alam na natin yan. With Devi naman together with Mind Freak. At kitang-kita naman natin na dito sa split, this is really a 50-50. This might shift just like sa side ng DRX or might be sa Paper X. But remember, this is a map pick ng DRX. So kailangan talaga nila makuha yung advantage. Kasi alam naman natin, nagpe-prepare talaga sila. Pero nagsasagutan lang sila, okay. Ano muna, crouch muna kami.
Para sila mahaba yung pasensya ngayon. Pero mas mahaba din ang pasensya ngayon ni RB kumuha ng angulo. We have Forsaken though, ready enough to get in a kill. Nakapasok na sila tuluyan ng site pero wala pang may idea kung nasaan ba manggagaling si Mind Freak ngayon. It's down to a 4v4 pero let's look on the utilities na available ngayon for DRX. We have the Cosmic Divide pero yung Seekers na ito makakapang-delay lang naman din ng retake nila.
Ang tagal, Mind Freak, saan tayo pupunta? Okay, magve-vents na siya. Sana di siya marinig. At pwede niya sana kagad mapitas ang isang miyembro. Pero sinabayan na nga din kagad ang mga miyembro ng DRX coming in from elbow. But then, there's just Forsaken taking him down together with Jing. Yung duo na to talaga ayaw mo kalaban. And it's all up to Mako. Saan nga ba sila nakatingin as Jing gets the 3? And Paper X finally leading by 1 against DRX.
Happy siya, di ba? Kasi nagtago siya eh. Jing, ikaw na. Ikaw na bahala. Tapos si Jing nga yung tumapat. Grabe naman yung mga drawing nila. Siyempre, Japan nga pala tayo eh, di ba? So, God, ang ganda din ng pag-drawing dito ngayon na Paper Rex to play out a really clean of a post plan. Dahil alam nila eh, may Cosmic Divide na available so might as well go for contact sa loob na mismo ng site and then, ikaw na yung bahala para makakuha rin ng pick-offs kung sakali mang may time ka pa. I'm talking about Mind Freak here. Nasabi mo nga, di ba? Saan galing? Bakit ang tagal pa? Pero kita mo naman din na it worked well for Paper Rex. So, it's really undeniably equal sa matchup na ito.
And this split, even if sabihin na natin DRX was able to like get a lot of rounds then at the same time against Paper X, I really do believe na pwede pa rin tong mapunta sa side ng Paper X. No something doesn't mean na hindi nila kaya talaga to against them. And ito pa, kapag si Forsaken nilagay mo sa duelist together with Jing, we've seen this duo get a lot of good entries. And it was something that DRX can't stop also. Not just DRX, but other APAC teams as well. So tignan ba natin yung pwede pang mag-manifest sa Paper X ngayon? Dahil sa DRX pwede pa nilang mabasa to. Kaya naman nila pagdating sa double controller nila.
Oh, ang inaisip ko dito ngayon is that RB will use the Dead Fingers na meron siya ngayon. Check in A main, pero walang tao dyan ngayon. So, they might hold back for a bit from trying to deny or kaya change ang pace laban sa Paper X. Dahil ang dami rin kasi talagang pwedeng pag-entry, pwedeng pagpasukan ng Paper X ngayon. We have mid, we have garage, there goes an info. Zest, ilalaban na sana, pero ang hirap pa rin naman ito. We have the Flying Bus with the judge, with that concuss. He gets into player's head immediately as they make a entry happen. Pero magiging problema ngayon is that they are also all over the place. I think galing nga ng mid si Davay eh.
Ayaw may paglaban kay Davay. Kanina pa.
Lason
Kanina pa. Like, pareha sila ni Mind Freak. Sabi ko nga, di ba, what will happen? Wala silang sentinel. Walang makakapag-cut off ng flank. Pero hindi. They are just so creative. They want to manipulate in every single aspects of our split map. And that's good. Alam na nila, nag-study time din ng Paper X. At ito yung gagamitin nila against DRX sa mismong mapang ito, which is in split.
Hirap, nakakalito tuloy kung ano. Yung pwede pang i-push, pwede pang i-hold W na Paper Rex. Pero as we can see now, si Jing na daw ang bahala. We have the flights already making way, going here. In ramps, we have the concuss. Nandito naman si Forsaken. Magkakaling lang din sa labas. So we have the showstopper now available for Jing to use. Overwhelming players from DRX. He was blinded by the light, kaya si Jing ang bumalaga sa kanya. We have 2 players naman din na natitira from DRX. Pero ano pa ba yung sasagot nila? Layo pa pala ni Zest.
Zest, saan pa
Ano na? Saan tayo?
Saan tayo papunta?
To the moon.
At ang DRX ngayon, they're just finding trouble talaga within just how aggressive Jing is. Jing on that race talaga, alam na natin yan, guys. Sobrang complicated to sa DRX. Ang hirap na rin i-retake at the same time. Kita mo naman ang perfect post-plant positioning ng PaperX, pero kita nyo kagad. He's just spraying through the, talagang through the wall. Alam naman niya. Tapos nakuha rin kagad yung information as to where Stacks is. Very creative na naman muli sa side ng PaperX. At press W na naman to. 3 rounds na ang difference nila.
So here's the thing. Ganito yung ginagawa nila eh. Papasok sa ramp si Jing, magpa-flights. Then we have the dash off drop coming in from Forsaken na tatalon nga, lulandag doon sa heaven side nga ng A. Tapos yung mga blinds si CGRS will be taking over sa loob mismo ng site. So overwhelmed talaga sila sa stock up potential ng players ngayon ng PaperX. Kung ano yung pagkasunod-sunod ng kanilang entry. Dahil again, we have Jing who just even played it out himself sa loob mismo or sa taas mismo ng ramps na siya lang talaga ang nakakuha ng picks. Dalawa pa naman yon mula na nga sa DRX. So unfortunately for DRX, medyo lamang na talaga ang PaperX and na-check pa yung corner dito ngayon ni Stacks. Dalawang nagpo-push going into ramps. Wala silang makita na kahit sino. We have the concuss. We have RP Steadfingers. Ka-California. Oh my God! Kingpin muna sila dahil ngayon it's all up to CGRS. Na CGRS kasama na lang din nila Stacks. Na shorty pa sila pare. Ano pa bang gagawin nila?
Kita mo naman kagad the aggressiveness not just from PaperX but to DRX as well. Very APAC talaga yung style nila. Pero pares sa
Kanina, ganitong place pala.
Ay, hindi ka maniniwala. 4 rounds pa lang to.
Sa EMEA?
Wag 3 rounds pa nga lang. May kasapan timeout.
Patapos na nga tayo ng second round.
Oo. Sabi sa'yo, ang bibilis nga ng mga ito maglaro. Ano kaya talagang kinakain ng mga ito for breakfast? Pero alam mo ba kung sino nakatalo sa pares na yan?
Sino?
Team Secret.
Team Secret. Kahit ituro mo ba yan dyan, natalo yan ng Team Secret.
Oh, so alam niyo na, PaperX, bigyan nyo kami ng jersey.
Yun. Pero, ito, sobrang na-overwhelm nga talaga sila. Sayang yung ginamit dito ni RP with his ultimate nga na gusto niya sana ma-overwhelm players ng PaperX with their entries. But then again, ano ba yung tumatapat sa kanila? We have paint shells. Sobrang distractive nun na hindi mo malaman kung ano yung kailangan mong unahin dahil again, baka may mag-pick pa sa'yo from PaperX. And speaking of PaperX, they are leading by 4.
And this is good already on their attacking side. This is enough actually. Pero syempre, they want more, di ba? Tapos ngayon, yung saktuhan.
This is the first time I've seen that.
Buhay pa!
Helicopter!
Ay, nako po.
Sorry, na-distract ako kasi may sofa doon sa banda.
Ay, meron ba?
Hindi mo nakita?
Ay, hindi ko nakita. Yung bundle!
Grabe! Sino gumagamit yan? Dito ko lang nakita ulit yan.
Mga APAC players talaga. Built
makikita
different.
mo ulit yan.
Sige, gusto ko makita yan. Pero ngayon walang pinakpat ngayon. Grabe ka naman, Forsaken. Alam mo ba, akala ko talaga to si Forsaken, makakuha pa kagad na medyo magiging lax siya pagdating sa pagiging aggressive. Pero wala eh. He's just there to give an answer. And right now, he's looking forward for that ace. Pero denied ngayon by Zest. 2v1. Low on HP si Dabay. Patay ni Zest. At alam na natin pagdating sa player na to, grabe ang clutch potential. Pero Dabay, 4 HP and a dream. Ano nga ba ang mangyayari?
Pag ikaw nadaplisan niya.
Pag ikaw natapakan, aray talagang sasabihin mo.
We have 1 star remaining coming in from Zest. Alam ni Zest na low HP talaga. Pero lahat ng mga sprays niya, hindi ito matama. Sige, ipira mo. Hanapin mo muna kung kung saan na nga ba siya napaparito dahil with every spray, alam niya yun talaga muna. Tapos siya pa yun na shorty, pare, ano na? 8-4? 8-9-3?
9-3 curse? Hello? Kung Ineya to, alam mo na yan? 5-5 pa lang. Oo. Bukas na tayo matatapos. But then, I am just so amazed with PRX. Tapos ito pa, alam ni Davay na konting hibla na lang yung buhok niya.
Kaya pa ikot-ikot siya eh.
And,
pero delikado din yun.
Oh,
ha?
delikado.
Literal na isang bala na lang siya.
Kaya nga to si Zeze was just spraying all over the place.
Oo, pero kasi
wala
ang mga
eh.
spray niya, patap-tap. Pero oy, wala talagang pagdadalawang isip. Pero ngayon, with that star, nailigtas niya para tuloy yung tropa niya. We have the concuss, denying those entries, those aggressions. May trailblazer na lalabas. We have the blinds as well. Pero ngayon, mas namama pa rin. With the overwhelming capabilities na naglabas ng baril. Si Forsaken, what?
Naka-nerf gun nga yan. Not-switch pa niya. And he gets the second. Oh my goodness. Anong warm-up ng Paper Rex? Yun ang gusto ko malaman. Zest na lang together with Mako. At nakita na naman, nasaktuhan na naman ni Mr. Forsaken. And it's all up to one. But then Mako will be taken out. Grabe talaga si Jason Susanto.
What am I not understanding? Doon sa history ng DRX ng Paper Rex, 6 times silang nagkatapat. Pero recently lang nananalo ang Paper Rex. So what is happening? ang una ko nakikita rito is that it's just really so much overwhelming plays na naibibigay nga multiple times ng Paper Rex with Jing, with Forsaken, with those blinds back given by CGRS. I really love how he continues consistently use the blinds to make way or kaya ma-overwhelm nila yung mga taong nasa site. But then, syempre, alamin natin kung ano ba yung maisasagot nila. Mika Fabs, Rafael, and Vic.
Complete name.
Oo nga
Wow, complete name.
Buti sa'yo, Mika.
I don't appreciate that. Like,
Exposed.
Pero guys, I just wanna comment na ngayon lang ako nakakita ng watch party na parang nag-cut sa watch party tapos parang comedy show yung pinapanood.
parang, oh, look, they're
Oh,
WK.
look,
They're
so
destroying
funny.
DRX. It's
Pero,
so hilarious.
my gosh,
Destroying.
Jason Susanto, ano ba yung kinain mo today? Because what a performance this kid is having alongside Jing, syempre, yung forever partner in crime niya.
Siguro tayong nagpanic kanina. Wala si something. So what is Paper X going to do?
Oh,
wait a minute.
May Forsaken pa.
Yun nga, yung original W key duo. And again, I feel like this is super simplified naman. Pero grabe yung muscle over mind talaga sa Paper X ngayon.
I mean, brute force lang talaga yung mga defenses dito from DRX. Because Paper Rex, they're playing so aggressively. Especially, we know it's split. It's not their map. They chose attack, knowing that defense is probably better for us, but let's see how far we can get. And they basically went almost all the way dito because the raw firepower and a couple of kills that are so questionable, just pure instinct, I guess, from the players, from sanayan sa mga scrims, practice, lahat. Sometimes they just fall and you don't know how it happens because they get the sight so fast.
But DRX, let's wall here, let's wall ramps. Pero PRX just spray through the wall, spray through everything. And nakikita din natin, diba, kahit you have the firepower of Buzz and RB on the Neon, who's on the Neon, by the way, it's no match for the power of Forsaken and Jing. Na as we're seeing, it's been some time since we've seen this partnership, diba? Pero it's still on point.
You know what I like about Paper X? They're teaching everybody that everything can be solved with this. You know what I mean? Oh, they're really running setups? Yes. But, okay, on a more serious note, parang nag-overthink din yung DRX kasi ang dami nilang preemptive combos, ang dami nilang forward utility. Pero, yun nga, parang okay, let's try to segment and segregate all the players from Paper X. But what ends up happening is they end up overextending and they get punished pretty hard for it.
Exactly. They already expect that they're gonna have to deal with something, but I don't think they understand talaga gaano kalaki yung kailangan nilang gawin.
And I think that now that the sides are going to switch, we're gonna see if this is still the solution on the side of defense split. Over to you, casters.
Violente.
May ganun, may hand fist no?
Nakakatakot.
Angry.
Pero totoo naman kasi, bali action din ang buhay high kasi ng PaperX. So, ibibigay talaga nila yung action laban sa DRX. Sige, W Gaming pala. Ito talaga ang tunay na W Gaming. Ang dami nilang pag-e-entry-an. Ang dami nilang mga options here and split, and it's really, really working out well for them. We're just going to find out kung ganong klaseng mala-action na buhay ba ay mangyayari na din. And their half na sila naman ngayon ang umaepensa. Lalo na't wag natin kakalimutan na this is a 9-3 scoreline. The curse may happen.
Uy, naniniwala kayo sa mga verses, guys. Ako, oo. Dahil
Lagi
nga lang.
yan eh.
Lagi. Uy, kanina wala eh. Kasi kami ni Honey Glaze yung nagkakas. Kaya 2-0. Tignan natin if that's gonna be the same. Because PaperX, yun nga, sabi ko, hindi na naman kinonsider ng DRX na, hey, remember, Forsaken na Jing, gising yung mga yan as the duelist. And now na si Mindpick kumahanap ng konting information. He's gonna back out. He's just gonna give up. Pero nga lang, Seagers ngayon, nakuha na nga din kagad ni Buzz, pero wala pa kagad nakakapag-plant ng spike. Pero mag-ingat kayo si Mindpick. Here positions themselves. Sobrang tapang ni Mindpick sa kanyang gagawin. Kaso nga lang, too late na ata para malaman ngayon as they already know where he is. And it's all up to Forsaken.
I love the crossfire na sanang gagawin nga ng PaperX laban sa DRX, but DRX played that smoke into their favor. Again, that was the star from Mindfreak, pero mas ginawa pa nila itong advantage nila. Kaya naman nakapagtago at nakapag-ready na sila with any picks na pwede nga nilang itulong dito kay Mindfreak. Forsaken goes in for the first kill. 4 pa makakatapat nila. 4 lang naman. Forsaken yan eh.
Oo. 30 HP na may mapipitas pa yan na isa. Ay, wala na. Zest takes him out. At ito na nga, is 9-3 curse real? Or ano lang? Sa pistol lang. Pistol lang ba mga muna itong mga taga-DRX? Ang ganda na sana na execution ng PaperX sana. Pero they were just a little bit too late. Tapos di nila in-expect that Mako is up there. Kaya nagulat din talaga sila kagad on that retake. But all in all, let's see pa kung gaano nga sila ka-prepared. No hard sentinel, remember guys. So talagang ang daming creativity na pwedeng gawin ng DRX. How they want to apply it. At mukhang yung execution nila nangyayari na nga talagang gusto
Yun nga
nila.
wala silang hard senti, so they might as well play in for contact. Pero ang magiging problema nila dito is, again, we have hard contacts din naman na pwede nga i-execute dito ng DRX. Katulad na lang nito, Mako waited out really patiently for this one. Pero ang problema lang din naman kasi is that wala din naman pera sila Forsaken.
Nag-risk lang siya kagad. Uy, bili ako ngayon ng Marshall, baka makapitas ako. Pero wala, hindi siya nakapitas. At ngayon na nga kagad lahat pumunta na din sa B-side. Mismo, I love how DRX wants to execute kagad. Konting pitas lang na naman sa A. Try bawasan yung mga duelist nilang aggressive. At kita na kagad it was successful since Forsaken is out. A great start sa DRX on our second half. But PaperX, what's the next step? Hanggang intro lang ba ang kaya nilang gawin? Or ngayon, it might be different. Pero naku po, nag-audition sila sa harapan ngayon ni RB as he gets a 3K. And it's all up to Cigars as he picks up one. Makapitas pa siya ng isa, okay na eh. Actually, nakapitas na nga. Okay na, namin na itong pera para sa next round. Sino pa next na pupunta sa harapan ko? Wala na, sabi ni Stax.
Sayang. Shorty pa kasi nadampot niya. Dami pa naman barrel sa harap niya. But yeah, a kill is still a kill. Panis kayo sa classic na meron nga kay CGRS. And unfortunately, nabawasan tuloy yung buy round ng DRX. This is going smoothly for DRX na pwede nga silang magpatuloy. But then, the question is, kung kaya ba nilang i-compose ang kanilang mga sarili on the buy round pa ngayon ng PaperX. We see here, half armors, yes, kina Forsaken, kina CGRS. But let's not forget all of those utilities na pwede pa nilang ibigay as a delay laban sa DRX, lalo na nagkakalabanan ng mga ibon na mga kalapate. Slide in, slide out. Young Jing getting over. Orby steps naman for another. Jing with a double. Mako with a good finisher onto the life of Mindfreak. So this can be entry denied, but then Jing is just really ready enough for them para makakuha din na naman ng isa. Mako na lang ang natitira.
Hindi pala robot si Forsaken. Nag-dash din sa kalaban. Oo, akala ko ano talaga eh, built different. Pero sabi ko nga, tao lang din siya. At pangalan niya ay Jason. Paano ko nalaman? Kasi close kami. Diba? Close.
Sana all.
Pinicturean tayo niyan eh.
pala!
Inutusan lang namin yan na picturean kaming mga shoutcasters last year. At ngayon na nga, Mako na lang 45 HP. At remember, this is Mako we are talking about. Alam naman natin yung succession rate whenever he's on like that 2v1s and stuff like that. Pero nga
Mako
lang,
yan eh.
45 HP, wala na kagad available pa na armor. Pwede lang siyang pitikin ngayon ni Davai at out na kagad siya at makukuha ng double digit
mo yan
score
pa nga
ngayon.
yata ngayon yung Davai. And fortunately, that is double digit already for PaperX. Good enough though, para sa DRX na makapagbigay na casualty. 3 din naman na yun, namatay nga for PaperX. So, this is good for their eco. But on the momentum and on the spectrum na there's a lot of pressure, lalo na ilang rounds na lang din ang kailangan kasing buuin ng PaperX. So, still, around this around pa naman for PaperX.
I love I love one thing about DRX and PaperX na napaka-similar nila. Very straightforward yung ginagawa nilang plays.
Hindi katulad ng NRG, no?
Oo, tagal.
Masama yung loob sa NRG.
Sorry, Energy, tsaka yung Fnatic ha. Lalong-lalo na yung Navi.
Fnatic is okay eh. Pero nung NRG at Navi, oh my God.
Kami na magko-coach. Papalitan na namin yung twin brother nung isa. Pero tol nga, very straightforward. Kung ano yung gusto nilang i-apply, yun yung susundin. No doubts, di ba? And that's good naman. And this is how they want to play their styles, which is very, talaga, I'm very impressed. Pero ngayon naman, Jing, hinaharangan lang niya ng onte. May kasama din kagad assist mula kay Davai. Pero syempre, sa DRX, sabi nga nila, hintay na naman muli tayo. Hayaan natin mag-overheat etong PaperX. Kasi yan talaga yung nagiging problem nila usually.
Impatience?
Pero, Jing! Wag, Jing! Wag! Mahirap yan. Maraming pupunta sa harapan mo. At yun na nga sinabi ko eh.
Impatience nga ang nangyayari ngayon for PaperX. He went in, but unfortunately, nasagutan din naman. The buy was able to get onto one, pero RB nakasagot din naman. We have the buy going in for the pick, buti na lang may star pa ditong nakatulong ngayon for him to deny and those entries. He goes in for triple, and now, pwede niya pa maramdaman kaso magkakasalisihan na nga. Naku, lumikot pa. Si RB nag-iingat pa. Not like this! It's once more! Why is this happening in the playoffs of Masters Tokyo? It's another Japan strat coming in from RB. CGRS na lang ang natitira. He still has the opportunity to pick up the spike. Swing coming in from CGRS will be connecting onto him. And unfortunately, for PaperX, kung ano ang nangyari na kahapon, nangyari din ngayon.
Na-stress ako doon ng slide. Kung ako si Cigarettes, ang ginawa ko nag-buy time, 8 seconds na lang, 'di ba? At syempre, check pa kagad ni RB kung nasaan siya. Sana kung nag-hide siya sa may pillar, okay na sana. But this Red Bull clutch, I think what RB really planned, that's why he waited for that kill against Davai, is that kasi baka i-double swing siya. So ginawa niya, okay, iisa-isahin ko na mga to. Naka-vandal naman ako eh. So no problem para sa akin. And impressive na talaga yung ginagawa ng DRX ngayon. PaperX, they really need to make a solution out of it. They really need to be snappy. Forsaken waiting na kagad makakuha siya ng orb sana kahit papanan. Yun nga kagad yung ginagawa na ngayon. At inaabangan. At yun na nga kagad yung kokolektahin niya.
Wala silang pera eh. He just needs one kill. At kung makuha niya man din yung orb here in Garage, good enough for them dahil syempre pwede nilang matapatan. Most likely, yung maging firepower ng DRX. But speaking of firepower, apat kasi ang apat na rin kasi yung dumedelehan siya dito. We even have the Trailblazer at hand. Nakakuha din ng isa sa Mindfreak though. But RB, oh my God, it's just really composed enough to get himself a triple. Jing wasn't ready enough for him. So unfortunately for them, wala siya nakuha na Blade Storm dito. So I think they can hope for the best para makakuha ng exit frags din.
Uy, papakita pa si Forsaken. May mag-aasim ba sa kanya? Wala. Pero syempre, naghihintay pa rin siya ng perfect timing with Spirit. And now, this is the flash. Pero nga lang, RB! Will he get that ace? Sabi, akin na to guys. Huwag na kayong gumalaw. Ako na to. Pang-highlight to. TikTok din to, pre.
Huwag mong ibibigay.
Huwag mo ibibigay, Zigars. Huwag mo ibibigay. Binigay ni Ace. And DRX. RB built different pagdating sa Neon na yan. Grabe naman.
Well, wala rin naman kasi pera players from Paper Rex. And then, nagkataon pa na naipit at na-overwhelm din. Same place actually ang naibibigay ng mga initiators. So, to the point na ang ganda na nagiging reaction time, ang ganda na nagiging follow-up, lalo na we have so much impact and a pressure given by the Trailblazers and even the blinds ng mga Sky. So, by all means, they are amplifying that kind of pushes or that kind of usage ng mga utilities nga para ma-overwhelm at ma-take over nila kaagad ang site. So, unfortunately, once again, for Paper Rex, nabawasan na naman sila ng isang round. So, it's 6-10.
Okay. Okay guys, sabi ng Paper Rex, time
Or
out
7
na.
pala.
3 na lang at makakabawi sa atin ang DRX. At sabi ko nga, di ba, yung mga times na to, dito ka mapapa-question kung bakit nga ba napaka-importante ng isang katulad ni Something. Whenever it's crucial, si Something talaga yung nagsisimula na, yung nag-i-ignite na naman muli ng apoy sa Paper X. And now that he's not here, what's the next step ng Paper X? Ano na kaya yung next nilang pag-uusapan ngayon at i-reconstruct pagdating sa next round na kailangan nilang tahakin? Medyo sabi ko nga, yung mga ginagawa ni Jing, yung mga ginagawa ni Forsaken, kailangan ngayon depensahan nila ng mas maigi. Hindi na dapat sila nagpapaka-straightforward dahil nga sabi ko sa inyo, nasa defending naman sila. Pwede naman silang mag-wait. But right now, this is the big question. Forsaken on that operator.
Yun nga eh. Tapos may Bladestorm pa kasama. They have complete ultimates pa para ma-deny yung possible entries from DRX. And DRX, I really do think that they are composed enough now para mahabol nila ito. Pero nagkasalisihan pa sila pareho. It's still Jing winning it up with a dual two players pa agad na tumabaw with his stinger alone. Stacks, munti ka na rin makakuha din ng double pick. Pero ang bilis na nakbo nila CGRS.
Wala akong masabi kay Jing. Sobrang, all I can say is just so
Hindi
confident.
tumama, concise, composed with the pick. I love it.
It's just Jing, guys, with that talagang how he plays it out. Pero naku po natag si Mindpick. He's gonna be backing out, getting that concuss. Tuloy, may control na naman ng DRX. Dapat dito sa Paper X, panindigan na nila kagad yung in-start ni Jing. Maganda na yung nakuha niya kagad with those 2Ks. Out na nga si Buzz, out na nga si RB, yung mga nagta-top frag sa side ng DRX. Dapat na-remove na nga din nila kagad. Pero Mako versus Forsaken, may kita nga ba ng dalawang miyembro? Mapabawasan nga ba nila si Mako? Yes or no? Nagkakasalisihan, and that's just it. Forsaken is out, and now this is gonna be giving a huge step once again for DRX to actually win this.
Yung utility, yung blind, sana makakakuha ng info. It didn't give the info na meron na pala dito, kaya nadali si kuya mo. Forsaken was down, saya yung operator niya. But guys, this is still a 3v3 setup. We have the Viper Spit though. Magiging problem ito for Mindrick to go in for the pick. Even though that they have the blinds, hindi ito magiging malaking impact, lalo na sa loob pa ng Viper Spit. Makikipaghanapan pa kayo doon sa tatlo din naman na natitira. Si GRS all the way from up top. Malayo pa yung panggagalingan nga nila Mindrick, nila Dabay. Pero with that pick coming in from Zest, that gives off an opportunity for them to get themselves some kills. Now, 8-10. Patay.
9-3. Curse. Oh no, this is looking bad for Paper X talaga. Sabi ko nga yung consistency. Yung pagiging agresibo, wag masyado. Remember, DRX, when it comes to complicated rounds, mid-rounds like this is where they need to manifest more. And nangyayari nga yun. Mako na naman, just because of him, di ba? Tapos ito pa yung sa Mako, yung walls, kaya hindi siya nakita. Oh, so, the timing, oh my goodness. Kaya
Yan
hindi nila nakita.
Napaka-crucial pa naman nun. Dahil yun nga, di ba? Sabi mo nga, we have that operator for Forsaken. So, he needs to go in for the pick. Pero with that pick, with that info na pwede na sana makuha niya, naging pabor patuloy for the RX. Now, speaking of the RX, they have enough eco, they have rounds na pwede nilang ipagpatuloy pa with their momentum. But now, Forsaken, will he be able to get in the kill? Mukhang oo naman din.
Galit na. Galit na.
Naghahanap po.
Nagalit. Akin na yan. Nasaan yung kills? Kala mo, ha? Uy, ito. Nakakarinig siya. And now he will be tackling on that. And now, speaking of, okay, nasimula na ni Forsaken. Dalawa na napitas sa side ng DRX. Napaka-importante pa with those utilities stacks together with Mako. And dapat i-continue na ng Paper X yung sinimulan nga ng kanilang mga duelists. And now, it's a 3v3 still. Ang laki pa rin ang advantage pagdating sa barrel. Pero to, nakakuha na, nakapag-collect na si Mindfreak together with Davai. So, Jing naman, meron pa siya kagad pain shells na pwede niyang gamitin against DRX.
Yun nga, sabi mo, tatlo laban sa tatlo. Jing, napaparito na rin naman naririnig. He tries to get that opportunity advantage na naririnig niya nagpapalit at nag-reload na nga ng bala si Buzz, but it did not well connected in favor of him. Mindfreak and Davai magkatunggali, manggagaling pa ng screens. Davai, makukuha yung info coming in from Buzz. We have the showstopper already used, already popped up, pero hindi nila alam na malapit na pala si Davai. And Davai is just taking a sweet time. But will the sweet time be in favor of them? Lalo na yung first contact, manggagaling kay Mindfreak. That is a good follow-up from Davai over to the corner. Now, a round win for Paper Rex. Dalawa na lang.
Sabi niya, di mo na ako gagalaw. May showstopper eh.
Oh, first contact plays talaga ang advantage na lang. Ganda.
Ang laki ng tiwala na din kay Mindfreak that he can actually get RB out na, kahit nasa behind the screens.
Siguro mapatay,
Oo,
no?
di ba?
Oo.
Nasa behind the screens may cover kagad eh. Pero kasi wall bangable na naman at the same time. Recognizable. Pero ito din kay Jing, he has pain shells. So, sana tinapon na lang yun nung una, di ba? Para makapitas siya kagad. Tapos siguro kahit hindi man niya mapatay, at least nabawasan niya yung HP para hindi mas complicated. But then, good work na naman kay Mindfreak together with Davai. This plays, kapag nawawala si Jing and Forsaken, alam mo ang gaganda ng ginagawa ng mga workers natin, right? Like what happened on the previous match. Doon din kagad dito.
Buti nga na-amplify pa kaagad nila Forsaken yung kanyang Blade Storm, and that gave them such a really good opportunity para magkaroon ng numbers advantage. Hindi siya kaagad umexit na from taking down onto that Viper na nga ng DRX na si Mako. Tapos nagpatuloy ito in their favor, lalo na't nakakuha nga ng first contact plays. Nandoon si Mindfreak and then there's Davai. At sabi ko nga, diba, kahit hindi makuha ni Mindfreak yung kills, Davai can just swing out at bait out yung DRX. So this could be a really big problem dahil PRX ngayon, they're just leaning on a really good spot with a lead na dalawa na lang ang natitira.
At ito pa, ang gusto ko naman din sa DRX, RB talaga, he really starts it good. Pero nga lang yung kanina, yung plano ni Stacks together with Mako para lang harapin at ipin down si Forsaken. Hindi nag-work dahil nga nakapitas pa rin si Forsaken ng isa. But let's see pa on how DRX, after this timeout, saan yung next step nila. At ito pa, kung buti na call na ng DRX yung mas maayos na timeouts kapag crucial na yung rounds, buti na lang na makakapag-reset sila.
Uy, laban na ng mga utilities. Initiators going in for the Ini. Oh my God, that was just a free fire. But Buzz is already making himself inside of A. We are still down to a 4v4. They have the available Cosmic Divide, but unfortunately for CG, or is it did not even kill off someone enough para makakuha din agad ng advantage. Buhay na buhay pa rin naman si Forsaken. We still have here the smokes. Ready na kaagad for a retake. We have the Seekers though to get info. But then ngayon, ito ang opportunity. Ito ang opening coming in from Jing. Crossfire indeed was just really happening right now. It's just all up to Mindfreak. He has 2 stars still left behind, pero magiging problema all over the place na rin naman na ang DRX laban sa kanya. Now, we have 2 more rounds na kailangan pang habulin ng DRX.
Good reset. Ang ganda kagad nung application nila dito sa mismong site. And ito pa yung maganda kapag may neon ka, di ba? Ang bilis kagad eh. Pero ito, grabe naman flick yun, Mako. Sense reveal. Kahit siguro si Dupay nagulat siya. Ay, papatay ko na to! Ako pa yung napatay. And this is just really telling us na aside from being mechanically good, di ba? They're just really a good place pagdating sa maximizing their utilities. Pero kay Seekers, nasayangan ako. Sana nag-dog muna siya. Sana di niya muna inasim, di ba? But then there's the call. It's
Di
just
lang
really
talaga
crucial.
nag-connect enough yung mga bala niya Nandun na Nandun na yun. Nandun na yung info. Tatama niya na lang talaga sa ulo Unfortunately enough, yan nga, the numbers went all leading towards the RX. Pero ang ganda nung naging control nila all the way from mid. Kaya naman ngayon, we have DRX forcing themselves inside of A. Alam kasi nila, walang pera ang Paper Rex.
Oh, they're just gonna give it up. At okay lang naman yun sa Paper X. This is, remember, at the end of the day, ito pa rin ay eco round. So talagang hindi naman sila gano'n nag-worry. But behind the flank, titingnan natin kung ito ang sandwich play na gustong i-execute ng PaperX. May mga utilities pa naman sila. Meron kagad na flashes. Pero nga lang, pipigilan nga ba nila ang mga players ngayon ng DRX as Forsaken takes the first stop. Ano kagad yung next step ngayon for Buzz together with Mako as they take down si Jing together with Cigars. 4 pa sa 3 pero time is ticking. Forsaken and Mindfreak does the work. Oy, nakapag-reload pero nakapag-bail out siya. Pumalit kagad ngayon ay isang katulad ni RB. Pero nga lang, hindi pa nangyayari. Mindfreak all by himself. Talagang babush na lang. And now finally, DRX, isang round na lang ang lead ng PaperX against them.
Yun na yun eh.
Yun na yun eh.
We have Forsaken, we have also Jing. They were just really playing it out with their momentum and syempre the adrenaline. But unfortunately, it's not happening. Dahil again, kulang nga sa bala ang kanilang mga baril na hawak-hawak kanina. And that was such a clean pre-fire na kanyang ginawa na nagmula na nga from the smokes. But yeah, we still have your RB and let's not forget, let's not forget to acknowledge the fact that this is still RB who is one of the top progress nga ng DRX. Nagpapatuloy ito with his name all the way from up top. Kaya nagiging problemano na ulit ang PaperX. Paano nila kukontrolin ang DRX since once again, we have the stars placed out already here in B. Double pick ang pwede nilang gawin dito to get in those kills. And Mindfreak together with Forsaken gave an impact laban sa DRX. They will be bailing out from Garage.
Oh, hand in hand, the Mindfreak together with Forsaken. Actually, ang talino ng ginawa nila. Kahit mamatay yung isa, at least sure yung isa na makakapitas siya. Pero at the same time, tatandaan natin, Forsaken and Mindfreak, sila parati yung nasa roster ng PaperX kapag they go up with that 6-man rotation. Fun fact lang yan. Pero ngayon, DRX naman, slow plays na naman mula kay Mako. He wants to get that perfect shot pagdating dito mismo sa may A site. Pero nga lang si Guys, when he pops off that flash, makakuha ba kagad siya ng enough information? Mukhang oo nga. Alam na niya, tatawagin na niya ang mga teammates niya. But remember, walang nasa tower sa PaperX. Pero mukhang meron namang workers pagdating sa likod. But now Stax gets the kill against Forsaken. Pero nga lang, remember, dalawa yan. Meron pa kagad si Jing. But Seekers right now, mag-audition kagad and there's the trade. At lalabas na nga kagad ng showstopper, walang makakuha. And it's gonna be a 3v2 situation. Buhay pa si Mako, buhay pa si Buzz.
Hindi pa sila nakakapag-plant ng spike, kaya naman may opportunity pa rin ang PaperX ngayon na magpatuloy with their retake. They have bought themselves some time, but their time is already ticking with Mako taking under their heads. Dalawa din kaagad ng tumba sa kanila. It's all up to Mindfreak. Low-nation na rin naman na yung isa, kaya naman isa na lang din ang kanyang problema. Kailangan niya pang hanapin kung saan sila lumulungga dahil mahihirapan pa siya makahinga na maluwag dahil nga lalungoyin niya pa yung Viper Spit. Just as Sprays was connected into Mako. It's all up to Buzz, but Buzz did not survive further. That is already the match point of PaperX. Pero unti-unti ko na rin naaamoy overtime. Binabati ko na.
Binabati mo na kagad. Pero Mindfreak, oh my goodness.
Parang ito yung gustong gawin kanina ng DRX na nag-pre-fire siya pero hindi tumatama. Mas may agimat si mas may agimat ngayon si Mindfreak, man. Ayun ulo. Ay, wallbang pala. Kala ko ulo eh. Kinabahan
Controller
ako.
diff pre.
Oo, controller.
Ito pa. Si Mindfreak, whenever you need them the most, hindi siya nagbabanish. Ilang beses na siyang nakapagpanalo.
Pati siya nabilib na elibs eh.
Sabi niya, yung kababayan ko. Ang galing, taga Jakarta yan.
Wala, hirap. PaperX. Forsaken, oh my God, narinig natin yung audience, pare-pareha silang naglupmoping hati dahil nakita mo naman, it was so close for him para ma-pull yung finger niya doon sa trigger. Now, we have the smokes, we have the stars. They have already the sound cues nga na nagmula doon sa mga bombos. Naghahanap si Davai ng isa at nakakapatay pa rin naman ng isa. We have Jig for another though. DRX. Nasa loob. Oh my God, hindi tumama. Pati ako nagulat. Paano pa kaya ito makakabawi pa?
Yung puso ko. Diyos ko po sa dalawang teams.
3v3 na lang kasi eh.
Hindi namin alam kung mag-OT yun. Ano ba gusto na naman team sa to? Pero ito na naman, nakita mo, yung pagiging mainit na naman nila, di ba? Huwag kayong masyadong mag-overrate. Paperx, always remember, you guys are in defending. But then, this is also smart naman for DRX. Parang gusto nilang makuha sa, sa bait, itong mga taga-Paperx. And actually, they're clicking it.
Yeah, definitely. And they're just really playing it out with their utilities. We have such a good distraction coming in from CGRS. And the finisher came into their hands. PRX will be hailing on to a game lead for the series. Laban sa DRX.
Pinalamang lang. Gusto pang manalo. Yun ang meron sa side ng Paperx. But totoo naman, the 9-3 curse is real. Why? We have double duelists. And with that, Minion, it's pretty hard to catch talaga, di ba? Wala ka naman, sabi ko nga, walang hard sentinel. Paano mo bang set up yung mga alarm bot? Di ba? Para lang matigil si RB. But tinanggat na naman ng sagot. Pagdating dun sa mga contact plays, even if it's pretty risky for Paperx, at least they were able to execute it good.
Yeah, ang nagustuhan ko pa dito, again, I saw earlier how good CGRS was with his utilities. That gave, tapos yung mga players pa nila, such gave, na napigyan nga ng amplify. Na-amplify nila yung bawat utilities dito din sineset up nila. And then, gave such a huge amount of impact laban na nga sa DRX. Unfortunately, siguro kung umabot nga tayo really close of a half for DRX, mas mahahabol at may papanalo pa nila ito laban sa Paperx. But then again, nung nakita nga natin yung second half, it's just really close for them to finish out. And I really loved how the first contact phase went so smoothly para sa Paperx.
And this is where we're gonna be, we saw a game on where yung parehas sa controllers ng parehas na teams, doon talaga sila mas lalong nag-ingay. Ang ganda kagad ng performance ni Mako together with Mindfreak talaga. Nakita mo yung mga lurks mula kay Dabay. Grabe talaga yung paghahawak-hawak nila sa isa't isa. And Zest also, how he managed to pull yung pag-slow sa mga aggressive members ng Paperx. Lahat talaga interconnected at naiintindihan natin kung bakit itong dalawang teams na to ang best in Asia Pacific.
Yeah, I gotta agree how dominating it was for our controllers na sila mismo yung nahuhuli talaga matirang matibay eh. Nakakakuha sila ng mga clutch multi-kills and that is starting off with a really huge impact. But let's not disregard pa dito yung ginagawa rin naman nila Jing and Forsaken. Those entries, my God. Especially yung mga initial contacts, sila lagi ang nakakakuha ng initial pick-offs and their numbers advantage. Ang gusto ko rin naman kasi with Paperx is that we also have their utility na lagi nga nakakapagbigay ng pang-aapi factor, lalo na iniiba nila kaagad lagi yung facing laban sa DRX. Since every time, everywhere na magkakaroon sila ng comfortability, napipin down nga nila yung DRX.
Sabi nga natin, ano nga bang merong surprise ang Paperx when they don't have something playing? And looks like this match itself tells to us na huwag kayong mag-alala. This is the old roster of Paperx we are talking about, right? Ang gata talaga agad yung firepower na meron. Si Jing together with Forsaken. Pero nga lang, let's not disregard pagdating sa DRX. They finally found a solution. Get us Zest right now. RB pretty confident together with Buzz. I just love this first match that we have, but it seems like hindi to nagpabor sa side ng DRX na pumili mismo ng split map.
It was really, really dominating. We saw so many good plays mula ka na Jing and Forsaken at nag-amplify pa ito further nung nakita din natin na comfortable na rin sina Mindfreak. CGRS as well. I really love the way he played out his utilities para magkaroon ng opening and good follow-up din syempre sa kanilang mga duelists. Unfortunately, sa DRX, kahit anong habol, parehas pa rin naman sila ditong maganda yung firepower pero hindi pa rin pala ito magiging enough to finish it out. I'm Honey si The Double E. Kasama ko ngayon si Ray Ray. Tara na't malaman mamaya kung ano ba ang mangyayari na dito sa second series.
그리고 이제 첫 맵은 저희가 조금 비몽사몽한 느낌이 좀 있어가지고 진 것 같고, 그리고 2, 3맵은 저희가 이제 진짜 완벽한 커뮤니케이션, 완벽한 팀플레이로 해서 이긴 것 같아서 기분은 좋아요. 테스트를 다시 넣게 돼서 넣고 이겨서 다행이고, 플레이오프 못 갈 것 같다라고 생각한 적은 없습니다. 솔직하게 말하면은 어쩔 때 한 번씩 뭐 긴장될 거나 뭔가 조금 압박받을 때 있기는 한데, 너무 많이 국제대회를 경험해봤고, 그리고 이제 우리가 이제 할 것만 한다면 된다는 마인드이기 때문에.
There are some key ults here close. I mean, there's one. I wasn't even talking about that one.
PRX는 퍼시픽에서 저희를 2위로 만들었던 팀이기 때문에 저희가 이제 다시 복수를 한다는 느낌으로 저희가 다시 한번 이겨볼 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 이제 다 자기 5명끼리 말 맞춰서 한다는 것 자체가 좀 신기한 것 같기도 하고 거기서 개인기량도 뽑아낸다는 게 진짜 5명 다 키플레이인 것 같아요. 제가 최고의 선수라고 자신 있게 말할 수 있을 때는 제가 세계 최고의 세계 무대에서 타이틀을 땄을 때일 것 같고요. 언제든 세계 무대에서 우승 트로피를 딸 때까지 포기하지 않을 예정입니다.
Split goes over to Paper Rex. Pero 13-10 yung scoreline, diba? Well fought on the side of DRX. Kaso lang yung PRX, again, the brute force, the chaotic plays, and the duo of Forsaken and Jing. Yun talaga yung win conditions ng Paper Rex.
Totoo. And I feel like tama naman yung ginawa ng Paper Rex kahit ang daming rounds siguro nabigay on the side of DRX kasi may cushion naman sila. And if they start receding, I feel like DRX would probably notice that. And feel like may rounds talaga on the side of DRX din na medyo tilting kasi isipin mo, may I forget who it was spraying into the Viper smoke ni
Si Mind
Tavai.
Freak. Si Mind Freak,
Yung first
yes.
muna, yung sa DRX na nag-spray siya tapos one hit na lang si Davai. Hindi niya natamaan si Davai.
Ah, oo.
But you put Mind Freak in the exact same situation.
Nakuha niya.
It 2v1s. Parang, how?
Exactly. Yung thing ng Paper X talaga, they just are not willing to stop. They just keep going until they get the space na kailangan nila. Kasi alam naman nila na the moment that they get that, they can just keep falling back and buying for time. Kasi kita naman so sa attack nila yung results. 9-3 at the end of the happen. Of course, MVP natin dito si Jing. Back on that raise, always as explosive, but of course with the addition of Forsaken being back as his duo in the front lines, mahirap talaga to deal with all this pressure.
Yes, so much pressure, especially when you have Jing and Forsaken right in front of your faces, diba? Nakikita nga natin, first kills ni Jing, 7. And that's like, it's massive, syempre, of course, for the side of Paper Rex because they do rely on those openings. That's literally the strategy, diba? And now that we're going into our second map, diba, sa Bind naman, napaka-exciting din nito kasi alam naman natin, ito yung siguro pinaka-chaotic na map ng Paper Rex dito, di ba? Ano kaya ang lalabas nila? Ibabalik ba nila yung Euro pick of old? Di ba? Are they going to somehow carry over the Reyna pick of something into this match?
Baka throwback din to Jing's Reyna, di ba?
Di ba? Pwede.
Talking about Jing, yung sa previous map din, there was a time na nakain niya yung stun, yung flash, yung gravity well.
Bahala na.
Pero si Jing, he was like, oh, okay, I guess I'll just kill 3 of you then. And once again, it's really that stoicism and just, you know, defying the odds on the side of Paper X that make them such a problem to deal with.
Exactly. Kasi pag fight or flight, parang fight na lang yung sagot ng Paper X. And so far, they've been winning those fights.
Yung P sa Paper Rex problem daw, sabi ni Raf. And certainly is a problem for the side of DRX, diba? So going into bind, na alam naman natin yung yung DRX, they do have a lot of strategies. Malawak talaga yung playbook ng DRX dito on bind, diba? And they do the double controller setup on bind so well, diba? Some of the best that we've seen in Pacific. Kaso lang, again, up against Paper Rex na will talagang just brute force their way through whatever control setups that you might have, through whatever utility you might have. Yung feeling ko, the only way for DRX to be able to fight back is to put in a little bit additional firepower. Could Foxy9 jump in?
I'm trying to think how that might work nga eh. Kasi nakita din natin yung proficiency sa punishment sa Paper X kanina. Kasi nakita din natin, DRX, they wanted to push those lines.
May flying kiss si CGRS sa lahat. Teammates ata.
But, I got distracted. What was I saying? Oh yeah. Foxy9 likes to push that tempo, but DRX have also shown, rather Paper X have also shown na kaya nila mag-punish kahit sobrang forward nila. And again, it just kind of comes with their mechanical prowess. At the same time, I'm excited to see how that Yoru is gonna just flip things over, literally. Kasi double controller, you wanna funnel everyone to where you wanna fight.
I feel like the double controller is obviously a good pick. Many teams have done it before. But DRX against PRX have to know that this time around they cannot just rely on util to stop them. They cannot just be too patient waiting for something to happen, because ito yung mga moments na na-abuse ng Paper Rex, always able to find a gap or even crawl in some unexpected place. So I feel like for DRX, one thing that they can take away from their first map is to be a lot more proactive than just relying on being reactive, because that's the rounds that they seem to work on. That's what got them almost close enough to get the map.
Gusto ko lang i-point out din, yung disposition ng players dito na nakikita natin sa stage, no? You look at PRX, they are very much relaxed. They are smiling, diba? Naka-high five si CGRS, nagfa-flying kiss pa sa mga teammates or sa mga fans niya. And you look at DRX, they are very, very tense, diba? The pressure is definitely getting to them because nakita din natin sa video, di ba? Nasabi ni Stax na pang ilang international event niya to. And there's definitely a lot of eyes on DRX to be able to rise to that occasion. The same kind of story that Fnatic had, di ba? Na parang always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Yung DRX, pang ilang international event na nila to. And they're definitely expected to deliver. Kaso lang, ayun, coming from the group stage and now up against PRX, this is their last chance to make that stand. It could go in the favor of PRX. They fall to the lower bracket.
Para sa akin, it's like, they're the same, again, it's the same coin but different sides. Kasi they both can say they're champions, right? But on the side of Paper X, it's like, oh, we're champions. We can do it. Relax. Pero on the side of DRX, oh, we're champions. We have to perform. We have to do this. Yun nga eh. Parang yung expectations sila sobrang taas, but they haven't realized na they're still good no matter what happens.
Yeah, but the problem is we're here to find out now who is just a little better, at least for the
That's
series.
true.
And so far, momentum on the side of Paper X. Big sabihin nun na mas mataas din, of course, yung confidence sila. May reassurance sila that, oh, you know, worst case scenario, we lose this map, but we can still kind of win the third map. But for DRX, iba na yung story. Kailangan talaga na we need to win this one.
And going into our Prime Gaming Agent Select right now, we're seeing, oh, is this the double controller setup on the side of Paper X that we love? And we're seeing the Gecko on for CGRS.
I don't know if I agree with the Gecko pick. I don't think Gecko has won a single map just far. I think this was, just going from the VPL stats, diba? Yung mga lahat ng Gecko pick talo din.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of options na pwede sa roster mo for PRX, but I'm sure that they have this practice. And of course, he's a great Gecko. It makes sense naman for this map kasi, you know, there's so many walls and smokes here that just having more util to push through is a lot easier for your team. Tapos, yung pinaka-okay na initiator dito is Skype. One of the better duelists is Raze. Gecko's kind of like in the middle of both. So, having extra is very nice. Is it needed? We'll find out.
I do also like Forsaken on the Harbor. Nakita nga natin yan sa Pacific, diba? On Forsaken, Harbor is a duelist. At makikita natin yan as we step into bind against DRX once more. So casters, take it away.
Alam ko lahat kayo nananabik, kaya muli tayong babalik makita kung magkakaroon ba ng pagpuwersa makuha ang 2-0 dito para ngayon sa Paper Rex or DRX will be a great wall of them para ma-deny nila. Ito, I'm Honey Glaze to W by the way. Kasama ko ngayon si Ray Ray. Samahan nyo kami para makita kung gagana ba ang Gecko pick dito dahil ayaw ni Raf.
Ako, naniniwala ako sa Paperex. Pero alam mo saan ako talaga, sa ano yung gusto ko sana? Yung Forsaken with that Yoru. Pero hindi nila ginawa. So, nag-harbor na lang siya ngayon. And let's see, yung something magical na meron yung Paperex at idadahilan nila sa atin on why they actually pick Bind. Remember guys, Bind, kapag tinignan lang natin yung history, yung DRX din, sobrang ganda ng kanilang Bind din naman na plays. And right now that they have Zest playing that Fade, this is quite scary for Paperex. Anong klaseng pagtatapat kaya ang gagawin nila? Pero ngayon, let's see kung sino na nga ba, mako-close na ba kagad ng Paperex ang series na to or DRX gusto pa nalang umabot syempre sa Fracture.
Magiging tanong na lang din kung kakayanin ba ng Paperex ngayon on the defense dahil earlier, this was a big of a problem but now CJR is giving a lot of problems to DRX. So that is a reason para mag-force away from combat. Lalayo! At hindi sila tutungo ngayon kay CGRS. Kaya naman si Divide ang susunod with the picks, with a kill. That's going to be a denied double for the players na nga ng Paper Rex. But unfortunately, oh my God, who is this guy? CGRS left alone to get in triple mula sa DRX.
Nung interview nga ni Mindfreak dito guys, kung napanood nyo kanina bago yung nag-start yung mismong series natin, sabi niya, tiwala naman siya kay CGRS if he'll be able to get on those kills. At yun nga, diba, kahit wala si something, nakapag-practice naman daw sila ng lady. At ngayon, nagmamanifest yung Gecko pick na yan. Guys, I think pagdating naman sa utility kasi sobrang useful ni Gecko, especially here in a bind. Tapos kapag confident ka naman, kasama pa kagad yung mga smokes, sobrang mahihirapan din ang DRX in beginning their entries. And speaking of CGRS na naman, sabi niya siguro narinig niya yung sinabi ni Raf, kaya daw gagalingan niya para sa kanya. But then, there's just some little mistakes. Zest right now was able to get those skills. At uy, Paperex, huwag kayong masyadong excited.
Ganda ng ginagawa kaagad ng mga holds coming in from CGRS. Ito na daw yung sagot niya kay Raf na mas gaganahan na ang Paperex with the Gecko pick dahil tumutulong din naman si the Jay with a triple. Close enough for him to have that 4K. But unfortunately ngayon, para kay Mako, siya na lang ang natitira dito ngayon going inside of B. But let's still see kung ano pa ba yung pwede niyang gawin dahil the time is ticking.
Mindfreak together with Forsaken. Alam naman na nila yung information ko nasaan si Mako. Mako, meron na lang siya kaagad isa pang smoke at meron pa kaagad siyang molly. And he can just take that little bit of that time para lang kagad mapitas ang either Forsaken together with Mindfreak. But then pagdating sa ganito, magastos din to sa Paperex ha. Siyempre, nag-full buy, di naman super full buy, but siyempre, kumuha sila ng mga specters nila for that round 2. And yet, ganito yung pagpipitas ng DRX against them. Sobrang press W talaga ang parehas na players na to. But as Mako, sobrang mini mo against these two players. Sobrang walang information. Kaya sige na nga, YOLO na nga kagad ako. Ipaplant ko na lang kagad. Haharangan ko pa yung vision dito kagad sa may halls.
Ang magiging problema is hindi niya alam na nandito na pala sa loob si Mindfreak. Parehas silang nagkasalisahan. He is all the way from back side. And then, Mako is already there. Kaya napatay at sila'y nalin lang. It's another round para sa side na nga ngayon na Paperex. And it was all thanks to CGRS with his multi-kills.
Si Paperex talaga, no? Ang galing talaga nila pagdating sa mga perfect timings. They always get it right talaga. Pero nga lang kasi pagdating sa experience, alam naman natin, Forsaken together with Mindfreak, tapos ngayon din kagad with those impact kills coming in from Jing. It's just that itong Paperex, nag-construct sila ng something dito sa bind that can outstand and put on a stop against DRX. And finally, they're making their dreams come true. Pero tignan pa natin sa next rounds dahil ngayon, full buy na kagad ang DRX.
mahirap na naman ito. Lalo na't nakikita,
Uy,
bagong-bago.
bago to fresh.
Oo nga, no, actually.
Oh.
It's been a while. Pero hindi ko to gustong sulitin.
Oo nga
Pero
eh.
ang nakita nating sulit kanina is this the picks given to us by CGRS. Wala pa silang binibigay ng mga utility, especially from Wingman to get an a concuss, makakuha ng info kung saan na nga ba patungo ang DRX. And I was also hoping that for some reason, DRX can give an overwhelming plays laban sa PaperX. But hindi eh. Lagi nilang nakikita na mas nakakapagbigay ng holds, strongholds ang players ng PaperX against them. Kaya pahirapan talagang pumasok ng site. We have again the mollies, double controller din kasi ang setup ng PaperX. And dagdagan mo pa nga na meron nga tayo ditong harbor that gives a lot of impact and gives a lot of space, gives a lot of options for PaperX para makapag-pick doon sa mga cascades.
Okay, kung nanonood man yung mga taga NRG, ganito paano mag-harbor. Ganito paano yung composition na double controller. Tatandaan nyo yan, guys. But then, sabi ko nga PaperX, they're just pretty confident and pretty sure naman sa kanilang preparations against DRX. Sabi ko nga, itong mga galing, yung mga seeded kagad sa kanya-kanyang regions. The thing about these teams on that kung paano sila pwedeng manalo against the teams na nanggaling sa groups is that they have a lot of information na kung ano yung mga maps na nilaro ng mga to, anong klaseng composition. Kaya tignan nyo naman, pagdating sa mga teams na nakakakuha ng upper bracket, ay nanggaling din kagad sa seeded teams. Nakapagpahinga pa yan, nakapag-adjust pa ng oras. So they have everything. So itong mga galing sa groups talaga sana ma-keep up yung momentum nila. Pero itong mga DRX, okay. Chill muna tayo. Tech pause eh. Sorry.
Oo, medyo mapapahaba yan muna dahil again, you just gotta secure the players pa as well. Lalo na ngayon, kailangan makapag-secure ng composure ang DRX since this is their buy round, so magiging mahirap na kung magpapatuloy sila with their momentum, lalo na it's really going into the side of PaperX. And speaking of PaperX, hindi pa ito yung full potential nila, lalo na they haven't bought their specific guns pa, hindi pa nga ito yung truest buy round na nga nila. We have them still on the Spectres. Meron pa silang mga Bulldogs. Pero ito pa rin naman ay nire-respeto nga ng DRX. Dahil kasi syempre, ayaw mo naman na masalisihan ka pa with their buy round pa.
Ang tapang nitong gagawin sana ni Davai. Buti na lang kagad umalis na siya. Natunugan na nga kagad niya na meron ng galing long. But while he's protecting it, seems like there's just a little bit of that crawl. At sabi na nga natin, meron bang madedetain? Nakita! Hello! Pero nga lang, Diyos ko po, nadaan pa rin sa tutok. Tinapos na kagad ang buhay ni Mako together with Zess. Eto to pa, makakuha pa sila kagad ngayon ng mga baril. And now it's a 3v3.
Ayan na magiging problema. The good timing, the good usage of the Trasher gave such a good opportunity. Ulit! Para magamit niya ito. Ulit! Kaya meron pa sila mga podcast. But then, the problem is remaining into the side of RB. Kung paano niya maihanap at paano niya masusolusyonan yung mga picks na magbumula sa kanila. Good kill coming in from RB. Kaya naman ito ay magpapatuloy with Jinx. Time to shine for him to clutch out this round. Pero saan nga ba siya magagaling? He is not ready for RB. Pero good round definitely para sa PaperX since tatlo ang kanilang naapi.
Ang ganda pa rin ng nito Pero although, kita mo nang kakagad yung nila nung strat nila, just to cut off kagad yung papuntang Cubby, tapos hinarangan din kagad ni Forsaken on those early defenses. So this is really good to see that PaperX nga, they want to put on a stop pagdating sa kay Buzz, pagdating sa post-plant ng DRX, kasi yung talagang pinaka-nakakatakot about them. At kita mo kagad, diba, nakuha kagad ang mga miyembro nila, even if that was a 3v2. And now, it's a 2-1, pero medyo magastos. Wala ganong utilities sa ibang players ng DRX at kailangan pa nila mag-waste ng marami para lang talagang makuha na ng PaperX.
Ang nangyari rin kasi earlier on, siguro kung mas nanggaling yung first contact from Mindfreak earlier from Guardian, it could have ended much more better for PaperX. Pero, well, nangyari na yun nangyari. We had Wingman earlier na mabilisan din na take over nga ng DRX para hindi na magkaroon ng mas magandang angulo for them to secure secure in that round. But this round, they're just playing it slow. This is all again, the Byron nga ng Paper Rex. And Paper Rex, they're playing it slow. Hindi sila magiging impatient. The utilities, they have already the info. So execution na lang tayo ngayon. Magmamatter. We have we have that wall na nakasecure na nga in A. But then, meron na kasi dito kaagad nakaabang. Here in Hookah, they just need to really be precise sa mga anggulong kukuhanan nila dahil yung Trailblazer can be a good opening. Pero ngayon si Forsaken makakakuha din kaagad ng initial pick-off. Onting wall bang na lang yun kay Stacks Idol. Pero ngayon with the Stinger, Davay, nakakuha pa rin naman ng isa. And look at that! It's still going all over the place for DRX kahit crucial din yung mga buys nila.
Nagulo sila sa lahat. Sabi ko nga, yung rason kung bakit sila kumuha nga ng isang, of course, sa side ni Forsaken on that controller itself, yung harbor niya talaga, yung cascade pa lang, yung mga pick-offs kagad niya, that amount of confidence that you can do with this kind of position, with this kind of agent selection pagdating sa Paper Rex is actually manifesting good. And I'm looking forward pa sa next support ng Paper Rex on their defending.
Grabe naman pagdodrawing nila ng wall, no? Understandable din dahil they can delay the entries coming in from B short. Tapos, magagamit naman nila yung cascade here in A short. Pero oh my God! Sige, sisilip ka pa talaga. Kaya naman, ibibigay namin to. We have Jing though, getting in the kill. Mindfreak naman will be taking over here in Bats. Magagaling sa TP ang mga players from Paper Rex pero hindi naman sila nakakaapi dahil sila ang aping-api. We have Mindfreak missing out the shots dahil nasa strapan siya nila RP. Wingman stunning him out pero unfortunately it did not connect well. We have 2 more players left behind pero unfortunately hindi naman doon. Magpapatuloy pa ang DRX.
Ano na, meron kagad ultimate si Mako. Sinusundan ngayon ni Mindfreak ko. Nasaan si Mako? This time, he gets the kill. It's all up to CGRS. Ito na naman yung problem natin kanina. Masyado na naman sila nag-overhit. Hindi nila talagang kinonsider na baka may judge, baka may magandang buys din at the same time yung DRX. But then, let's see if that's gonna be a clutch note. Denied by Mako once again. At kita na naman si Mako, di ba? Parang another day na naman together with Stacks. Mananalo kami sa round na to kahit 2v3. And it is successful for DRX.
Yeah, and still, nang overwhelmed din naman kasi sila sa puntong merong naka-cover up na smoke for Mako to use and nagpatuloy ito with their strafes and with their consecutive na pressure na naibigay nga kaagad laban sa Paper Rex. Now, we are down to the half buys, half armors lang naman for Paper Rex na magpatuloy. But then, ano ba nga ba ang available now with the side or with the ultimates nga ng DRX? We have Zest, we have Mako, and we even have here RB with his Cosmic Divide. But little do they know, Shorty, or rather, this is again the Byron nga ng Paper Rex.
Hoy! Walang nakuha! Oh no! Okay, ipit! Pero okay pa rin to actually. Kaso nga lang Buzz was able to get the kill. But then remember, there's just Jing, there's just Mindfreak. And now they get it. Makakapag-bail out pa siya. Napaka-creative. Pero nga lang, ingat pa rin kayo. This is Stacks. We are talking about 2v1 pa rin naman kagad ang mangyayari ngayon. Medyo maas, pero nasa likod na pala kagad si CGRS. And finally, Paper Rex wins this round. Ang gulo, pero still, that chaotic experience ng dalawang teams na to, maayos pa rin naman tignan.
Yun nga ang sinasabi ng panelists natin kanina na this can be really chaotic but it is the controlled chaos that gives so much winning advantage para sa Paper Rex. Little did we know na meron nga kaagad dito mga plays coming in from Jing na pwede niya ma-execute fully dahil again, he anticipated every entry that may happen doon sa A-short dahil may nakapagbigay na rin naman na ng pressure sa bats. That was Mindfreak and unfortunately for DRX, we are continuing further na may lead na nga ang Paper Rex.
And this is where Paper Rex wants to establish that, okay, we're gonna go back to bind. Kailangan namin talaga manalo dito. Nakita na din namin yung improvement dito sa mismong map na to. At kung throwback lang tayo, no, usually they pick here double duelist. We have something on that Reyna, tapos si Jing ay mag-raise. Pero ngayon nga, chinun nila into something better, in which actually DRX didn't expect, di ba? Syempre, ang isip nila, baka mag-Yoru, baka may something na options pa, kaya sila nag-dedicate ng isang katulad ni Zes with that fade as well. Pero iba ang nangyari ngayon, and I'm so excited sa surprise pa ng PaperX. But then, after this timeout, DRX, sana meron na naman silang bagong card from their sleeves.
Ay, itong card nila, ang tawag, no something, no problem. It's still workable. And it's really working well. PaperX giving a lot of pressure into the shoulders of DRX. At mukhang nahihirapan silang ipagpatuloy. Pwede nilang maging momentum doon sa first 2 rounds na kanilang nakuha. We have just the holds na nakakapang-overwhelm na naman. And dagdagan mo pa yung retakes nga na ginagawa ng PaperX. We're talking about their utility setup. We're talking about how they are always being able to amplify every bit of the connections, coordinations nga ng mga pushes at ng mga utilities. But speaking of utilities, he needs to back away. Buti na lang naka-exit siya kaagad. Dahil ito na sila, pwede nang umetri na with just the Cosmic Divide, the Seekers as well. We have the Trasher trying to get an info. Pero wala pa rin pala sila makukuha dito dahil yung flank, ora mismo, kinukuha na kaagad ng DRX dito.
Uy! Ano pa ba? Parang ano talaga? Bawat utility, sobrang na ma-maximize just to take out against each other. Pero wala pa rin nababawas. But stocks right now, spots of CGRS. And now may recon pa kagad ngayon si Zest para ma-reveal. Tatlo kitang-kita. Hanggang kasuluk-sulukan from Luzon to Mindanao. Pero syempre, RB on the bats itself. Ipit na ipit ang mga miyembro ngayon ng PaperX. But then, Mindfreak, sabi niya, sasaluhin ko to ngayon. At yung oras, guys, kailangan magtugma ito sa side ng PaperX or else it might be too late. And Mako right now accomplishes that kill against the Vi. And it's all up to the Vi. Pero balls up to Mindfreak. Pero wala na kagad oras na enough. And finally, DRX, may bago na naman silang trap card. And finally, they win this against PaperX.
Pero nanalo lang sila gamit ang Viper Split. If I may say, this is just really so good of a play na nagmula na nga ulit doon kina Mako. And then, there's also Zez with his hunt. Kung hindi na-connect yung hunt na yun for DRX side, it can be such a problem pa para sa side na nga ng DRX na magpatuloy na nga on this round to fully commit it further gamit na nga ng kanilang Viper Split. And again, doon nga sa mga pagkakataon na nagkakaroon ng mga picks na Mindfreak at mga opportunity makapag-pre-fire, talagang may mauuluhan talaga, no?
Diba? Ang talino Talino ni Mindfreak, the amount of experience talaga whenever he plays mga controllers. Alam niya din kung anong next key of opportunity para ma-take down yung kalaban niyang controller just like him. But ngayon, pagdating sa PaperX, medyo mahirap-hirap yung kahirapan muna sila ngayon. Kita niyo naman yung mga binali nila some stingers up there, guys. But remember, Forsaken has his reconing. Pwede niyang palakpakan yung mga miyembro ng direct as they want to take, of course, ang kanilang retake. But then, the next part na kailangan gawin na ng PaperX is to be disciplined. Kasi kanina, medyo ano na naman sila, napaka-aggressive. Inisip nila, okay, kaya naman natin to, daan na lang natin sa mga close contact. But DRX also is a good team. So, kailangan pa natin na consider yun.
DRX, they're playing it slow this time at nakakapanibago. Lalo na't yung mga utilities nila, nagkakabatuhan nga sila pero hindi pa sila nagpapatuloy pa. With that wall, this can be a go signal na dumiretso na. Pero kasi as you mentioned, we have the Reconin available. At yung Reconing na ito, hindi talaga magdadalawang isip pa pumasok si Buzz. Kaya naman ito magiging problema niya. Dahil sa pagdadalawang isip nila, dahil sa mga kakagkas na makakuha nila, Minecraft pa ang mga katatlo sa kanila. And this is really good. Dahil ngayon, sina Zez at sina RB nasalisihan ang dalawang nag-hold sa kanya. CDRS though, sabi niya stingers lang daw ang kailangan ko, idol. Kaya naman isa na lang kaagad ang natitira. RB, nakaramdam. CDRS, oh my God, it's just really tanking in the players of the RX. Lead pa rin naman nila ang napangawakan on this first half.
Grabe yung stinger buy nitong mga taga-PaperX. It's just really put on a stop against the members of DRX. Pero kita niyo naman yung work together ni Forsaken after that opening. Talagang naging favorable to sa side ni Mindfreak. And although RB also, together with Zez, has their work together, hindi na nga to naging effective once again. Tapos si CGRS, tinapos na naman niya muli. Good start na naman sa Paper X. Ang dami para tayo nagrarally na naman muli sa volleyball. Pero nga lang, muli, sa same place ng Paper X sa short, sana naman na-memorize na ng DRX yung pattern nila, di ba?
Hirap nga rin masabi kung paano mo mamememorize yung every pattern na pwede nga gawin ng DRX with their utilities, how they layer up their potential holds at pang-deny. Laman na nga sa DRX, sometimes they're just giving up the side para naman makuha nila ito when it comes to their potential retake. And speaking of, walang makikita yung Trailblazer, I think. Pero dahil doon, nagkaroon nga ng opening sila for second to go in for the official kill. We have Jing though, going in with the flights, nagtatalong lumulundag, pero wala pa rin talaga nakakapatay sa kanya. We have even the Pain Shells here to deny in the entry na magmumula na nga sa dalawa. Here, all the way from Bats, at doon pa nila na-compromise na nga fully yung spike. We have another lead for the side of Paper Rex.
Ang kulit maglaro ni Jing no? Parang kiti-kiti talaga. But it's very effective. Sabi ko nga, they can't get this guy off guard unless they have the proper, sabihin na lang natin pagdating sa kanilang ultimates. Ayun, yun yung nasa isip ko. Pero syempre, yung mga back-end support na naman si GRS, all connected. Mindfreak really started it as well. Tapos itong si Forsaken, nakakatawa siya panoorin mag-harbor. Kasi yung cove niya, guys, hindi niya trap out itong mga taga-DRX. Ginagamit niya yun as a cover kapag gusto siyang asimin. Doon na nilulure in itong mga taga-DRX. Pero sabi ko nga, on these aggressive rounds, Jing na naman, once again, he will lose it. Pero sige, okay lang. At least may information, di ba? Sana ma-trade off siya ng kanyang teammates.
Yun nga eh. Ang magiging trade-off dito is later on pa na lang siguro dahil hindi na muna aapela Paper Rex dahil nagpapatuloy na rin naman na with a successful control here in Garden. So, slow pace ang isasagot ngayon ng DRX. Little by little, nilang kinukuha ngayon yung Spasha from Paper Rex side. But then again, they are just really disrespecting every bit of a counter na pwede ngang asimin ng Paper Rex. As you mentioned earlier, bit by bit, nagkakaroon ng pag-overhit din ang Paper Rex. So now it's all up to CGRS. He is left alive here inside of the smoke. Pero ano pa ba yung pwede niyang gawin?
Waiting patiently. Okay, 2v4 to Oh, lahat sila nag-TP kagad. Baka pa ma-cancer sila ng mga miyembro ng Paper X. We still have CGRS together with Mindfreak. Pero nga lang, going up against 4, it's pretty harsh. Si R pa nandyan, si Mako. Lahat ng miyembro ng DRX na calm and collected pa. Then kagad yung natira. Pero syempre, may tutok pa rin. May utility pa kagad ngayon si Mindfreak with that molly just to get that one guy coming in from Bath. But let's not forget si CGRS also. He's having his way in para lang kagad makakuha. But hindi na nila sabi nila. Okay, tama na to. Well, just get out. We still have, of course, a little bit of that money to buy utilities for the next... we still have money rather para makapag-buy sa next round. So hintay na lang kami and we'll just save. We'll give it this round sa DRX.
Well, again, meron naman silang mga rounds to lose. So, pwede pa silang magpatuloy later on. But this specific round is just really unfortunate events after unfortunate events nanggaling sa Garden. And yun nga, nakakuha din kaagad ng pick-ups dahil they tried na makakuha din naman ng info from the RX kung saan at magpapatuloy nga ba sila in Bilong. But as we saw, Dot Blind, it was a really good opening and a reaction time for DRX na hindi sila fully na blind pa. Nung nagkataon na gusto nila ng pick, gusto nila makaapela, and that is a go signal agad na mag-rotate nga to another side. Still doable para naman for DRX na magkaroon sila ng good of a half na may habol nila to a 6-6 dahil unti-unti na nila nababasag ang depensa na nga ng PRX.
At sa ito pa, talagang sabi ko, ang ganda na pag-lure in itong mga taga-DRX. Pero nga lang ngayon, ang dami! Diyos ko po! Sabi nila kanina, talo tayo sa 2-stack. Ngayon, lahat tayo, halos lahat, magkakapamilya tayo ngayon. Humiga si Zez, si Buzz, together with Stacks. We only have Mako together with RB. Tapos may help pa kagad ng Steam Beacon. Talagang hirap ipunterya yung mga miyembro ng PRX.
Wala eh. Apat nga silang push all the way from Garden. Nagpatuloy pa ito with their blinds and thankfully enough, mahirap kasi i-deny yung DZ na yon agad. After that blind nga na meron nga for the Vi to even use. Akala ko nga isang blind lang yung kailangan nila pero hindi. That gives such a momentum shift. Laban na nga sa DRX and DRX Mako together with RB. Hindi na alam ang pwede nilang gawin lalo na't wala pa sa kanila yung spike.
Naku, alam nila na malapit si Mako kasi through all that, of course, kanyang poison cloud. Pero nga lang, as for RB, right behind the scenes, nasa likod na nga din kahagad siya, slowly but surely. Pero tignan muna natin yung replay na nangyari sa perspective ng Paper Rex. O, diba? Lahat naka-steal dito. Lugi ka talaga. Ang ganda ng flash. Tapos it just really helped them fire a lot. Tapos talagang nanigas itong mga taga-DRX among that. But then, alata na. Nakarinig na kagad ni Davai kung nasaan yung Fade. And there's not enough time left. And this round just gonna go to the hands of Paper X.
Save na lang sila muna. Praying smooth and steady. Sinamako na hindi sila magkatagpuan na talaga. Kaso kasi ang problema, baka maipit naman siya. 4 seconds remaining though. Pero yun nga. Still, mababawasan pa rin pala sila ni Mako and unfortunately, kinulit nila eh.
Natawa din sila, pre, sorry, mali. Tapos kanina si Davai, akala niya kalaban si Forsaken. Easy ka lang, Davai, huwag kakabahan masyado. Tapos si Forsaken naman, umilag. Oh, nakakatawa naman na maganda yung mga nangyayari. Sobrang intense, pati kalaban akala nila, pati yung kakampi akala nila kalaban. But right now, Piprex, good half nga sa kanila most likely. But then, we have right now na naman yung trash together, of course, ng Seekers ni Davai.
Speaking of trash, pwede nga itong gamitin ngayon at ginamit na nga muli to take advantage of this. We have the push, we have the trash, getting in the info. Pero ang magiging tanong kung ano ang magiging sagot nila kagad kay Buzz, and that is going to be Jing. Nice flash coming from DRX. That stacks. They are trying to go in with a push here in A short. Nagbabalik, bumabalik na kaagad ang Paper X after getting in one dahil may naging sagot eh. We have only CGRS na magmumula pa ng cave, so this is a good sandwich play if I may say. Dahil ang DRX punong-puno na ng impact plays. Jing, however, held them off. Guard all the way from bats. So now CGRS taking his sweet time para makauna na nga ng isa dahil this is a good info na nakuha na nga nila. Dalawa na lang kaagad na natitira pero wala pa silang idea kung sino ba ang harap sa kanila. It's none than Jing getting in his 4K as well. Now a really good off a half na naman ito para sa Paper Rex.
Good defending side talaga. Kita mo kagad sa ating replay. Even if Buzz was able to take down line, prepared na naman sila. Tapos ito pa, wala na nga gano'n narinig itong mga miyembro ng Paper X. Pero pressured na din kagad si Zez dahil meron din tao sa kanyang likod. All in all, good first half mula sa Paper X. Pero, syempre, tignan pa natin kung anong pwedeng sabihin ng ating panel.
Ano ba ang magagawa ng lahat ng utility ng DRX kung yung PRX naman ay gusto ng aim battle, diba? Yun talaga yung nakikita natin strategy throughout this whole series. And I feel like for the side of DRX, napaka-frustrating nito because there's no other way to prepare for it. Pag si Forsaken nagpa-pop off, pag si Jing, diba? Yung parang tumatama lahat ng mga showstopper niya. And you have Mind Freak who is also playing out of his mind right now.
Ito, I mean, sobrang frustrating siguro. Kasi yung, at least on the side of PaperX, sobrang ganda ng rhythm control nila. Like, there were rounds where, for example, that one huge swing with the Stim Beacon. And again, it just felt like, yes, DRX was expecting some sort of aggression. Pero they didn't realize that it was, well, majority of the cast to really take up that fight. And another thing is, yung sabi din ni Fluff kanina, ang ganda ng control ng PaperX kung when sila again, be super passive or just full send.
Yeah, exactly. They know exactly kung kailan kailangan yung aggression and they fully send that out, but they also know how much control they need and they just stop there. They have yung discipline talaga built in because that's been their playstyle na dine-develop nila for a long time. You know, the big question going into this was, are they missing something? And it looks like they're missing nothing because so far everything has really gone into their favor, especially sa mga first halves for the past map and this map.
Gusto ko talaga.
Big fan.
Oh, big fan. Big fan. Represent indeed. And I like what you said, Fluffy, diba? Yung parang, yung PRX rather, diba? Yung evolution, yung adaptation, and maturity nila shows in the discipline, diba? W gaming pa rin, pero yung parang may small times na parang tap lang yung W. And there's times when you really have to punch it, diba? Ganon, paano?
They're like, all of a sudden.
Oo, gusto ko yan. Gusto ko yung demonstration. Makikita talaga yan ng audience natin na napakalayo naman ng camera natin, di ba?
Buy me a keyboard, guys. Maybe I'll show it to you in person. You know what I mean? If you buy me a keyboard, but
Wow, nag-shoutout ka
Grabe,
pa. And right now, it looks like this is very much in favor of PRX, diba?
Yes.
But as we go back into Bind, we're gonna find out if DRX has something planned as the side switch. Casters, over to you.
Will they be able to patch it out para makakuha na nga ng kills ng mga rounds na maitapos na nga itong series with a 2-0, and I think they are running it smoothly and steady going into B. But the problem is, slow and steady din naman. Tumutungo dito kaagad ang DRX. They're holding off here all the way from elbow. Yung blind, makakakuha din ng dead angle coming in from Mako. Wala pa silang nakikita dito, pero oh my God! Sumasagot din naman ang DRX. Sumasabay. Umaari ba din naman dahil si Cess nakakailan. Tatlo lang naman. Kaya naman unfortunately for PRX, even though that they punched their way inside of B, nakaabang din naman dito ang players ng DRX para mga P. And now, we have a good lead para sa DRX.
Kumalma lang kayo. Paper X. Tingnan nyo guys, di ba? Sabi ko sa inyo, ginagamit ni Forsaken yan as a cover, which is okay naman. Pero syempre, expected na ng mga DRX. Saan na nila siswingan tong mga to, di ba? But let's see pa kung anong meron pagdating sa press W ng Paper X. But so far, DRX, sabi ko nga, the more that they are on the defending, the more that they are looking forward on how they can contain these guys from a Paper X as well. At isa-isa na nga, nag-audition na, Mind Freak, together with CGRS, out na sila kagad.
Oh, wala rin kasi silang pera eh. So wala silang pang tapat ng firepower, kumbaga. Laban na nga sa DRX. And DRX, they are still complete and steady. We have the Prowler getting in the advantage na meron silang info. We even have here the wall bangable spot na naipanalo, nakuha pa ni Zess into his favor, and now it's all left down to 2 players.
Kawawa naman si Forsaken. Patay ito. Sabi ko sa inyo. And that's just it. We only have the Vi. Sobrang layo pa niya sa kanyang paglalakbay. And there's just someone looking at him. Ang name niya ay Buzz. At mukhang... Okay, alam na kung nasaan siya. Switches off for that ghost. Pops off that flash. Still got the top. Siguro kung nakakollection lang siya ng 2 kills, I think this is gonna be good already sa economy ng Paper X. Pwede na yan. Kahit pa paano, at least, di ba, mag-work. Pero nga lang, 38 seconds on the clock. Medyo mahirap talaga to para kay Davai.
Free upgrade ito, no? Kaso wala siyang info kung nasa na nga ba napaparito ang DRX. Good control, good gather ng space for Orbi to take. And yeah, good buy round din, especially for DRX, lalo na that was their buy round. It was only an eco for PRX after losing in the pistol round. Na dire-diretso kaagad sila ng side, pero dire-diretso yung nabaol nila ito ulit dahil sinabayan ng vice pala ng DRX ngayon. They are holding onto their bulldogs at tatapatan nila ang firepower nga ng Paper X.
Oh, interesting take para sa side ng DRX ngayon. Full utilities, half armors, and of course, almost bulldogs, except for one, si Zest. And ito din yung maganda sa double initiator ng mga taga-DRX. They are making sure that on the defending, ma-hold nila yung crowd control pagdating sa pagiging agresibo nga ng Paper X. But then, there's the setup already. Siyempre, kukove nila yan, tas magpa-plant sila. Pero may delay lang mula sa Molly. Pero wag masyadong ma-excite. Sabi na nga kagad, Wingman, you are here. But then, Mind Freak, sabi ko nga sa inyo, di ba? Kawawa siya dito. 3 ang nasa harapan niya. CGRS gagawa ng sagot. Pero nga lang, kailangan niya mag-ingat. At ako po, sa iba siya nakatingin. At makakapag-burst na nga kagad ng Nightfall, but Jing, and together with Forsaken, nasa likuran na nga nila kagad. Only Mako and RB are remaining. Pero alam na kung nasaan, wala silang marinig sa mga impormasyon na kailangan. But the Vi still makes it to work. And it's all up to RB going up against 3 as the Vi finishes him out. At ngayon, ang score natin ay 6-9.
Yan, nice. Definitely nice. Lalo na we had a really good answer na nagmula na nga for the rest of the players of Paper X after mataken over si Mind Freak dahil again, tatlo lang din naman ang mga nakapag-flank sa kanila, and I saw earlier na it was really such a good time. Forsaken was in a really good spot pati para ma-pin down, ma-sandwich na muli ang DRX. Good try though dahil again, gusto nga sana nilang sabayan. Binigay nila yung site, nakakuha sila ng initial pick-offs, but it did not really go well in their favor. Now, we have a good round, especially para sa Paper Rex. Dahil meron pa rin naman silang pera dito. Mahirapan na nga lang si Zez para protect up pa yung Hookah. Dahil yung Trailblazer, hinahabol siya. Umuulan ng mga bala, umuulan ng mga patience. We even have your TC. The dead spot is still lingering forward. Zez, though, it's just really slow on survivability. But Buzz is taking over them one by one. It's still down to a 3v3.
Ang nagulat tayo lahat. All those amounts of utilities just to take over DRX. Nagawa naman ng maayos ng PaperX. But let's not forget Jing right down that contact. Kaso nga lang napitas kagad. And it's all up to the Vi. Kaso wala na din siya kagad line of vision. Mahirap na to para sa kanya. As DRX takes it, pero mukhang Iga lucky. Mako is out. Zest na lang together with RB ang natitira. At ngayon, pre, paping, kailangan ko makuha to. Kaso wala siyang no choice. Wala dyan, guys. Hindi na kagad binibitawan pa ni RB. And finally, pagdating sa DRX, they're slowly coming back. At dalawa na lang kagad ang gap nila against PaperX.
Definitely. Oh my God, ang hirap na mga sitwasyon na pwedeng ang pakitunguan ng DRX. Pero Buzz held on. Dahil sa kanya, nagkaroon sila ng opportunity na umapila sa mga pagraragasa na nga na PaperX, and he was able to get in 2 players pa mula na nga sa DRX. Even though na ang dami na nga utilities na umuulan. Una sa lahat, we have Dizzy, we have the Mollies, dagdagan mo pa ng Paint Shells coming from Jeng. So, better yet, still, magpanindigan na nila yung ganitong klaseng opportunity na napipindaw na nila little by little ang PaperX.
Walang na-reveal, my friends. Sabi na kagad ni Buzz ngayon. Okay, wala tayong makikita sa magkokontrol sa showers, but Jimmy now making little bit of that noise. Pero uy, 3 stack sa miyembro ng DRX here in A, pero may pa-line up si CGRS. Okay. Ka-timingan niya to. At may kasama pang Reconing. So, concuss talaga lahat. Kawawa ang buhay ng mga taga-DRX. Pero nga lang, they really need to eliminate them. And right now, Jing spots out one. And na-commit na nga kagad nila. But Forsaken, as he tries to manipulate this, and of course, tries to take it out against Buzz. Siya pa ang mananalo pagdating kay Buzz. Tatlo na lang kagad ang miyembro ng PaperX. And natitira na reveal na nga din kagad kung nasaan si Jing. Pero playtime lang. Disiplina lang ng onte. Wala nang nasa flank, my friends. Pero syempre, mukhang makuha pa ni Zest
There's a showstopper pa.
Formation.
Speaking of, we have the showstopper. Maihihipit pa si Mindpick, pero wala naman silang idea na nandito pala si Mindpick, pero nandun na pa rin makikita siya. Jing though, with his showstopper as well, getting it that pick off laban ng akin na Buzz. But stacks it back with a double pick. Precisely enough, getting it that kill as well. Sobrang napindan na naman sila doon, men.
Na-pinch in eh. And I think ito pa, maganda din sa the DRX ngayon is that iniwasan nila kagad. Hindi nila finight yung mga miyembro kagad ng PaperX. They just waited a little bit for that Reconing to actually come off. Tapos, hindi pa na-handle ni Forsaken yung flank niya sana sa may showers. So, it's just all paven sa DRX on that round itself. At eto na, missing si something.
Exactly. I know what you mean. But now, kasi sabi ng PaperX, no something, no problem. Nakakakuha naman sila ng lead. Ang problema, humahabol at gumagaling din talaga ng basahan. Lalang din ang strategiya, DRX laban sa kanila. Now, they're full on stock here on Hookah. So, a big of a problem kung sakali mang maging mali ang entry nila. Dahil again, we have the Trailblazers at hand, Seekers as well, Dizzy. Pero, they are held back with just one utility. Ano yun? We add the Snake Bite na yun ngang naging reason kung bakit kailangan nila lang rotate sa site.
Okay, tama na. Hindi nila pwedeng kunin yung B site. It's not workable for them. Pero looking at it, meron nga kagad trash ngayon si CGRS na pwede niyang gamitin. And right now, there's the trade-off. Makakuha sila ngayon ng barrel. Okay, that's good. At lumipat na naman. Ginagaya nila ang NRG.
Ang maganda rin naman kasi is nandun na rin naman na si Davai. Kahit wala silang firepower ngayon, there can be a good difference on the distraction and the attention na da-divert na nga dito mayat-maya. Sila going in B, tapos ngayon nasa A na muli, tapos pwede pa sila makapag-TP dahil this is 30 seconds still remaining. Pero sabi nila, go Wingman plan. I choose you to plan on the spike and they will be planning on the spike safely, comfortably pa. Dahil ngayon, on the way na rin naman na tumulong si Davai na nanggagaling pa ng B side.
Okay, maganda naman to. Pero ang kailangan gawin ni Forsaken ngayon, makapitas ng isa. Pero ang dami niyan, Buzz gets the top against him, and the Trash, meron ba silang mako-contain na mga miyembro? At ngayon, nilabas kagad, at meron na ba? Wala pa kagad nga, no? CGRS is gonna go down, and it's all up to the Vi as they go for that defuse. Ang dami! Pero nga lang si Mindfreak, he tries to save it, pero nga lang, low on HP na kagad si Davey ngayon, and I think wala na siyang choice. And finally, DRX, matatay na nga nila ito sa bind from 8 to 4, now 9 to 9.
Hindi na rin kasi masama talaga yung layering system to give so much deny and delay for the or Paper Rex to get inside of the site. We have Mako, once again, na yun nga, nakapagbigay nga ng utility to hold them off from trying to make an entry happen. Na maglalala na nga ng hookah for Paper Rex. Tapos nagkakalito-lito nga dahil again, with just the nature of the map, pwedeng nga ma-take advantage ito ng either of the teams to have so much mobility and so much pin and down situation on the other side dahil hindi pa malaman dahil wala nga silang Sentinel hard seti to get an info or at least give so much of a pressure para sa mga teams na ito pumasok sa site.
I'm just looking forward sa mga crucial times, Paper X. This is what exactly happened noong previous map here in Split. Paano na kayo makakatuntong ngayon on that attacking side? Maganda naman sana yung execution nila. But then, syempre, itong DRX nga on their defense naman, talagang hinihintay lang nila for these guys to come at them at nakita nga natin yung kalamangan nila. Pero syempre, Paper X, right now, na meron tayong may konti tayong pause, talagang i-elaborate na nila yung next na ilalagay nila syempre sa kanilang mga notebook as they want, of course, to finish the series.
What I see here naman kasi is, again, it's always the same setup na ginagawa nga multiple times nila Jing, Mindfreak, and then there's also Forsaken. We have the wall, high tide, papasok nga sa loob ng B, uulan nga ng mga utilities. Ang ginagawa ngayon ng DRX is just wait for them to waste out a lot of utilities dahil umaalis sila sa labas ng site. Hindi sila nagbibigay dito ng contact. Nagpapatuloy ito with no more utilities para ilaban nga ng Paper Rex yung magiging post plan. So, umiiyak kaagad ang mga players ng Paper Rex na kailangan nila talagang itapat nga yung mga contact. And speaking of a contact, I was taken aback with how CGRS was able to dominate in the site dahil patuloy naman ito nangyari with just the flights coming in from Jing. Pero walang idea dito. Kaagad si Forsaken na mabilis din. Umentry or kaya makapag-react si Nazes. That is another really good of an answer with just with the pain shells na pin down pa si Zez. So left behind kasi si RB na medyo open up pa yung pwesto niya. So unfortunately, it was another multi-kill pa. And a lead para sa Paper Rex.
Sa sobrang bilis, Besiwap, di na natin alam na naman kung who's gonna get who, but here, in this perspective itself, good na naman mula kay CGRS. Para nga siya nagduduel. Siyempre, meron nga kagad siyang flash na di mo maiiwasan. Tapos ito pa, alam nila usually na figure out na ng Paper Rex na itong mga to, naglalaro lang sila behind the triple and together around in bats. So yun muna yung nilagyan ng orbital strike ni Mindfreak para talaga kumalat ang mga taga DRX and finally they get that one round lead. But then DRX, kita nyo naman, meron na kagad Nightfall together with that Cosmic Divide. But then, naka-eco sila ngayon. At madami yung nakatingin sa'yo. Finally, Divide gets one. Pero si Buzz ngayon makakatakas pa ng
Nakasimple pa ng rifle ngayon, man. Nakaligtas. This is a free upgrade, by the way. So, pwede pa rin naman sila makadalihan siya kahit ng ilan. Laban na nga sa Paper Rex. And what I see here is that na-amplify nga nila yung utilities. Doon hindi ma-counter out ng DRX kung paano nila ihahabol yung mga duels pa. And now, Buzz, ipipilit niya pa yung magpipick dahil ngayon, kayang-kaya niya talagang makuha yung isa. Now, no trade. Dahil medyo na late at medyo malayo din kasi yung pwesto na meron na nga for Forsaken to commit further. Laban na nga sa DRX. Now, as we can see here on our minimap, they're backing away dahil may 40 seconds pa rin naman sila makapag-rotate.
Natuto pa. Thrifty round to ng DRX. So, Paper X, what's the next step? Namuli pa sila at ngayon RP takes on Forsaken at ito na lang kagad ang natitira sa side ng Paper X. At ako, sabi nila, alika, habulin natin to. Pero nga lang, makakuha pa na, hindi na. Oh, no! Pero nga lang, abang yan, lahat, it's us up for the fight. He takes the frag, but then Mako takes the top. May iwasan pa nga, and it's all up to CGRS. yung panalo na naging bato pa na naman sa side ng Paper X. Na-concuss pa siya ngayon. Hinahabol na siya ng mga miyembro. And all I can say for CGRS, save that rifle.
Wala na rin eh. Ang hirap na rin talagang umapela pa doon sa mga natitirang players from the RX. After what I said earlier, parang na-throw out of the bus, under the bus kaagad yung ginawa nga ng DRX against them. They know now how to counter out Paper Rex on their utilities, how they amplify each other with their entries. Dahil again, they played in so slow na to the point na mas take advantage ito ng DRX. We had Buzz on that pick and those crispy overshots coming in from Mako. Nagkaroon pa na magandang crossfires na nagmula na nga from Lams and the favor side na nga dito ng DRX, which is, I think, that was Cess was able to take them down one by one. So, deserve na naman nila dito magbigay ng equal amount of rounds laban sa Paper Rex. Pero this time, they are denied, they are delayed with the Nightfall. So, back away na lang muna mga idol.
Okay, early Nightfall, pero akala siguro ng DRX magpupush kagad ang Paper X. Akala nila i-admit pa rin nila yun, pero dinelay na lang nila kagad yung rotation. And obviously, syempre, ang iisipin na ng mga taga Paper X, mag-B-site na tayo. Pero hindi naman sila mangiiwan, syempre, sa mga miyembro ngayon ng DRX. And now, RB po na stop against my freak ng flights ng Pinas ngayon. At we will be able to get already showstopper ready. 3v3 na nga lang to, medyo intense. Pero nga lang, check nyo si Mako kung nasaan siya. Baka makita kayo and finally get sa top. Pero nga lang, there's the trade-off coming in from CGRS. He plans for the safety right now. Pero nga lang, wino-wallbang. Ingat ka pa rin. He gets the top and it's all up to the Vi versus RB.
RB, ano pa ba ang pwede niyang gawin? Dahil he still has starts. He still has a cosmic divide. Ang magiging tanong is, alam niya ba kung saan na nga manggagaling si Davai at mukhang matiisahan para naman siya. Paper X, may lamang na rin na isa. Another one goes to the team. Pero I just gotta give it all to CGRS. I love his entries. I really love how he played out his utilities. At kahit na hindi gaano kalaki, katulad ng ibang mga players ng Paper X, nagiging reason kasi nito is mas kailangan ng Paper X yung utility niya. At yung mga utility na to, nagbibigay talaga ng halaga. Once na umapela, entrada na sila dahil again, we have Dizzy, we have Wingman to take advantage na makakapag-plant sila agad-agad. So now, really good moments and really good momentum for Paper X.
Alam mo, kahit ako nalilito, mahal na mahal ko tong dalawang Asia-Pacific teams natin. Kaso yun, sayang, outs, Gege, wala dyan talaga, Bessie. Sensya ka na, lahat nagbinasabi na nga eh.
Yun na nga, magpaplanta nga sila ng spike. They're playing out for the postman. They're playing out for the retake. Ang maganda dito, we have only the buy na makakatapat nga lang dito nila Zez. But unfortunately for Zez, siya pa ang mauunahan talaga, pare. Ang hirap na rin talaga umatake dahil again, we have Forsaken securing in their postman position. They even have the smoke to force away DRX from trying to make an entry happen or yung retake nila na pwede nila pang gawin. So, kuhang-kuha na kaagad ng PRX. Yung post-plant na ito, even the rating na pwede pang sanang i-execute pa ng DRX.
What a reset from PaperX. After the timeout, I think everything shifted already. Tapos kahit na thrifty sila, usually sa mga thrifties HG, alam mo na yan, na talagang mahirap na makapag-comeback, makapag-reset, and yet, PaperX, they always defy the odds. Match point na nga kagad para sa team na to. At gusto ko lang sabihin na sa mga crucial rounds, katulad lang din to na nangyari kanina sa split, they were able to back themselves up.
I like how they keep on answering the flanks. I really love how they give up an impact na mas nilalagay na nila ngayon si Davai dahil earlier it was Forsaken's job to take advantage or kaya mamambahan niya or mapigilan niya yung pwede nga makapag-flank. But this time, they realize na mas maganda yung pagbe-blend in nila well together inside of the sites, creating a lot of contact dahil again, sobrang gamit na gamit nila yung Cove. They also need to use NYC the Cascade na lagi at potentially nagbibigay pa ng magandang options for Paper Rex na pumasok and ngayon, they're just playing it with a whole W. They're forcing it in. They're punching their W in para makuha na naman nila yung site. At ngayon, yung reckoning pa ang naging reason kung bakit mamamatay si Stax. Now that smoke, even though it was re-fired, wala na rin magagawa si Jing. It's down to a 4v4. Still really doable para sa DRX. Pero hanggang kailan?
Uy, Cosmic Divide. Pero paping na lang mga pare ko. Mag-out si Forsaken. Pero nga lang Mind Freak, he wants to take this risk. At tignan natin if it's going to be worth it. He gets one together with CGRS. At ngayon, it's all up to Zest.
Saan? At ano pa ang kailangan niyang hanapin? The time is already taken. Maririnig ito nilang Forsaken, but Zed, the double pick is just committed by Paperes and the rest of the gang. It's going to be a 2-0. None other than given to Paperes.
Grabe, kala natin Revenger Squad na sa side ng DRX as they really want to pin this into our last map, which is yung Fracture na sobrang nahirapan ng PaperX against them pero hindi. 2-0 at ngayon pupunta na nga sa lower bracket. Di pa naman matatanggal ang DRX, but then HG, ang ganda
Bababa
kagad.
pa rin sila eh.
Oo,
Lower
eh.
bracket pa rin yun. At medyo nakikita delikado pa dahil sino ba yung makakalaban nila, diba? Again, we have, I think, an RG who's already waiting. Tapos nandun pa yung Navi na, yun nga, ang dami pa nila makakatapat. So, it's just, it is such a good momentum para sa PaperX. Magpatuloy nga dito, well, fully taken advantage of every bit of the strategy or every bit of the advantage na meron na nga sa kanila. And I just really love how they blended all well together with CGRS. And kitang-kita ko na kung paano siya naging bida din sa series na ito with all of this plays and the set of span na naibibigay niya nga sa kanilang mga duelists.
At ito pa, kanina kasi, kaya hindi na kaya ni Forsaken pagdating sa mga flanks na yon. Pagdating kasi sa tutok, mukhang natatalo siya. So that's why they switch it up. Tapos talagang sinabi nila, all out na lang tayo sa utilities kagad when we burst right into the site. Kita naman natin na maximize yung cascade, na lahat talaga nakuha. And now finally, here it is, PaperX clean 2-0. Buti na lang nakapag-reset sila after that timeout. And all I can say, I will describe this, 2-0 parehas sa mga seeded teams. So, ibig sabihin talaga, they know their answers.
Oo.
Diba?
Sobrang na-deserve nila yung kanilang mga naging seeded plays here into our playoffs. Dahil unang-una, we had the series within Fnatic. Nakita naman natin kung gaano nila nakuha yung pang-dominate against the side of the other team na kanilang natapat. At we have also here DRX, who was really so close for them to make a really huge comeback against PaperX. But then again, it's such a game changer kasi nung nakita natin si CGRS with Levi to use all of those utilities para ma-overwhelm nila yung kalaban. Lalo na't kanina nung split, we saw so many impactful plays na nabibigay nga not much of CGRS, but kasi siya yung nakakapagbigay ng runway din sa kanilang mga duels para sila yung makakuha ng mga pick-ups din.
Ang nakakatuwa din talaga here pagdating sa PaperX, everything is already cascaded in the way na talagang nag-prepare sila dito. Maraming naibaon at naisulat itong mga teams ito. And even if without Foxy9, nakakatuwa din naman ng DRX because they were able to survive. Napakadikit ng matches natin between these two at nakita naman natin na pagdating sa split together with Bind, dikit din talaga din yung mga naging battles nila on yung ating VCT Pacific na finals, diba? But right now, guys, we're gonna head in already to our panel. So Mika, Raph, together with the Fluffy, take it away.
13-10 ang scoreline on 2 maps actually. The exact same scoreline on 2 maps pero 2-0 ang score ngayon in favor of PaperX versus DRX. And I think PaperX, it really just showed that their win streak continues dito. Diba ito yung best of 8 na nga natin, diba? Yung tuloy na yung continuation ng Grand Finals of VCT Pacific.
Totoo. And to think that they won on 2 very different configurations, pero yung approach nila medyo the same naman. But classical PaperX have Jing and of course Forsaken lead the charge while the rest of the team will obviously do their own thing. Pero nagustuhan ko din na iba yung layers nila dito sa Bind kasi tama naman yung sinabi ni Ray at ni HG. Parang may times na yung fighting power ng PaperX on a down. So they choose to go for that more layered approach and use the Gecko utility to avoid the straight up fights only when they have to at least.
Ayun talaga yung strength ng PaperX. Adaptable sila. And to see how confidently yung adjustment nila now that we're in Masters. Kasi that is a Pacific, yes, they did win. But that was a very long series. They went all the way to that best of 5, that end game. And they had to come back from that. But this time around, a very confident 2-0 dito para sa PaperX.
is it possible you think na parang yung DRX, syempre yung nagpe-prepare sila for a Paper Rex that actually didn't show up today because it was a very different Paper Rex na lumabas dito, especially with the Gecko pick ng CGRS and with Jing, our MVP here, definitely back on the classical race, the classical entry role that he's always been known for.
I mean, it's not outside of the realm of possibility, pero yung playstyle ng Paperex di naman nag-iba eh. Yung players lang on the roles, yung, well, again, nag-change. But on Bind specifically, maybe, right? Because, like you mentioned, maybe they're thinking of the same Paperex that had the Yoru. Maybe they were gonna go for something a little bit crazier, the Reyna. And suddenly they go for a pretty standard, if not medyo sane na just with the Gecko.
I mean, sane for the context ng Paper
Oh,
Rex.
yun,
Pero
yeah.
At the end of the day, tama naman si Raph, they still fulfill yung roles kahit hindi to yung exact players in their lineup that they're used to. It's still that DNA talaga ng Paper Rex and a lot of APAC Valorant that has really shined through. And I think DRX, for their defense naman, in their fairness, meron silang moments talaga that they always lose the first half, but they make it so close. We're always double digits for these past 2 maps. So it's not a clean and easy sweep by any means. It's still a tough thing, but PRX rises to the occasion.
I actually thought na magka-comeback na nga yung DRX sa second half, diba? Yung on the defensive side, we actually saw that they were getting quite a few rounds from PRX, and then it made me think actually na parang ito yung ito yung the advantage of DRX, or where they're strong at, diba? Yung parang putting a stop to yung W gaming ng Paper Rex, diba? Because it's exactly why they built their current roster, their current strategy around that kind of style. Pero yung Paper Rex kasi, when they want to punch through, gagawin nila.
Well, they'll do it. You know, like I said, my favorite thing about Paper Rex, especially in that split map, was like, oh, nice strat, nerd. Too bad. You know what I mean? And then when it came to Bind, Paper Rex just decided, now we are the nerds. We are going to, once again, shift our playbook around and play to whatever we need to do. And I think that's also a strength that siguro yung kulang pa sa DRX. They have to do what's necessary and not, I guess, yung nasa sistema nila. Like, oh yeah, we planned for this. Pero sometimes you just kind of have to throw the plan out the window and adapt on the fly.
Exactly. You have to be and remain effective pa rin kahit ano yung sitwasyon na mahanap mo sarili mo. And I feel like DRX, they still are a little reserved and not as active as they could be at times, being a bit more greedy and a bit more risky. Kasi ayun nga, for their DNA, gusto nila medyo safe yung game plan natin. Alam natin kung anong gagawin, yung reactions natin praktisado. But that doesn't work because Paper Rex, although they do explode most of the time, you also have to realize na there are times that they don't. And you're always on your toes.
Going into our brackets ngayon, updated na brackets, diba? Tomorrow, we will be going into our first round of eliminations dito sa Masters Tokyo, diba? And it's gonna be Loud versus EDG and NRG versus DRX. Alam ko masakit, Raf. But we will have to say goodbye to a couple of these teams.
It's the EDG Loud one that's like, oh my gosh. But DRX and you guys can leave, it's fine. But EDG and Loud, it's like, why? Why do both of the teams that I like have to be in the same bracket still?
Ay, ganun talaga minsan. That's life, you know.
That's
Such
life.
is life. Pero yung Loud and EDG, I have to agree. Ang hirap talaga pumili dun. Loud, of course, reigning champions from a past and honestly bygone age. And EDG rising to become the usurpers dito sa Masters. But it feels like mas parang sayang pag nawala yung isa eh.
Exactly. Kasi parang ang ganda pa ng journey nila dito, di ba? To cut it short is just so painful. And I feel like yung, di ba, yung parang sana yung comeback ng Loud to go for that championship versus Fnatic, for example. Yung revenge match nila, di ba? And then you have EDG, who is this dark horse who has such this, colorful background, di ba? And lumalabas sila dito with a player like Kangkang. So it's gonna be so painful indeed. Pero ang sabi nga ni Fluffy, di ba, at the top of the show, in Valorant, 1 wins and 1 loses.
Wow.
Diba? No words.
That's my analyst.
Analysis 101. Now you know. Bakit yun yung alam kanina?
Why did Paper X win? They had 13 rounds.
Because they didn't lose.
Oh.
Wow! And with that, we wrap up today's show. Yun yung mga words of wisdom from our panels na si Fluffy and si Raph. And thank you so much din to our casters na si Ray Ray and Honey Glaze. And we will see you guys tomorrow for the rest of Masters Tokyo.